By the time humanity learned that the war had begun, it had already been decided. Somewhere in the dark between the stars, in the halls of an empire older than human civilization and vaster than any single species could have built alone, a judgment had been passed upon a world that most of that empire's citizens had never heard of. The judgment was extinction. Not conquest, not subjugation, not the imposition of tribute or the seizure of territory. Those were the mercies that empires across history had extended to the peoples they defeated. What had been decided for humanity was erasure, the deliberate and total removal of a species from the galaxy, carried out world by world with the patience of a faith that believed it was doing the work of gods. The empire called itself the Covenant, and it was not one people but many, a hierarchy of species bound together beneath a single religion and a single promise, that at the end of a great and holy journey lay transcendence, godhood, an escape from mortality itself. Humanity, in the theology of the Covenant, was not merely an enemy. Humanity was an affront, a heresy given flesh, a contradiction to the sacred order that the empire could not allow to exist. And so the fleets turned toward the scattered colonies of a young and unsuspecting species, and the burning began at the edges of human space, in quiet systems whose names would soon be remembered only as the places where the dying started. If you find comfort in drifting off to deep lore and the long histories of wars told from the far side of their silence, consider subscribing. It helps these stories find you, on the nights when sleep needs a steady voice to follow into the dark. And if you are somewhere in the world right now, listening from whatever hour the clock shows, leave a note in the comments. There is a quiet comfort in knowing the same story reaches so many different rooms across the turning of one long night. Let us begin. To understand why the Covenant sought humanity's extinction, one must first understand what the Covenant was, and how a collection of separate species, each with its own history, its own biology, its own reasons for kneeling before a shared altar, had been forged into a single empire spanning a substantial portion of the galaxy. It began, as so many empires do, with a war. Long before humanity left its cradle, two species met among the stars and nearly destroyed one another. What emerged from the wreckage of that war was not merely a peace treaty. It was a covenant in the truest and oldest sense of the word, a binding, sworn-in blood and doctrine, a promise made between peoples who had tried to erase each other and decided, at the last possible moment, to build something together instead. The empire that took its name from that promise would endure for thousands of years, growing until it touched nearly every corner of the inhabited galaxy, absorbing species after species into a hierarchy as rigid as it was ancient. The first of those two peoples were the San-Shium, a species physically unimposing, their frames slight and long-limbed, their movements slow with age and calculation. They were not a martial people by nature. What they possessed instead was a keenness of mind that expressed itself most vividly in their relationship to the relics left behind by a civilization that had, by the time of the San-Shium's rise, been absent from the galaxy for 100,000 years. Those relics were everywhere, vast structures on uninhabited worlds, ships drifting cold and dark in the empty reaches between systems, technologies so far beyond any living species' capacity to replicate that the San-Shium had long since stopped trying to understand them and had begun, instead, to worship them. The vanished makers of those relics, a people who called themselves the Forerunners, had been, in the theology the San-Shium developed over centuries of contemplation, nothing less than gods. Or if not gods in the oldest sense, then something close enough to make no practical difference. Beings of such sublime intelligence and power that the distinction between divinity and supremacy became impossible to maintain. The hum of a covenant prayer hall is a particular kind of sound, deep and resonant, built into the architecture itself, as if the structure were designed not merely to shelter the faithful, but to vibrate at a frequency that the body receives before the mind does. The Sanshayum built their earliest temples around the relics, and the relics were incorporated into the worship, not as mere symbols, but as the literal substance of the divine. The second of those peoples were the Sangheili, and they could not have been more different from the Sanshayum if the galaxy had designed them as a contrast. The Sangheili were tall, powerfully built, their bodies shaped by a homeworld that had demanded strength to survive, and a culture that had, over millennia, elevated the warrior to something approaching the sacred. They were not without sophistication. The Sangheili had their own philosophers, their own poets, their own ancient traditions of scholarship. But the axis around which Sangheili civilization had always turned was honor, and honor for the Sangheili was inseparable from the capacity for violence directed with discipline and purpose. They too had encountered the Forerunner relics on their homeworld, and on the worlds they had begun to reach as they developed spaceflight, and they too had developed a reverence for those relics. But the nature of that reverence was different, in a way that would, in time, prove sufficient to start a war. Where the Sanshayum believed the relics were meant to be studied, understood, and used, that to activate and wield the technologies of the gods was the highest form of devotion, the most meaningful act of worship a living being could perform. The Sangheili believed the relics were too sacred to be touched. To alter a Forerunner artifact was, in Sangheili theology, a form of desecration, a presumption that bordered on blasphemy. The relics were to be protected, guarded, contemplated, approached with humility, and never with the assumption that a lesser being could improve upon or even fully comprehend the intentions of those who had made them. The Sanshayum, who not only touched the relics but dismantled them, who extracted components and fitted them to their own ships, who treated the divine inheritance as a toolkit to be applied with pragmatic intelligence, the Sanshayum were, from the Sangheili's perspective, committing a continuous and unforgivable sacrilege. The shimmer of an energy shield activating is not a harsh sound. It is almost delicate, a soft crackle that resolves into a hum, the sound of light being bent by forces too fine to see. The Sangheili had learned to make that sound themselves, working from Forerunner principles they had studied without touching the source. The war between the Sanshayum and the Sangheili was called, in later histories, the War of Wills, though those histories were written by the victors of a subsequent peace, and the name carried a philosophical dignity that the conflict itself had not always possessed. It was a brutal and extended struggle, carried out across multiple star systems, and it ran for centuries. The Sanshayum had the advantage of technology. They had, after all, been willing to use the Forerunner relics, and a species that had access to Forerunner weapons held a significant edge over one that refused to employ them. The Sangheili had the advantage of martial culture, warriors trained from childhood, a military tradition refined over generations, and a willingness to absorb catastrophic losses in the service of a principle that they held as non-negotiable. For a very long time, neither side could achieve a decisive victory, and the war ground on with the particular exhausting quality of conflicts between peoples who are too evenly matched to end it, and too committed to their positions to negotiate. The resolution, when it finally came, arrived not from the battlefield, but from a recognition that both sides reached independently and almost simultaneously, that to continue was to destroy both civilizations, and that destruction served neither the Forerunner relics nor the species who worshipped them. What emerged from that recognition was the covenant, the agreement that gave the empire its name and its founding logic. The Sanshayum would provide the knowledge, the theological interpretation of the relics, the spiritual authority to declare the path forward, the intellectual leadership of a civilization whose direction would be defined by faith. The Sangheili would provide the strength, the martial capacity to enforce that authority, to protect the faithful, to carry the faith across the galaxy by whatever means the faith required. Together, they would pursue a purpose that neither could have defined alone: the great journey, the pilgrimage toward transcendence that the Forerunner relics supposedly illuminated and promised. The hum of a gravity lift is a sound with weight to it. Not the weight of machinery exactly, but the weight of mass being moved through fields that have no moving parts, no visible mechanism, only the sustained application of forces that the engineers of the Covenant understood well enough to maintain, but had never fully been able to explain. The Great Journey was the theological heart of everything the Covenant would become, and understanding it is essential to understanding why the Empire functioned as it did, why it expanded as it did, and why it could not, when the moment came, allow humanity to exist. The journey was not, in the Covenant's doctrine, a metaphor. It was a literal promise that if the faithful could find and activate the sacred rings, the great Forerunner structures that the Covenant scholars and prophets had identified as the most significant of the relics, the objects most likely to represent the gods' ultimate gift to those who followed in their path, then those faithful would be elevated. The physical limitations of mortal existence would fall away. The Covenant's peoples would become something beyond what they were, something approaching what the Forerunners themselves had been. This was not merely a spiritual reward awaiting the virtuous after death. It was an achievable state, a destination that could be reached in the material universe if the right objects were found and the right actions taken in the right sequence. The prophets, the San-Shayuim, who served as the Covenant's religious authorities, its scholars and interpreters, and ultimate arbiters of doctrine, had spent centuries studying the Forerunner relics in search of the path forward. They had mapped the Holy Ring structures, tracked references to them across recovered Forerunner archives, and assembled an understanding of the Great Journey that was detailed enough to be pursued and vague enough to be maintained as a source of perpetual authority. Because the journey required interpretation, and because only the prophets possessed the knowledge and the ecclesiastical standing to interpret it, the prophets stood at the apex of the Covenant's hierarchy, not merely as spiritual leaders, but as the Empire's ultimate political power. The faith and the government were not separate institutions. They were the same institution, administered by the same people, and to question the prophets' interpretation of the Forerunner relics was not merely political dissent. It was heresy. In the millennia that followed the founding covenant, the Empire grew. It did not grow randomly. It grew in the specific direction that suited the theology and the hierarchy that governed it. New species were encountered, and those species were evaluated in terms of their relationship to the faith. Those who could be converted, who could be shown the Forerunner relics and persuaded of their divinity, who could be assigned a place in the hierarchy and a role in the journey, were absorbed. Those who could not were dealt with by other means. The Ungoi, small and numerous, and possessed of a resilience that made them effective infantry, regardless of their individual martial ability, were brought into the Covenant as its most numerous and most expendable soldiers. The Kigyar, nimble and sharp-eyed, natural scouts and marksmen, were incorporated with slightly more status, their skills valuable enough to earn them a rung above the Ungoi on the hierarchy's long ladder. The Mealegolo, strange colonial organisms that bonded in pairs, massive and nearly impervious to standard weapons, were added later, their capacity for destruction making them essential on battlefields where subtlety was not the requirement. And the Jiralhanai, powerful and ambitious and possessed of a barely contained aggression that made them both valuable and dangerous, were brought in last of all, assigned a place below the Sangheli, and never entirely content with it. The sound of plasma fire dissipating in open air is a specific and strange thing, a hiss and a crack, and then a silence that feels slightly charged, as if the air itself has been briefly rearranged and is settling back into its natural state. Each new species represented a new tier, a new caste, in a hierarchy that mirrored the Covenant's theology with structural precision. At the very top were the hierarchs, the three prophets who served as the empire's supreme leaders, elected from among the San-Shayuum by processes that blended religious authority with political maneuvering in proportions that varied by era and circumstance. Below the hierarchs were the Sangheli, whose status as the empire's founding warriors had never diminished, who served as its military commanders, its honor guard, its enforcers of the faith at the sharp end. Below the Sangheli, in descending order of status and ascending order of expendability, came the other species, each assigned their role, each given their portion of the faith's promise, each told that the great journey awaited them as surely as it awaited the prophets and the elites at the top of the ladder. The strength of the system was its coherence. Every species within it had a defined purpose, a clear place in the order of things, and a theological justification for both the place they occupied and the deference they owed to those above them. The weakness of the system was identical to its strength. The hierarchy was rigid in direct proportion to its coherence, and rigidity in any system, biological, institutional, theological, creates pressures that accumulate over time until they find an outlet. Those pressures would not become visible for centuries, but they were present from the beginning, built into the architecture of the covenant itself, waiting in the structure like a fracture in stone that has not yet been found by the water. The covenant, at the height of its power, was an extraordinary thing to contemplate, not merely as a military force, though its military force was formidable, but as a civilization. It had endured for longer than humanity had possessed writing, its fleet numbered in the thousands of ships, a navy that had never faced a challenge it could not eventually overcome, equipped with technologies that remained beyond the full understanding of even the Empire's own engineers, because those technologies had been inherited rather than invented. Its faith was genuine, not universally, not without its hypocrites and its opportunists, but the vast majority of the Covenant's billions of citizens believed in the great journey with the sincerity that attends any faith held for long enough that it becomes not a belief, but a fact of the world. They believed that the sacred rings existed. They believed that the rings were the path to transcendence. They believed that to find and activate those rings was the highest purpose a living being could serve. They did not know what the rings were actually for. That knowledge would come later, at a cost that neither the Covenant nor anyone else had yet been asked to pay. When the Covenant's survey ships found evidence of Forerunner ruins on human worlds, ruins that should not have existed, given the Covenant's theological understanding of who the Forerunners had been and who they could have chosen as their successors, the initial response within the Empire's religious establishment was not immediately one of hostility. It was confusion, and then concern, and then something that the prophets recognized, with a clarity born of long political experience, as existential danger. Because if humanity's relationship to the Forerunner relics was what the evidence suggested it might be, then the entire theological architecture that the prophets had spent millennia constructing and defending, the architecture that justified their authority, their power, their place at the apex of the hierarchy, was not merely incomplete, it was wrong. And a wrong theology, in a civilization built entirely on that theology, is a revolution waiting for its spark. The Covenant turned its fleets toward humanity's worlds. The decision had been made. What followed was not a war of conquest or a clash of civilizations seeking the same resources or the same territory. It was an act of religious necessity, the removal of a contradiction too dangerous to be allowed to persist. The burning would begin at the edges of human space, in the quiet outer systems, among the people who had gone farthest from Earth, and who would therefore be the last to receive help and the first to receive fire. Their names would be recorded, in the histories written long after the silence, as the first of many. Humanity did not reach the stars the way it had once imagined it would. The old visions, the ones written down in the centuries before the first ships left the solar system, when the idea of interstellar travel still carried the weight of the impossible made possible, had imagined something more unified. A single species, having set aside its divisions, venturing outward together under the banner of shared purpose, driven by curiosity and the collective ambition of a civilization that had learned, at last, to speak with one voice. The reality was more complicated and considerably less inspiring. Humanity reached the stars the way it had always expanded across its own world, unevenly, opportunistically, driven by a mixture of genuine exploration, commercial interest, governmental ambition, and the oldest of all human motivations, which was simply the desire to be somewhere other than where one currently was. By the early 25th century, there were more than 800 human worlds scattered across a region of the Orion Arm that stretched for hundreds of light years in multiple directions from the small yellow star where the species had begun. 800 worlds, and not one of them looked quite like the unified humanity that the old visions had imagined. The inner colonies were the oldest and most established, worlds that had been settled for generations, that had developed their own economies and cultures and political interests, that had built cities and universities and industries sufficient to sustain themselves and to generate the surplus wealth that funded further expansion. They were, in the most meaningful sense, the heart of human civilization, the population centers, the manufacturing hubs, the administrative capitals, where the decisions that shaped all of human space were made by people who had, in many cases, never set foot on an outer colony world and had no particular reason to. The inner colonies were not without their problems. No human world was without its problems, but they possessed the particular stability that comes from age and investment, from the slow accumulation of infrastructure and institution, and the kind of social weight that makes catastrophic change difficult. The hiss of a colony freighter's landing struts making contact with a pad is a sound with a specific quality of finality to it. The long descent resolved into contact, the machinery of transit giving way to the machinery of arrival, the ship settling into the gravity of a world that is, for some of those aboard, home. The outer colonies were a different kind of place. They were newer, rougher, less connected to the administrative centers of the inner systems in ways that were partly logistical. The distances involved made regular contact difficult, communication delayed, supply chains long and vulnerable, and partly philosophical. The people who had chosen to go to the outer colonies, or whose parents or grandparents had made that choice, tended to carry with them a particular disposition toward the idea of distance from authority. Not always hostility. Sometimes it was simply preference, the desire for space and autonomy, and the chance to build something without the accumulated weight of inner colony expectations pressing down from above. But often enough, it shaded toward something sharper. The outer colonists had built their worlds with their own hands, had endured hardships that the comfortable inner colony populations had never faced, had developed political and economic interests that did not always align with the policies being handed down from Earth and the inner planets. And they had, over decades, grown increasingly vocal about the gap between what they were asked to contribute to the wider human enterprise and what they received in return. By the early 25th century, that vocal dissatisfaction had curdled into something more organized and considerably more dangerous. The insurrection, sometimes called the insurrection movement, sometimes simply the rebels, the terminology varying by who was doing the describing and with what degree of sympathy, had begun as a series of disconnected protest movements and political organizations distributed across dozens of outer colony worlds, united by grievance more than by ideology, demanding greater autonomy, fairer resource distribution, and political representation proportional to population rather than to the historical accident of which worlds had been settled first. Over time, as those demands went largely unmet, the movement had grown more organized, and as it grew more organized, it had also grown more willing to use methods that placed it firmly outside the bounds of legal political activity: bombings, assassinations, the sabotage of infrastructure, the seizure of ships. By the 2490s, the insurrection had crossed the threshold from a political movement with a violent fringe into something that the United Nations Space Command, the military and governmental authority that administered human space, classified, without significant exaggeration, as an active insurgency. Static on a long-range comm relay has a particular texture at interstellar distances. It is not random noise exactly, but signal degraded by travel, coherent information that has lost enough of its structure during the journey between stars to become, at the receiving end, simply sound without meaning. The UNSC was itself an institution of considerable complexity, and understanding it requires holding two things in mind simultaneously. It was, by the standards of any military organization in any era, an extraordinarily capable and well-resourced force, possessed of a navy that numbered in the hundreds of capital ships, ground forces that were among the most professionally trained in human history, and a command structure that had been refined over decades of internal conflict into something genuinely formidable. And it was also, by the late 24th and early 25th century, an institution under sustained and escalating pressure, fighting a war against its own people across dozens of worlds simultaneously, stretched thin by the geography of human space in ways that no amount of organizational efficiency could entirely compensate for. The UNSC governed, but governance at interstellar distances is a different thing than governance at terrestrial distances, and the lag between decision and implementation, the time it took for orders to travel from Earth to the outer colonies, for reports to travel back, for any kind of coordinated response to a situation that might have changed entirely by the time the response arrived, created spaces in which the insurrection could operate, grow, and survive. Nested within the UNSC, but operating with a degree of institutional autonomy that made the relationship between the two more complex than a simple chain of command would suggest, was the Office of Naval Intelligence. ONI, as it was universally abbreviated, the initials carrying a weight that the full name somehow did not, was the UNSC's intelligence and covert operations arm, and it occupied a position in the architecture of human military power that was difficult to describe with precision, because precision was not, in any meaningful sense, what ONI was designed to permit. Its official mandate was intelligence gathering and analysis, understanding what the UNSC's adversaries were doing, what they were planning, what vulnerabilities existed in human military and civilian infrastructure that required addressing. In practice, that mandate had expanded over the decades into something considerably broader, encompassing activities that ranged from the merely ethically ambiguous to the straightforwardly illegal under any reading of the laws that were supposed to govern human civilization. ONI operated black sites that did not officially exist. It ran informant networks within the insurrection that sometimes involved providing resources or protection to one faction in order to destabilize another. It suppressed information, not merely classified it, but actively managed the flow of news and historical record in ways designed to shape public understanding of the conflicts being fought in human space. It made decisions about acceptable loss that no elected government would have sanctioned and no court would have approved, justified by the logic that had always justified such decisions, that the alternative was worse, that the information gained or the outcome achieved could not have been obtained by cleaner means, that someone had to be willing to do what needed to be done in a universe that did not reward the scrupulous. Rain on the prefabricated rooftops of an outer colony settlement sounds different from rain on the older, more permanent structures of the inner worlds. The sound is lighter, more immediate, the material beneath it thin enough to transmit the percussion of each drop with a clarity that the insulated architecture of established cities tends to muffle. The insurrection, by 2525, had reached a level of intensity that consumed a significant fraction of the UNSC's total military capacity. Multiple outer colonies were in active revolt. Rebel cells operated on worlds that had not yet broken into open conflict, but were being carefully monitored. The UNSC's leadership was consumed by the problem of how to suppress a movement that drew its strength from genuine grievances that could not be fully addressed without concessions that the inner colonies and the Earth administration were not prepared to make, and how to do so without inflaming those grievances further in the process of suppression. It was the kind of conflict that tends to make institutions harder, less willing to accept ambiguity, more willing to reach for decisive solutions that leave no room for the complications of nuance, increasingly convinced that the problem is primarily a military one and therefore best addressed by military means. The people living through that conflict, the UNSC officers rotating through posting after posting in the outer systems, the colonial administrators trying to maintain order in settlements where the line between civilian and insurgent was often impossible to determine, the outer colony families caught between a government that viewed them with suspicion and a rebellion that demanded their complicity, had no reason to look beyond it. The insurrection was the crisis. It was the thing that consumed the news, the political attention, the military resources, the collective anxiety of a civilization that had not, in living memory, faced a threat it could not conceptualize, in terms of human beings doing human things for recognizable human reasons. The stars were full of wonders, certainly. The Forerunner ruins that had been found on dozens of worlds across human space, ancient structures of extraordinary scale and unknown purpose, clearly the product of a civilization that had achieved things no living species had come close to replicating, were remarkable enough to sustain entire academic disciplines and occasional bursts of popular fascination. But they were old. Whatever had made them was gone. The galaxy, as far as any human being in 2525 could determine with any confidence, did not contain any other spacefaring civilization that humanity needed to worry about. The UNSC had protocols for first contact. Of course it did, because any responsible military organization plans for the contingencies it considers unlikely as well as those it considers probable. But those protocols existed in the same institutional category as emergency procedures for events, so statistically improbable that the people trained to execute them privately doubted they would ever be called upon to do so. The comm relay at the edge of the Epsilon Indi system sent its regular automated status ping at the scheduled hour, as it had done every scheduled hour for years. The following scheduled hour, the ping did not come. The hour after that, silence again. The operators who monitored such things noted the anomaly, flagged it for investigation, and continued their work, because communication relays failed with some regularity in the outer systems, and failure was the most probable explanation for any given silence. Investigation would be dispatched. The silence would be explained. These things happened. A year was 2525. The outer colony of Harvest hung in the dark of the Epsilon Indi system, an agricultural world of quiet fields and scattered settlements, and a population of approximately 300,000 people who had built their lives in the particular unhurried way of farming communities, attuned to the cycles of seasons and harvests and the slow rhythms of a life organized around the land, rather than the urgencies of inner colony commerce. They had their politics, their disputes, their connection to the wider human enterprise that was sometimes close and sometimes distant, depending on what the inner worlds needed from them and when. They were, by any reasonable measure, an ordinary human community on an ordinary human world, unremarkable in almost every particular. Somewhere in the dark above them, at a distance measured in light minutes, something had arrived. It was not from any world that Harvest's colonists had heard of, and it was not interested in their disputes with the UNSC, or their agricultural output, or the particulars of their ordinary lives. It was interested in the ruins, the ancient, silent, thoroughly inscrutable Forerunner ruins that sat on Harvest's surface, the way such ruins sat on so many human worlds, visited occasionally by researchers, noted in survey data, incorporated into no one's particular plans for the future. The silence from Harvest's comm relay reached the administrators, who monitored such things at the same unhurried pace that all information traveled across interstellar distances. By the time the silence was noted, and flagged, and considered, and a response assembled and dispatched, the world below had already changed in ways that no protocol, and no planning, and no amount of institutional preparedness could have predicted, because the scenario that was unfolding above Harvest's quiet fields was not in any plan that human beings had ever seriously considered necessary to make. The UNSC, in the year 2525, was a civilization at war with itself, exhausted by an insurgency it could not fully suppress and could not fully ignore. Its attention turned entirely inward upon the problems that human beings make for one another when they share a galaxy, but not an agreement about how to divide it. The Covenant had spent that same year and the years before it making a decision. The decision had been made. What came next was not a negotiation, not a misunderstanding that could be resolved by communication, not a conflict that would yield to the application of sufficient political will or diplomatic ingenuity. What came next was a war, and it would not be fought on humanity's terms, or at humanity's pace, or with any regard whatsoever for humanity's preparedness to fight it. The ships above Harvest were not there to talk. The first human beings to make contact with the Covenant were not soldiers. They were a colonial militia, a small, lightly armed force assembled from the population of Harvest itself, men and women whose military training was adequate for the kinds of situations that outer colony security forces typically faced. Civil disturbances, the occasional criminal enterprise operating across the agricultural settlements, the low-level friction that attends any community of sufficient size and sufficient distance from the nearest institutional authority. They had not been trained for first contact with an alien civilization. No one had been trained for that, because no one had seriously believed that training would be necessary. When the Covenant's survey vessels made their initial approach to Harvest, and the colonial militia was scrambled to respond to the anomalous contacts appearing on sensors that had never before been asked to track anything of the kind, the people who went up to meet the unknown did so with the equipment and the doctrine of a security force, and the psychological preparation of human beings encountering something that their entire civilization had not imagined was waiting for them. The early exchanges were not immediately violent. This is worth understanding, because the war that followed was so total, so unrelenting in its stated purpose, that it is easy to read the beginning backward through the lens of everything that came after and conclude that violence was always the only possible outcome. It was not. The Covenant survey teams that made initial contact with Harvest's population were operating under their own protocols, their own uncertainty about what they had found, their own institutional processes for evaluating the significance of a new discovery. What they had found on Harvest, and in the Forerunner ruins on Harvest's surface, was something that required interpretation before it required a response. And interpretation, in the Covenant's institutional architecture, meant the prophets. It meant the hierarchs. It meant the supreme religious and political authority of an empire that did not make decisions of theological significance quickly, because decisions of theological significance, in a civilization organized entirely around a theology, carried consequences that extended far beyond the immediate and the tactical. The silence of a colony morning, in the hours before the ships were visible to the naked eye, would have had its own particular quality. The unhurried sounds of agricultural work, beginning at the edges of fields, the distant mechanical note of farming equipment, the ordinary texture of a day that did not yet know it was the last of a certain kind. What the Covenant's scholars and theologians found when they examined the evidence from Harvest, the ruins, the artifacts, the biological data gathered from the humans they encountered, was a revelation of the most dangerous kind. The Forerunner relics on Harvest bore marks, patterns, identifications that the Covenant's deepest archives recognized, not as the marks of servants or laborers, or any of the subordinate categories that the Forerunner's own records described, as something else, something that the prophet's interpretation of those records had spent centuries carefully not examining too closely, because the examination led somewhere that the examination could not be allowed to lead. The humans of Harvest, this small, young, technologically limited species at the edge of a region of space the Covenant had barely begun to survey, carried in their biology and their relationship to the Forerunner relics a suggestion so disruptive to established doctrine that the hierarchs, when the report reached them, faced a choice that was not really a choice at all. Not if they intended to remain hierarchs. The Forerunners, in their own records, records the Covenant had possessed for millennia and had interpreted with the selective care of any institution that controls access to foundational texts, had designated certain beings as reclaimers. The word itself was specific and intentional in the original, carrying connotations of inheritance, of succession, of a designated relationship to the legacy left behind. The Forerunners had indexed this designation with biological markers. They had left their relics responsive to specific genetic signatures. And the genetic signatures to which the relics on Harvest responded, the signatures that caused Forerunner machinery dormant for 100,000 years to stir, to recognize, to react, as if in the presence of something expected, were human. The glow of a planet being glassed, seen from the distance of high orbit, does not look the way that fire looks at ground level. It is more even, more total, the energy delivered from above in columns that do not burn so much as erase, the surface below transitioning from solid matter to something else entirely, with a completeness that has no equivalent in any terrestrial experience of destruction. The Prophet of Truth, whose given name was Ord Casto, though that name would not appear in the histories written by those who survived his decisions, understood immediately what the Harvest findings meant. He was not a man of limited intelligence. The reverse, his political longevity, his capacity to maneuver within the Covenant's complex institutional architecture across decades of theological and factional competition, testified to an analytical mind that operated with unusual clarity in environments of high complexity and high stakes. He understood that the biological evidence from Harvest, if it was what the scholars' initial reports suggested it was, threatened not merely the current administration of the Covenant, but the entire theological foundation upon which the Empire's legitimacy rested. If humans were reclaimers, if the species that humanity represented was the designated inheritor of the Forerunner legacy, the beings the Forerunners themselves had chosen to carry their legacy forward, then the great journey, as the prophets had defined and administered it for millennia, was not simply incomplete, it was inverted. The pilgrims were not the chosen, the heretics were. And if that were known, if that finding circulated through the Covenant's scholarly and religious communities with the speed that significant theological discoveries tended to circulate, discussed and debated, and eventually impossible to suppress, the consequences for the prophet's authority were not difficult to calculate. The San'Sheum had built their place at the apex of the hierarchy on their exclusive claim to interpret the Forerunner legacy. If that legacy had a designated inheritor, and that inheritor was not them, and the inheritor could be identified and pointed to, was in fact already present in the galaxy, already alive, already capable of activating Forerunner machinery in ways that the prophet's most gifted scholars could not, then the prophet's interpretive authority was not merely challenged. It was superseded. Truth made his decision. The finding from Harvest was classified at the highest level the Covenant's intelligence architecture possessed. The scholars who had produced it were reassigned to postings from which their continued discussion of the subject could be managed. The theological question of humanity's relationship to the Forerunner legacy was closed, not answered. Closed, the distinction being that an answered question has a resolution, while a closed question has simply been removed from the space of permissible inquiry. In the official record, humanity was reclassified. The ambiguity that the initial contact reports had introduced — was this species a curiosity, a complication, a theological problem requiring careful navigation — was resolved. Humanity was heretics. Humanity had desecrated the holy relics of the gods by their mere presence and their biological relationship to them. Humanity was an affront to the great journey and to every species that had sacrificed and suffered and died in the faith that the journey was real and its destination was transcendence. Humanity was to be removed. The order went to the fleet. The muffled sound of an emergency broadcast cutting out mid-transmission has a specific quality that distinguishes it from a signal that has simply ended. There is an abruptness to it, a truncation that the ear recognizes as the difference between completion and interruption, between a message that has finished and a message that has been stopped. Harvest did not end quickly. The Covenant fleet did not arrive above the colony and immediately begin the process that would come to be called glassing, the systematic application of focused energy from orbital altitude that converted the surface of a world from a place where human beings lived into a place where they no longer could. There was, first, a period of contact. The Covenant sent ships toward the colony's population centers. The colonial militia and the small UNSC presence on the planet attempted communication. The Covenant's response was not immediate annihilation. It was something stranger and in some ways more unsettling, because it was not directed at them as enemies in the conventional sense, but as problems to be processed, as a theological complication being resolved through administrative means. The people of Harvest in those first exchanges encountered an empire that was not angry at them and was not afraid of them and did not, in the most meaningful sense, see them as adversaries worthy of the category of opponent. They were heretics, and the removal of heresy is not a war, it is a cleansing. The colonial militia fought. It would be wrong to pass over that without acknowledgement, because those early engagements, conducted by lightly armed security personnel against the military forces of an empire that had been making war for thousands of years, represent something worth naming plainly. The people of Harvest did not surrender. They did not, when the enormity of what they were facing became apparent, simply accept the outcome that the Covenant's arrival made statistically inevitable. They organized what resistance they could with what they had. They protected evacuation routes. They bought time for civilian ships to lift from the colony's landing pads and push into the dark above with whatever fraction of the population those ships could carry. They died in the specific and unremarkable way that people die when they choose to stand between something enormous and the people behind them, which is to say, without the grandeur that retrospective histories tend to assign such moments, and with all the particular ordinary terror that accompanies the real thing. The evacuation was partial. Many of Harvest's 300,000 people made it off the surface before the glassing began. Many did not. The Covenant's fleet took up its orbital positions and began the systematic work of erasure. And the world below, the fields, the settlements, the prefabricated buildings, and the accumulated small evidence of 300,000 human lives, was converted, methodically and without haste, into a surface of fused glass and cooling rock that would not support human habitation for generations, if ever. A UNSC battle group was dispatched when the reports from Harvest reached the command structures that processed such things, and the battle group that arrived above what remained of Harvest was the first organized military force humanity had sent to confront the Covenant directly. The engagement that followed was not a battle in the sense that the term implies a contest of roughly comparable forces. The UNSC's warships that arrived above Harvest met a Covenant fleet that had been making war at interstellar scales since before humanity had developed the wheel, crewed by species whose martial culture predated human civilization. Equipped with technologies that operated on principles the UNSC's engineers had not fully characterized and could not immediately counter. The human ships fought. They were defeated. The survivors, the ships, and the people that made it back through slipspace to report what had happened brought with them information that the UNSC's command structure received with a quality of silence that those who were present in those briefing rooms would later describe as unlike any silence they had experienced before or after. The reports were specific and consistent. The alien force, the fleet above Harvest, the forces that had prosecuted the initial contact, the intelligence that could be gathered from the engagement, was not engaging in territorial expansion. It was not competing for resources. It was not pursuing any of the motivations that human military doctrine had prepared its officers to anticipate and counter in an adversarial first contact scenario. The alien force was, as far as anyone who had survived contact with it could determine, engaged in the systematic elimination of human life as an end in itself, not as a means to an objective that might be negotiated or contested, as the objective. The word that appeared in the internal communications of the UNSC's senior command structure in the weeks following the Harvest engagement was a word that none of those communications had ever previously been required to contain. It appeared first in a classified assessment produced by ONI analysts, working from the survivor reports and the sensor data recovered from the engagement. It appeared later in the strategic planning documents that the UNSC's leadership began producing as the implications of the Harvest reports were absorbed. It was a word that no institutional document in the history of human spaceflight had ever had occasion to use in reference to a threat that was not hypothetical: extinction. The UNSC understood, in the weeks and months after Harvest, that it was facing something for which no plan existed, no doctrine had been written, and no preparation had been made. It understood that the force it had encountered was vastly superior to anything humanity could currently put into the field. It understood that the force was not interested in any resolution other than the one it had already begun implementing above the fused and glowing surface of a quiet agricultural world in the Epsilon Indi system. And it understood, with the particular clarity that tends to accompany confrontations with the genuinely existential, that the question it now faced was not how to win a war, it was how to survive long enough to figure out what winning might even look like. The outer colonies continued their ordinary business for a little while longer, because the news from Harvest was classified, and classified news does not reach the people it most directly concerns in any timely fashion. On worlds across the outer systems, farmers tended their fields, and administrators managed their budgets, and families went about the unremarkable work of ordinary lives that had not yet been told what was coming toward them through the dark. The UNSC began, quietly and with the specific urgency of an institution that has just been confronted with a problem it cannot solve with existing resources, to think about what it would need to build and what it would be willing to do to build it. The war had begun. Harvest had been the first world burned. It would not be the last. The pattern established itself quickly, and once established it, did not vary in any way that offered comfort. A colony would go silent. The silence would be noted, flagged, investigated with the particular caution that the Harvest reports had installed in every UNSC commander who had read them, which by this point was every UNSC commander of any meaningful seniority. A vessel or a small group of vessels would be dispatched to investigate, with orders calibrated to the new reality: approach with care, assess before engaging, withdraw if the tactical picture was unfavorable. What those vessels found, when they dropped out of slipspace above the worlds that had gone quiet, was consistent enough, across enough separate incidents, that consistency itself became a kind of horror. The Covenant had been there. The Covenant had done its work. What remained where a human world had been was a surface that glowed in certain spectra when scanned from orbit, that returned no life signs, that answered no transmissions, that existed now as geology rather than community, the fused and sterile record of an erasure so complete that even the word destruction felt inadequate to describe it, because destruction implies that something remains in the aftermath, changed but present, while glassing left a world that was not destroyed so much as negated. The UNSC's strategic situation in the war's early years was not, by any conventional military analysis, a situation that admitted of optimistic assessment. The force it was facing outmatched it in every category that military planners used to evaluate the balance of power between adversaries. The Covenant's warships were larger, faster, better shielded, and equipped with energy projection weapons, plasma torpedoes, pulse lasers, the focused energy weapons that human engineers were only beginning to characterize in terms of their operating principles, that could deliver catastrophic damage at ranges where the UNSC's own armaments were not yet effective. The Covenant's ground forces, when they deployed, were individually superior to their human counterparts in physical capability, in equipment, and in the accumulated martial experience of species that had been professional warriors for longer than humanity had been literate. The Covenant's logistics were the logistics of an empire with 1,000 years of interstellar military experience behind them, practiced at the projection of force across the kind of distances that human naval doctrine was still developing frameworks to address. The low vibration of a Lynx frigate in slipspace is felt more than heard, a resonance in the structure of the ship itself, transmitted through the deck plating into the soles of the feet, a reminder that the vessel is moving through something that human physics has learned to exploit without fully explaining, and that the dark outside the viewports is not the dark of ordinary space, but something stranger and less patient. Against this, the UNSC possessed its own advantages, though they were advantages of a kind that did not easily translate into victories. Humanity was numerous, 800 worlds, billions of people, a population base that could absorb losses that would have been demographically catastrophic for a smaller species and continue to field forces. Human industrial capacity, distributed across the inner colonies and the manufacturing centers of the established worlds, was substantial and capable of rapid expansion under wartime pressure. And humans, it turned out, were adaptable in ways that the Covenant had perhaps not fully anticipated, capable of studying an adversary and adjusting doctrine, of identifying tactical patterns in an enemy's behavior and developing counters, of fighting with an improvisational creativity that the Covenant's more rigid military culture did not always match. None of these advantages changed the fundamental arithmetic of the early war, but they meant that the arithmetic was not quite as simple as the Covenant's opening moves had suggested it might be. The UNSC did not attempt to hold every outer colony. It could not. The resources required to garrison every threatened world against a fleet of the Covenant's size and capability would have been impossible to assemble and strategically incoherent, even if they had been available, because the effort to hold every position simultaneously would have ensured that no position was held adequately. What the UNSC attempted instead, in those early years, was a strategy that its officers understood clearly and its civilian population was not told about with any corresponding clarity. Triage. The outer colonies were categorized not by their populations or their histories or the human cost of their loss, but by their strategic value, what they produced, what infrastructure they contained, what their fall would mean for the UNSC's capacity to continue fighting, and the military forces available were allocated accordingly. Some worlds received reinforcement, some worlds received evacuation assistance, and the honest assessment that reinforcement was not coming. Some worlds received nothing, because the mathematics of the larger situation left nothing available to send, and the commanders responsible for those decisions carried the weight of them in ways that their fitness reports and their promotion records did not capture. The ambient noise of a military command center in a period of sustained operational stress is a particular kind of background. The cycling of life support systems, the subdued exchange of status reports, the soft alert tones that have been calibrated low enough not to cause alarm, but are present often enough to maintain a constant low-grade awareness that something is always happening somewhere that requires attention. It was in this context, a war being lost slowly, deliberately, the retreat managed with professional care, but a retreat nonetheless, that the UNSC's senior leadership and the officers of the Office of Naval Intelligence arrived at one of the most consequential institutional decisions of the entire conflict. The decision was not tactical. It was not a new weapons program or a revised deployment strategy or an innovative approach to the engagement geometries that the Covenant's fleet tactics favored. It was a directive, and it addressed a problem that the Harvest engagement and its aftermath had made inescapable. The Covenant could track human ships. The mechanism by which the Covenant located human colonies was not, in the war's early years, fully understood by the UNSC's intelligence analysts, but the pattern was observable, even without a complete technical explanation. Wherever a Covenant fleet engaged human vessels, and those vessels escaped, fled into slipspace, survived the engagement, made it back to human-controlled space, the Covenant tended to follow. Not immediately, not always, but with a consistency that exceeded the probability of coincidence and implied a capability that the Covenant could determine from a ship's slipspace entry or from data recovered from a damaged or captured vessel where that ship had come from and where it was likely to go, which meant that every ship that escaped an engagement and returned home carried with it, potentially, a trail that led to the people it had left and the worlds it was returning to protect. The eerie silence of a colony that has stopped transmitting is different from ordinary radio silence. It has a quality of presence, as if the silence itself is a kind of signal, the absence of the expected communication, carrying information more clearly than any transmission could. The Cole Protocol was named for the admiral who proposed it in the form that was ultimately adopted, and its provisions were specific and unambiguous in a way that left very little room for the interpretive flexibility that military directives sometimes permit in their application. Any UNSC vessel that found itself in danger of capture by Covenant forces was required, before capture could occur, to purge its navigational database, not simply to encrypt it or to restrict access, to destroy it, to eliminate from the ship's systems every record of every slipspace coordinate that had ever been stored there, every destination plotted, every origin logged, every course calculated. The navigational database of a warship was the accumulated cartographic record of everywhere that ship had been and everywhere it had been asked to go, and within that record was the information that the Covenant needed to follow the threads of human military movement back to the worlds and the people that those threads connected. Purging the database severed those threads. It made the ship, in terms of the intelligence it could provide to a Covenant boarding party or to analysts studying the wreckage after an engagement, navigationally blind, a vessel with no recorded history, pointing nowhere, carrying no map of the human worlds it had been built to defend. If the purge could not be completed before capture, if the tactical situation deteriorated too rapidly, if the damage was too severe, if circumstances conspired to make the ordered sequence of the protocol impossible to execute in full, then the directive continued. The ship was to be destroyed. The crew was to make whatever arrangements were necessary to ensure that neither the vessel nor the data it contained fell into Covenant hands intact, up to and including the initiation of the ship's own reactor in a manner that would produce the result required. The Cole Protocol, in its most demanding application, asked a crew to die for information. Not for a position, not for an objective, not in the prosecution of an attack that might change the tactical situation, but to protect a database, to ensure that a set of coordinates remained unknown to the enemy, to keep a secret that was, in the final accounting, more valuable than the lives required to keep it. The quiet of a ship's bridge in the moments after a captain has initiated a data purge carries a specific texture, the soft, sequential chime of systems going dark, each tone marking the deletion of another layer of the navigational record, the low hum of a countdown that everyone present understands in full, the stillness of a crew that has heard the order, that knows what the order means, and that has chosen, each of them, in their own private instant, to remain at their posts. The Cole Protocol was not universally welcomed. There were officers who argued against it, who pointed out that the directive placed an impossible burden on crews already operating under conditions of extreme stress, who noted that the requirement to self-destruct, rather than permit capture, created a psychological pressure that had no precedent in UNSC doctrine and no adequate preparation in the training pipelines that produced UNSC officers. These objections were noted, considered, and overruled. The alternative, allowing the Covenant to continue following human ships back to human worlds, shortening the already short list of colonies that remained unknown to an enemy that had demonstrated its intentions with perfect clarity above harvest, was assessed as worse. The Cole Protocol was issued. It was distributed through the chain of command. It became, almost immediately, one of the defining institutional facts of the war for every person who wore a UNSC uniform, because every person who wore a UNSC uniform now understood, with a clarity that previous military service had not required, that the organization they served had performed the specific calculus of their value and arrived at a number, and that the number was conditional. This is not to render a judgment on that calculus. The Cole Protocol saved worlds. It is not a figure of speech or a retrospective exaggeration. The systematic destruction of navigational data by ships that followed the protocol, and the systematic destruction of ships by crews that could not complete the purge in time, demonstrably slowed the Covenant's ability to identify and target human colony locations. The rate at which new colonies fell to Covenant attack in the years following the protocol's implementation was lower than the models of Covenant tracking capability had projected it would be if the policy had not existed. The protocol bought time. It bought it at a specific and measurable cost in human lives and human ships, and the transaction was, by the grim standards of the larger conflict, profitable. This is the kind of calculation that wars make of their participants, and the human Covenant War was making it of everyone involved. The outer colonies continued to fall. Not all of them, not immediately. The Protocol and the UNSC's managed retreat bought some worlds additional years, and some worlds were never reached by the Covenant's main advance, because they were too far from the paths the Covenant's fleets chose to take, or because the Covenant's targeting priorities in any given period directed its attention elsewhere. But the general direction of the war's geography was consistent and did not reverse. The frontier of human-held space contracted. The list of colonies that remained was shorter at the end of each year than it had been at the beginning. The map that the UNSC's strategic planners used to track the situation was updated regularly, and the updates were not, in those years, ever additions. The psychological toll of this sustained retreat on the UNSC's military forces was real and significant, and was not fully accounted for in the institutional thinking of an organization whose doctrine had been developed in the context of a civil insurgency, a war with a clear political dimension, with adversaries who were human and therefore comprehensible, with a conflict that had, in principle, a resolution accessible through means other than the complete annihilation of one side. The Covenant War was different in a way that the UNSC's psychological support frameworks were not designed to address. There was no political resolution available. There was no negotiated settlement that the Covenant had indicated any interest in pursuing. There was no version of the conflict's end that did not involve either humanity's survival or humanity's extinction, and the trajectory of the war's early years did not clearly indicate which of those outcomes was more likely. Officers who had served for decades in the Insurrection, who had developed professional identities around the management of a complex and frustrating but ultimately bounded conflict, found themselves in a war without visible limits, fighting an enemy without comprehensible motivation, executing a strategy whose entire logic was delay rather than victory, and doing so while being prohibited from sharing the full dimensions of the situation with the civilian populations they were sworn to protect. The UNSC and ONI maintained, throughout the war's early years, a program of information management that its architects described as necessary and its critics, in the classified internal communications, where such criticism was sometimes permitted to exist, described as a deception of the population, it was designed to reassure. The outer colony losses were reported, when they were reported at all, in terms that minimized their scale and obscured their pattern. The nature of the enemy, the theological motivation, the stated intention of total extermination, was not communicated to the general public in the terms that the UNSC's own internal assessments used. The word extinction did not appear in any public communication from the UNSC or the civilian governments that operated within its authority during those years. The war was presented as a military conflict of serious but manageable proportions, being addressed by the appropriate institutions with the appropriate resources, requiring patience and sacrifice from the civilian population, but not, the communications implied, their despair. Whether this was the right decision is a question that historians would argue about long after the circumstances that prompted it had passed. What is not in argument is that it was made, and that its consequence was a civilian population proceeding through the war's early years with an understanding of the situation that was materially incomplete, in some cases dangerously so, because the communities most directly in the path of the Covenant's advance were the communities least likely to be evacuated in time if they had not been told that evacuation was a possibility they should be preparing for. At the level of the individual UNSC officer, the captain of a frigate patrolling the outer systems, the ground force commander advising an outer colony's militia on the inadequacy of its defenses, the experience of the war's early phase had a specific texture that the strategic documents do not fully capture. It was the experience of knowing more than could be said, of watching a situation develop in a direction that the knowledge demanded action and the institutional constraints prohibited it, of fighting engagements that were successful in the tactical sense. The ship survived, the enemy was driven off, the colony purchased additional weeks, while understanding that the tactical success existed within a strategic context that made it insufficient. The Covenant was not deterred by losses. It was not reconsidering its position in response to UNSCR resistance. It was absorbing the resistance and continuing, because the resistance was the resistance of a species fighting for its life, and the Covenant was an empire prosecuting a religious obligation, and those are not symmetrical motivations. And asymmetric motivations produce asymmetric persistence. High Command understood this. The officers who sat in the most senior positions of the UNSC's strategic leadership in those years were not under illusions about the trajectory of the conflict. They understood that the outer colonies could not be held indefinitely, that the managed retreat had a limit, that the line being slowly drawn backward through human space would eventually reach worlds that could not be yielded without consequences that made the entire enterprise of survival meaningless. They understood that the Covenant's technological superiority could not be overcome by doctrine and discipline alone, that something qualitatively different was required if the trajectory of the war was to be altered rather than simply prolonged. They understood that the options available to them within the existing frameworks of military capability and institutional ethics were not sufficient, and that the options that might be sufficient existed outside those frameworks. ONI had been watching the war's progression with its characteristic combination of analytical precision and institutional willingness to consider what other organizations were not permitted to consider. Its assessments were not optimistic, but they were specific. They identified, with the particular clarity that comes from having access to information that is not available to anyone else, the exact nature of the gap between what the UNS currently possessed and what it would need to change the outcome. The gap was not primarily technological, though technology was part of it. The gap was human. The Covenant's individual soldiers, the Sangheili especially, the species that filled the Empire's officer corps and its elite combat formations, were physically superior to their human counterparts in ways that training and equipment could partially compensate for, but could not fully close. The UNSC needed something that could close it. Something that could go into the environments where the war was being decided. The close-quarters engagements, the boarding actions, the ground battles where the physics of the individual soldier determined outcomes that no amount of orbital bombardment could substitute for, and perform at a level that the Covenant's forces could not dismiss. Onai began to think about what that something would have to be, and what it would cost to build it, and whether the cost was one that an institution already making the calculations that the Cole Protocol required could be brought to authorize. The outer colonies continued to go dark, one by one, each silence arriving at monitoring stations that had learned to dread the specific absence of the expected ping. The Covenant moved with the patience of a faith that had time on its side, or believed it did, and the UNSC retreated with the discipline of an organization that had not yet found the thing that would allow it to stop retreating. That thing was being thought about, in classified documents and closed-door meetings, in the particular institutional language of people who have decided that they are going to do something and are in the process of constructing the justification that will allow them to do it. It would take time to build. It would take resources that could not be easily explained to those who might object to how they were being used. And it would begin, as so many things in the history of the human covenant war would begin, with children. Catherine Halsey was 30 years old when she submitted the proposal that would become the Spartan-II program, and she had spent the decade preceding that submission developing both the scientific framework the proposal required and the philosophical architecture she would need to sustain herself through its execution. She was, by any measure applied to the evaluation of human intellect, extraordinary, possessed of a breadth and depth of analytical capability that her academic record had documented from an early age, and that her subsequent career in ONI-adjacent research had continued to demonstrate in contexts where the problems were more complex and the stakes considerably higher than any academic environment had required. She understood genetics, cybernetics, materials science, psychology, and military doctrine at levels that would have been remarkable in any single one of those fields, and were, in combination, essentially without parallel in the UNSC's research establishment. She was also, by the accounts of people who worked alongside her across those years, someone who had arrived at a particular relationship with moral complexity, not an absence of moral awareness, which would have been simpler to describe and easier to condemn, but something more difficult. A genuine engagement with ethical questions that reached conclusions other people were not prepared to follow her to, and a capacity to sustain those conclusions under the kind of internal pressure that causes most people to retreat to safer positions. She had been thinking about the problem of human augmentation for years before the Covenant War made the thinking urgent. The Insurrection had created the professional context, the UNSC's ongoing struggle to suppress a civil conflict that conventional forces were finding expensive and inconclusive, had generated genuine institutional interest in the concept of a soldier who was not merely trained to a high standard, but physically remade to a higher one, a combatant whose capabilities exceeded what biology unaided by intervention could produce, and whose effectiveness in the specific environments that counterinsurgency demanded, small unit actions, precise application of force, operations in which a handful of individuals could achieve outcomes that would otherwise require forces an order of magnitude larger, would justify the cost of producing them. The concept was not new. Human beings had been exploring the theoretical possibility of biological enhancement for military purposes since the early days of genetic science, and the theoretical frameworks had been developed in sufficient detail that the transition from theory to proposal was primarily a matter of will rather than knowledge. The sterile quiet of a genetics research facility in its off hours has a particular quality. The hum of equipment maintaining samples at precise temperatures, the soft cycling of air filtration systems, the absence of the human activity that the space is designed to support, all of it combining into a silence that is itself a kind of presence. What Halsey brought to the concept that previous investigators had not was the specific combination of scientific precision and institutional access that allowed a theoretical framework to become an actionable program. She had run the numbers, the augmentation protocols, the biological modification sequences, the training regimens, the timelines, with a rigor that her proposal's reviewers found both impressive and, in certain respects, deeply uncomfortable, because the numbers were not abstractions. They were projections about specific human beings, about what those human beings would need to be subjected to, and what those subjections would produce, and what the failure rates along the way would look like. And Halsey had not softened those projections for her audience. She had presented them plainly, in the specific quantitative language that technical proposals require, and the plainness of the presentation created a kind of cognitive dissonance in the people reviewing it. The gap between the clinical precision of the language and the human reality the language was describing. The proposal was approved. This requires a moment of consideration, because the approval of the Spartan-II program was not a decision made by people who did not understand what they were approving. The officers and officials of the UNSC and ONI who reviewed Halsey's proposal and authorized its implementation had read the same numbers she had written. They understood the augmentation failure rates. They understood the selection criteria and what those criteria implied about the pool from which candidates would be drawn. They understood, with the particular institutional clarity that comes from having spent years making decisions in the context of an active military conflict, that the program they were authorizing was not simply expensive and technically challenging, it was something else. They approved it anyway, and the reasons they approved it were, in their own terms, coherent. The insurrection was consuming resources and lives at a rate that existing approaches were not resolving. The concept was scientifically sound. The projected outcomes justified the projected costs, and the alternative was to continue doing something that was demonstrably not working. These are recognizable reasons. They are the kinds of reasons that institutions give when they have decided to do something that they cannot fully justify in the terms they would prefer to use. The ambient hum of a classified military facility is different from the hum of a civilian research institution. Denser somehow, more deliberate, the infrastructure of secrecy adding its own layer to the ordinary sounds of human beings working in enclosed spaces, so that the building itself seems to be aware that what happens within it is not intended to leave. The selection criteria that Halsey developed for the Spartan-II program were biological. The program required subjects who possessed a particular constellation of genetic markers, indicators of baseline physical potential, neurological plasticity, and a specific category of hormonal and developmental characteristics that her research had identified as necessary for the augmentation protocols to function as designed rather than as the failure cases she had also modeled. The markers were not common. They appeared in a small fraction of the human population, and the fraction was small enough that identifying sufficient candidates required a survey of genetic records across a substantial portion of human space. ONI had access to those records, the medical databases maintained by colonial governments, the genetic profiles compiled in the course of routine healthcare administration across the inner and outer colonies, and the survey was conducted with the thoroughness that a program of this significance required. It was conducted without the knowledge of the individuals whose records were being searched, and without the knowledge of their families, because the program was classified at a level that precluded disclosure to anyone outside its administrative circle. The survey identified 75 candidates who met the criteria. They were distributed across human space, on worlds ranging from the inner colonies to the outer settlements, in communities ranging from urban centers to the kinds of isolated agricultural communities that the outer systems tended to produce. They were, at the time of their identification, children. The program's design required subjects to begin the conditioning process before puberty. The neurological plasticity that the augmentation protocols demanded was a property of developing nervous systems. and the physical conditioning that would precede the biological modifications required years of accumulation to produce the baseline that the modifications were designed to build upon. The candidates were 6 years old. Some of them were 7. None of them were older than 8. The silence of a child's bedroom in the hours before dawn has a specific texture, the small sounds of sleep, the rhythm of breathing, the ordinary and unremarkable evidence of a person at rest in a space they have inhabited long enough to have shaped it slightly to their presence, the particular quality of quiet that belongs to rooms that are used by people who do not yet know that the world outside them is complicated. What Halsey and the program's administrators did next is the element of the Spartan-II program's history that subsequent inquiry has most consistently found impossible to describe without confronting the distance between the program's necessity, as its architects understood it, and the means they chose to achieve it. The 75 children identified by the survey were taken, not recruited, not approached, not asked, not offered a choice that they or their parents could meaningfully evaluate and accept or decline. They were removed from their homes and their families and their communities by operatives acting under ONI authority in the specific and careful manner of an organization that has planned a complex logistical operation and is executing it with professional precision. The removals were timed and staged to minimize the possibility of detection. They were conducted in such a way that the children were not harmed in the physical sense during the removal itself. The people executing the operation understood that the program required specific children in specific condition, and they delivered them accordingly. In the places from which each child was taken, something was left behind. Halsey had designed this element of the program herself, and it was perhaps the most technically sophisticated aspect of an already technically sophisticated undertaking, and it was also the aspect that most clearly illuminated the specific character of the moral reasoning that the program required of those who made it. Flash clones, biological duplicates produced by a process that could generate a facsimile of a specific human being's physical form in a compressed time frame, were placed in the beds and the rooms and the lives of the 75 children who had been taken. The clones were not functional in the way that a person is functional. The process that produced them so rapidly left them with neurological and physical deficiencies that the standard cloning procedures used in medical contexts did not produce, because standard medical cloning operated on timelines that the program's operational requirements could not accommodate. The flash clones would be discovered by the families they were left with, parents who reached into a crib or opened a bedroom door and found what appeared to be their child but was not, and who would over the following days and weeks come to understand that the child they had was deteriorating in ways that medicine could not explain and could not address. The flash clones died. This was known and expected at the time of their creation. They were made for the purpose of occupying a space for long enough to prevent an immediate search from developing, and they served that purpose. And then they died, and the families who had believed they were caring for their children came to understand that they were not and never had been. The moral weight of this aspect of the program's execution was not absent from Halsey's own assessment of what she had done. Her personal journals, recovered and eventually reviewed by investigators who found them many years later, in circumstances that the program's architects had not planned for, record a sustained engagement with the question of the flash clones that does not read as rationalization and does not read as guilt in the simple sense, but as something more complicated. The reasoning of a person who understood exactly what she had done and had decided, through a process of argument she found internally consistent, that the understanding did not change the necessity. She had run the numbers on the alternative, on a program conducted without the concealment the flash clones provided, on the institutional and political consequences of a publicly disclosed program that removed children from their families for military augmentation, on the likelihood that such a program could survive long enough to produce the outcomes she believed it would produce, and the numbers had told her that the alternative was not viable. The flash clones were the cost of the program's survival, The program's survival was the cost of humanity's survival. The chain of reasoning held, she maintained, even when she looked at it from the perspective of the children whose places the clones had taken, because those children were going to become something that would matter in a way that the ordinary lives she was removing them from would not. This reasoning would be interrogated extensively by people who were not Catherine Halsey and who did not share her particular relationship with the conclusions it produced. Their interrogations are part of the record. So is the fact that the program continued. The 75 children arrived at a facility on the planet Reach, the UNSC's primary military installation world, its largest training complex, the place where human military capability was concentrated and developed, and projected outward into the conflicts the species was engaged in. They arrived in a condition consistent with children who have been removed from their families by people who were careful to be gentle and who nevertheless could not make the removal into something it was not. Some of them were frightened, some of them were quiet, in the manner of children who have learned, very recently, that the world does not behave the way they had understood it to. Some of them, the records suggest, adapted with a speed that the program's psychological assessment protocols noted with interest, and the program's designers regarded as confirmation that the selection criteria had identified something real. They were given new designations, numerical identifiers appended to their first names, a convention that the program adopted partly for security reasons and partly because the program's architects understood that what they were building required a certain kind of identity, and that identity was not the one the children had arrived with. They were told, in terms calibrated to their age and to the specific psychological work that the program needed to accomplish in its earliest phase, what they had been selected for, and what would be asked of them. They were told that they were special, which was true. They were told that what they were going to do was important, which was also true. They were not told everything, because everything included the augmentation failure rates and the flash clones and the full scope of what the program had done to bring them to this room, and those were things that the program's administrators had decided were not information that 6-year-old children needed to have. The training began the following morning. The childhood of the children who would become the Spartan-I's ended at approximately the same time, in the specific and irreversible way that things end when they are replaced by something that leaves no room for them to continue alongside it. What replaced it was not cruel in the manner of a regime designed to produce suffering. The program's designers were not interested in suffering as an outcome. It was demanding, in the manner of a process designed to produce a specific result. And the specific result it was designed to produce required a great deal of the children who were being subjected to it. And the great deal it required left behind a kind of residue in the people it was being required of, a layering of experience and adaptation, and the particular internal recalibration that occurs when a person is asked, repeatedly and across years, to locate capabilities they did not know they possessed. Reach received them. The mountains above the facility were cold in the early mornings, the highland air thin enough to make ordinary exertion feel extraordinary, the training grounds laid out across terrain that was itself a kind of argument about what the human body was capable of, when the human inhabiting it had been given no option but capability. The instructors assigned to the program were the best the UNSC's training establishment could identify, people who understood both the physical and the psychological dimensions of what they were being asked to do, who had been briefed on the program's objectives and the timeline for achieving them, and who worked within those constraints with a professionalism that the program's records document with the dispassionate precision of institutional record-keeping. Somewhere in that facility, in the early mornings when the training had not yet begun and the highland quiet had not yet been replaced by the sounds of children learning to run faster and farther than children are ordinarily asked to run, 75 people who had been taken from their beds were beginning, incrementally and irrevocably, to become something that had not existed before. The galaxy outside the facility continued its business. The Covenant continued its advance. The outer colonies continued their silence, the UNSC continued its managed retreat, and its classified assessments, and its institutional effort to find the thing that would change the arithmetic of a war it was losing. Inside the facility, that thing was learning to tie its boots and run the course again and get up when it fell down, as children do, because it was still children doing it. For now. The training lasted years. This is the first thing to understand about what the Spartan-II program did to the children it had taken, because it is the element most easily abstracted into summary and most difficult to hold in full. Not a procedure that was performed, not a moment of transformation that can be located on a timeline, but years of accumulated experience that worked on the children the way that sustained pressure works on material, not breaking it, but changing its fundamental character, altering the relationship between what it was and what it could become. The instructors who ran the training were professionals in the specific sense that their professionalism was a buffer between them and what they were doing. They knew the program's objectives, they executed the program's methods with skill and consistency, and they produced the results the program required. Some of them, the records indicate, found this easier than others. Some of them developed relationships with their charges that complicated the clean institutional logic of a program designed to produce soldiers rather than people. And those complications are present in the record as well, in the margin notes of psychological assessments and the phrasing of progress reports that occasionally stray from the expected register into something more personal. The physical conditioning was extreme by any standard applied to the training of adult professional soldiers, and was extraordinary by the standard of what children's bodies are ordinarily asked to do. The program's designers had calibrated the regimen to the specific developmental timeline they were working with. The augmentation procedures that would come later required a baseline physical condition that could only be built through sustained conditioning over an extended period. And that conditioning had to be begun early enough and maintained long enough to produce that baseline in subjects who were, at the program's start, 6 years old. The children ran, they climbed, they swam in cold water and navigated obstacle courses and engaged in hand-to-hand training that was formal and systematic and progressed through increasingly demanding stages as the children grew and their capabilities expanded. They were given educational instruction alongside the physical training, mathematics, history, military doctrine, the sciences, the accumulated knowledge that the UNSC considered foundational for officers, because the program was not producing enlisted infantry, but something more specific than that, something that would require the capacity for independent tactical judgment that only a certain kind of education could support. The cold air of a high-altitude training facility in the early morning, before the sun has cleared the mountains, carries a quality that is both bracing and indifferent. It does not care about the people breathing it, about what they have been asked to do or why, about whether the distance between where they are and where they are going is survivable or merely difficult. The children formed bonds with each other that the program's psychologists observed and documented, and, for the most part, permitted, because the bonds were functionally useful. A unit of soldiers who trust each other implicitly, who have shared years of mutual hardship and developed the specific intimacy that comes from being the only people in any given room who fully understand what the room has required of you, performs better than a unit assembled from individuals without that history. The Spartanids would need to function as a cohesive force in operational environments where the margin for error was zero, and the bonds forming in the training facility were the foundation of that cohesion. They were also, though this was not the program's primary consideration, the closest thing to family that the children had, in the specific absence of the families from which they had been taken. They gave each other nicknames, they developed private languages, small rituals, the kind of internal culture that any closed group generates when it spends enough time together in circumstances that separate it from the wider world. They competed fiercely and supported each other with equal intensity, because the training had been designed to produce both competitive excellence and collaborative capacity, and the design worked in that respect. The children internalized both imperatives and carried both forward into the adults they were becoming. They were not, across those years of training, unhappy in any simple sense. This is perhaps the most complicated thing to say about them, that the program had taken them from their homes and remade the context of their lives entirely, and then provided them, within that remade context, with enough of the things that human beings need: purpose, companionship, achievement, the satisfaction of capability developing under challenge. That simple unhappiness does not describe what they experienced. What they experienced was more complex than that, and the complexity is not a mitigation of what was done to them. It is simply the truth of it. The weight and resonance of a training exercise conducted at altitude, in full gear, in conditions designed to exceed what the previous exercise had required, leaves a specific mark on the body. Not injury in the ordinary sense, but the accumulated record of sustained demand. A kind of education written into muscle and bone and the neurological pathways that govern the relationship between will and physical response. The augmentation procedures came when the candidates were 14 years old. The timing was deliberate. The program's medical architects had determined that 14 represented the optimal window for the biological modifications the procedures involved, a point in physical development at which the interventions were most likely to produce the intended results and least likely to produce the failure cases that the projections had modeled. The procedures were extensive, and they were performed in sequence because the modifications were interdependent. Each one created the physiological conditions that the subsequent ones required, and the sequence could not be compressed without substantially increasing the risk of the outcomes that the program's designers had categorized as failures. The modifications addressed the skeletal system first. The bones of the candidates were treated with a carbide ceramic ossification process that significantly increased their density and strength. The result was a skeletal structure capable of supporting the stresses that the subsequent modifications and the operational demands of the Mjolnir armor system would place on it. But the process itself was not comfortable, and the recovery period it required was extended. The muscular system was addressed next, through a series of treatments designed to alter the fundamental cellular composition of the candidate's musculature, replacing standard human muscle fiber with a modified variant that contracted faster, generated more force per unit, and recovered from exertion more rapidly than the baseline. The neurological system received its own set of modifications: improvements to signal transmission speed between the brain and the peripheral nervous system, enhancements to the visual processing architecture, adjustments to the hormonal regulation systems that governed the fight-or-flight response in ways that made the candidates more capable of sustained high-performance function under conditions of extreme stress, without the cognitive degradation that such conditions typically produce in unaugmented humans. The procedures were not painless. They were not designed to be painless. Pain management was provided at the levels that the medical team judged consistent with successful recovery. But the modifications were invasive, and the recovery from each stage was demanding in ways that the candidates' years of physical training had prepared them for better than most human beings would have been, and that were still, by any honest account, severe. The candidates went through the procedures in parallel, because the program required them all to emerge from augmentation within a comparable time frame, and the medical infrastructure assembled for this purpose was substantial. Not all of them came through. The hum of a medical facility maintaining multiple patients through extended recovery procedures is a specific ambient texture, the cycling of monitoring equipment, the soft alerts of systems tracking physiological parameters, the low background noise of an institution whose primary function at any given moment is the sustained maintenance of human beings in states of controlled vulnerability. The failure cases that Halsey's projections had modeled were not projections that proved inaccurate. Approximately 30 of the 75 candidates did not survive the augmentation procedures, or survived them in a condition that the program's own criteria classified as non-viable, bodies that had received the modifications but had responded in ways that produced outcomes inconsistent with the program's operational requirements. Some of these candidates died during the procedures or in the immediate recovery period. Others survived, but with neurological or physical damage that precluded the function the program had been designed to develop. These individuals were not abandoned. They received care, and their subsequent histories varied in ways that the program's records document, with varying degrees of completeness. But they were no longer Spartan-IIs in the operational sense, and their removal from the program's active roster was processed with the institutional efficiency that classified programs apply to outcomes that fall within projected parameters. This is the point at which any honest accounting of the Spartan-II program must pause and name plainly what the failure projections meant. That when Halsey submitted her proposal, she knew that roughly 40% of the children she was proposing to take would not survive the augmentation phase intact. She had run those numbers. The people who approved the proposal had read those numbers. The program had proceeded. The children who died in the augmentation procedures were children who had been taken from their homes and subjected to years of intensive preparation for a transformation that killed them, and the people who had designed the program had known, when they designed it, that some number of children would not survive it, and had proceeded because the number who would survive and the capabilities those survivors would possess were assessed as worth the cost. The survivors numbered fewer than 50. They emerged from the augmentation procedures as something that had not previously existed. Human beings, recognizably human in the full complexity of what that word contains, but also something beyond the baseline parameters that the word had previously implied. Their physical capabilities were extraordinary by any standard that human achievement had previously established. Stronger, faster, more durable, more capable of sustained high-performance function under conditions that would have incapacitated or killed unaugmented soldiers, possessed of reaction times and sensory processing capabilities that placed them in a different category from the people who had trained them and from the forces alongside whom they would eventually fight. The Mjolnir armor was the final element of what the Spartan-Ts were being given, and it was itself a feat of engineering that deserved its own history. A powered exoskeletal system that had been in development in parallel with the augmentation program, designed specifically to interface with the physiological characteristics that the augmentations had produced, because Mjolnir, in its full configuration, could not be operated by an unaugmented human body. The reaction time enhancements that the neurological modifications had achieved were the key constraint. The armor's servo systems responded to neural input at speeds that produced, in unaugmented wearers, a feedback loop that the human nervous system could not regulate. The armor would amplify movements that the wearer had not intended to make, with results that ranged from loss of control to catastrophic injury. The Spartan-II's augmented nervous systems could process the feedback fast enough to control the armor as an extension of the body, rather than a mechanism being operated from within. They could wear it the way a person wears a second skin. The first time they put it on, those who were present in the room when the candidates were suited up for full Mjolnir integration described this moment with a consistency of observation that suggests they were all watching for the same thing. The effect was immediate and visceral. Human beings who were already, by the standards of the post-augmentation baseline, extraordinary physical presences, became something that the word soldier did not quite capture, and for which the language of military description had not yet developed adequate vocabulary. They were larger, in the straightforward physical sense of the armor's dimensions. They were also more than larger, in a way that was difficult to specify, and that multiple observers attempted to specify anyway, because the combination of the augmented human inside the armor and the armor itself produced something that was qualitatively different from either element in isolation, a kind of capability made visible that registered in the people observing it as something close to awe. John 1:17 was among them. He is not the only story here. The Spartan-I's were not one person's journey, and to tell the program's history through a single figure is to do a disservice to the 40-some individuals who came through the augmentation procedures and who each carried their own history into the armor and into the war that waited for them. But he is the figure through whom the program's history most clearly runs, in part because of the operations he participated in, and in part because of the particular trajectory his subsequent career would take, and so his presence in this account is noted as a presence, one Spartan among many, one voice in a group that had developed, over years of shared experience, something close to a single collective identity alongside their individual ones. The cold hum of a cryo bay in its active state, the temperature of the air, the soft mechanical breath of the preservation systems, the almost subliminal vibration of equipment maintaining its charges in a state suspended precisely between life and its absence, is a sound associated with the longest transits, the deepest distances, the journeys undertaken across the kind of spans that human consciousness cannot stay awake for. The Spartan-IIs were deployed first against the Insurrection. This is worth noting because it is frequently omitted in the retrospective accounts that find it more comfortable to frame the Spartans entirely as a response to the Covenant threat. But the program had been conceived in the context of the Civil War, and its first operational use was in that context. The missions they were sent on were the kinds of missions that the Insurrection had created the demand for: precise, small unit operations in environments where conventional forces were too blunt an instrument, requiring the application of extraordinary individual capability in service of objectives that could not be achieved by any other means available. They were effective. The operations records documenting those early missions are classified at levels that preclude comprehensive public accounting, but the assessments produced by the commanders who tasked the Spartan-IIs and received their after-action reports were consistent. The program had produced what it had claimed it would produce. And then the Covenant War accelerated, and the Insurrection was overtaken by something so much larger that the internal conflict that had seemed, only years before, to be the defining challenge of humanity's near future became difficult to sustain as a priority alongside the existential one. The Spartan-IIs pivoted. This is the word the institutional records use, and it is a word that implies a smoothness of transition that the reality did not necessarily possess, because the Spartans had been trained for counterinsurgency, and what they were now being asked to do was fight an alien empire, which is a different kind of war in almost every respect. They adapted. This was what they had been made to do, not to execute a specific task in a specific context, but to function at an extraordinary level in whatever context the war presented them with. And the war was presenting them with contexts that no human doctrine had prepared anyone to navigate. The Hook's question, planted at the beginning of this account, the question around which everything that follows is organized, was, how does a species survive a war it cannot win? The Spartans were one part of an answer that was not yet complete. They were not sufficient, alone, to change the arithmetic of the conflict. The Covenant was too large, too numerous, too consistently capable of absorbing the losses the Spartans inflicted and continuing its advance. But the Spartans introduced something into the arithmetic that had not been there before, a category of human combatant that the Covenant's forces could not simply overwhelm by the application of superior numbers and superior individual capability. The elites, the Sangheli who commanded the Covenant's ground forces and who were the individual benchmark against which all opposing infantry was measured, encountered the Spartans and discovered, in those encounters, that the benchmark was no longer uncontested. This discovery did not end the war. It did not reverse the strategic situation. But it meant something, in the specific way that symbols mean something even when their practical significance is limited. It meant that the thing the Covenant had assumed was simply true, which was that its individual soldiers were in a different category from their human counterparts, was not simply true anymore. The Spartans were deployed. They went where the war required them to go, and they did what the war required them to do, and they did it with the specific quality that years of extraordinary preparation had built into them, not fearlessness, which is a simple absence, but something more complex, a capacity to assess a situation that would produce fear in an unaugmented person and to function within it at full capability regardless, because the augmentations and the training and the years of conditioning had built the kind of relationship between will and action that did not have a reliable off switch. They were not machines. They were people who had been remade into something that the word soldier did not quite cover, by a program that had not asked their permission, in service of a species that many of them had never had the opportunity to know in any ordinary sense. The war was accelerating. The outer colonies continued their silence. The Covenant's advance pressed inward toward the heart of human space with the patience of a faith and the efficiency of a military machine that had been doing this for longer than humanity had been a spacefaring species. The Spartans were in the field, fighting actions that the historians would later reconstruct from fragmentary records and survivor accounts, buying time and space and the occasional tactical victory that did not change the strategic picture but mattered to the people in the immediate radius of its achievement. They were not enough, not yet, possibly not ever, alone, but they were something, and something in a war where nothing had been available before carried a weight that exceeded its tactical value and resided in a different category. The category of proof, of demonstration, of the small and essential evidence that the thing trying to kill you has not yet figured out how to do it completely. For a species fighting for its survival, that was not nothing. There is a particular quality to the middle of a long war that the beginning and the end do not possess, and it is not the quality that histories tend to emphasize when they describe such periods. The beginning of a war has the terrible clarity of rupture. The moment before and the moment after are distinguishable, the before being the world as it was, and the after being the world as it has become. And the distinction between them is sharp enough that the people living through it can feel the edge. The end of a war has its own clarity, different in character, but equivalent in sharpness. The resolution, whatever form it takes, creates another, before and after, another legible boundary between states of the world. The middle has neither. The middle of a long war is a sustained condition, rather than a sequence of events, a state of being that the people living inside it come to understand not as a phase they are passing through, but as the permanent texture of existence, the way things are, the way things have been, for as long as reliable memory extends, the way things will presumably continue to be for a future that declines to offer any visible boundary. The decade roughly spanning 2535 to 2545 was the middle of the human covenant war in this sense. It was not the middle in any precise chronological calculation. The war began in 2525 and ended in 2553, which places the arithmetic midpoint somewhere in the early 2540s, close enough to the period in question to make the designation reasonable. But the more meaningful sense in which this decade was the middle is experiential rather than mathematical. It was the period in which the war had been going on long enough that its continuation had become the baseline condition of human civilization, the normal state against which everything else was measured, and had not yet reached the specific crises that would, in the war's final years, force the kind of resolution that middles do not permit. It was a decade of grinding, and the grinding had a specific texture that deserves description rather than summary. The thrum of a Mac cannon charging is not a sound that occurs in isolation. It is felt in the structure of the ship before it is heard, a vibration that works its way through the hull plating and the decking and the bones of anyone standing near the firing systems, a physical announcement of the energy being accumulated in preparation for release, enormous and contained, a held breath at the scale of a warship. The magnetic accelerator cannon was the foundation of UNSC naval doctrine in a way that no single weapon system had ever occupied that position in human military history, and understanding why requires understanding the specific tactical geometry of the war the UNSC was fighting. The Covenant's warships were shielded, energy shielding systems that could absorb and dissipate a substantial fraction of the kinetic and directed energy impacts that naval engagements produced, regenerating between hits at rates that made sustained conventional fire the wrong approach to defeating them. The shielding was not unlimited. It could be overwhelmed, driven past its regeneration capacity by impacts of sufficient individual magnitude or by a rate of fire that exceeded the regeneration rate. But the threshold for overwhelming it was high enough that most conventional naval armaments could not reach it reliably in engagement conditions. The MAC addressed this problem by delivering kinetic energy in packages of a size that no regenerating shield could easily dismiss. Ferromagnetic slugs of several hundred tons accelerated to a significant fraction of the speed of light, carrying kinetic payloads measured in the equivalent of nuclear weapons. A single MAC round, connecting with a Covenant warship's shield, delivered an impact that the shield could absorb. Usually, not always, the variance being one of the unpredictable elements that kept naval engagements from being purely deterministic exercises. 2 MAC rounds in rapid succession could stress the shield beyond its recovery capacity. 3 could collapse it entirely and leave the vessel beneath it exposed to the follow-on fire from the Archer missile batteries and the Shiva nuclear warheads that UNSC Doctrine positioned as the exploitation phase following shield collapse. The tactical problem was delivering those MAC rounds in the right sequence and at the right timing under combat conditions where the Covenant was actively maneuvering, actively returning fire, and actively doing everything that a militarily sophisticated adversary does to prevent an opponent from executing a carefully planned engagement geometry. The Covenant's plasma weapons, superheated ionized gas delivered in focused bolts or sustained beams, were effective at ranges where the MAC's accuracy advantages were most pronounced, and the damage they delivered to UNSC plating was qualitatively different from conventional kinetic impacts in ways that complicated damage control and reduced the structural integrity of ships that had absorbed them. A UNSC frigate that had taken multiple plasma impacts was not simply damaged, it was damaged in ways that altered its subsequent tactical performance, made it more vulnerable to subsequent fire, and created the kind of cascading systems failures that naval engagements could not accommodate. The Archer missiles were the middle layer of UNSC naval armament, numerous, relatively cheap by the cost standards of naval ordnance, most effective against Covenant ships whose shielding had been stressed or collapsed, capable of saturating a target zone in numbers that individual point defense systems struggled to address. They were not decisive on their own. A Covenant warship at full shielding could absorb Archer fire without meaningful degradation, but in the coordinated doctrine that unscathed fleet engagements required, they occupied an essential role. The sustained pressure that prevented a partially shielded ship from recovering while the follow-on MAC fire was being prepared. The cold silence between stars during slipspace transit has a quality that veteran spacers describe in ways that consistently reference the absence of reference. There is nothing outside the viewports that provides the visual anchoring that ordinary space, with its fixed stellar landmarks, offers, and the nothing outside is not the nothing of empty space, but something else. Something that the human visual system registers as a kind of active absence rather than simple darkness. The Shiva-class nuclear warheads were the UNSC's most powerful conventional ordnance and were deployed with a constraint that doctrine imposed, but that circumstances sometimes eroded. They were most effective in the void of open space, away from planetary surfaces and civilian populations, because their yields were calibrated for ship-to-ship engagement and were grotesquely disproportionate to any target that human beings might occupy in proximity. In the fleet engagements of the war's middle years, Shivas were the closing punctuation of a successfully executed MAC and Archer sequence, delivered against a shield-collapsed Covenant warship in numbers sufficient to ensure destruction, because Covenant engineering was robust enough that a shielded ship that was not destroyed in the immediate follow-on after shield collapse could, under some circumstances, restore enough shielding to survive and disengage. The Shiva ensured that disengagement was not the outcome. The Covenant's ground forces presented tactical problems that were, in certain respects, more immediately personal than the naval engagement challenges, because the ground war was fought at ranges where individual human beings encountered individual Covenant soldiers in conditions that the augmentation gap made acutely consequential. The Sangheli, the elites, the officer class and elite infantry of the Covenant's ground forces were the benchmark, the adversary that UNSC ground doctrine was most specifically calibrated to account for, and accounting for them was an exercise in finding tactical approaches that compensated for physical parameters the UNSC's unaugmented soldiers could not match directly. The Sangheli were fast, strong, shielded by personal energy systems that functioned on principles similar to the naval shielding at smaller scale, and armed with weapons, energy swords, plasma rifles, fuel rod weapons, that delivered damage in ways that standard UNSC body armor was not designed to address. They also operated with a tactical sophistication that reflected a warrior culture refined over centuries, a capacity for small unit coordination and individual initiative that made them genuinely dangerous adversaries at every level of engagement, from the platoon to the theater. The Ungoi, the grunts, were individually less formidable and were deployed in ways that reflected this, as shock infantry, as cannon fodder in the specific sense of that phrase, as numerical mass intended to saturate defensive positions and create the tactical conditions that the Sangheli and the Kigyar behind them could exploit. A Ungoi heavy Covenant forces was winnable in the tactical sense. The loss ratios were unfavorable, but not catastrophically so, and disciplined fire and good positioning could hold against Ungoi assault. The same engagement against Sangheli heavy forces was a different calculation entirely, one in which the tactical variables that competent unscrowned commanders could control were often insufficient to overcome the individual capability differential. The Magalegolo, the hunters, bonded pairs of colonial organisms encased in a plating that functioned as both armor and weapon system, presented specific problems that standard anti-infantry doctrine was not designed to solve, requiring dedicated engagement protocols and ordnance categories that the UNSC had developed through painful operational experience. The distant sound of a Covenant energy sword igniting is not loud, it is a soft, resonant tone, almost musical in its quality, the kind of sound that carries more information about its source than its volume suggests, and the information it carries is specific. Something nearby has just become more dangerous. There were battles in the middle years that the UNSC won. This is not a qualifier appended to soften the strategic picture. It is a fact that deserves acknowledgement in its own terms, because the victories were real and the people who achieved them paid real costs to do so. The Battle of Sigma Octanus IV in 2552, technically at the edge of the period under consideration, but representative of the kind of engagement the Middle War produced, saw UNSC successfully defend a colony world against Covenant attack, using a combination of orbital MAC-fire, Spartan ground operations, and the kind of tactical improvisation under pressure that the war had, by this point, had years to develop in the people who survived it. There were earlier engagements in the same vein, scattered across the middle decade, moments where the tactical situation aligned in ways favorable to UNSC doctrine, and the UNSC forces present executed that doctrine with sufficient skill to produce outcomes that would not have seemed inevitable from the engagement's opening dispositions. None of these victories changed the strategic picture. This is the essential context within which the Middle War's tactical record must be understood. The battles that the UNSC won were battles from which the Covenant recovered, positions from which the Covenant withdrew, only to return with adjusted forces, colonies that were defended successfully once and attacked again later when the Covenant's operational priorities brought it back. The UNSC had no equivalent recovery capacity. A colony world defended successfully was a colony world defended for that engagement, not secured for the duration, and the resources consumed in its defense were resources that could not be simultaneously deployed elsewhere. The Covenant's operational depth, the number of fleets it could commit to a theater, the rate at which it could reconstitute forces damaged in engagements, the degree to which a tactical setback in one system affected its operational capacity in the adjacent systems, was not matched by the UNSC's own depth, and the mismatch accumulated across the middle years in ways that the occasional tactical victory could not offset. The human cost of this accumulation was expressed in the numbers that ONI compiled and classified and reviewed in the analytical documents that circulated within its restricted distribution list. Colony counts, population estimates for worlds that had been glassed versus populations successfully evacuated. Force projection capacity trends, the rate at which the UNSC could field new ships and trained crews against the rate at which ships and crews were being lost in engagements. The trend lines in these documents did not point toward equilibrium. They pointed toward a continuation of the trajectory established in the war's early years, the slow contraction of human-held space and human military capacity toward a limit that the documents identified with clinical precision and declined to name explicitly, because naming it would have required using a word that classified ONI documents were evidently still reluctant to commit to paper. The propaganda architecture that the UNSC and the civilian governments operating within its authority had constructed in the war's early years was, by the middle period, under the kind of sustained pressure that exposes the difference between a communication strategy designed for short-term confidence maintenance and one designed for long-term credibility. The outer colony losses had been large enough and distributed enough across human space that the communities who had lost family members and connections to those worlds could not be comprehensively managed by any information program, however sophisticated. The stories circulated in the private communications between families, in the communities that had received evacuees from fallen worlds, in the networks that the Insurrection had built for the distribution of information the UNSC preferred not to see distributed and that continued to function, somewhat ironically, even as the Insurrection itself had largely been subsumed by the larger conflict. People understood, with a clarity that the official communications did not provide, but that informal networks supplied, that the situation was worse than they were being told. The response to this understanding varied. Some communities organized and prepared, developed civil defense capacities, established evacuation protocols, began the practical work of assuming that the problem was real and acting accordingly. Some communities dissolved into the particular social instability that sustained existential threat tends to produce when the institutions responsible for addressing it are perceived as having forfeited their credibility. The UNSC managed both responses with the blunt instruments available to a military government under wartime pressure, which is to say imperfectly, and with consequences that the historical record documents in ways that do not consistently reflect well on the managing. At the level of the individual UNSC officer in the middle years, and this is perhaps the most important register at which to understand this period, because institutions are ultimately composed of people, and the people are where the war actually lived, the experience had developed a specific texture that the documents produced by institutions do not capture, but that the personal accounts, the letters and the logs and the after-action reports, whose language occasionally slipped past the expected register into something more personal, document with inadvertent clarity. It was the texture of competence deployed in service of an insufficient strategy. The officers of the Middle War were, by and large, good at what they did. They had been selected and trained and developed by an institution that, whatever its strategic failures, produced military professionals of genuine capability. They executed their missions with skill. They brought their ships home when bringing them home was possible, and they completed their objectives when completing them was achievable, and they made the specific local decisions that the specific local situations required, with the judgment that years of professional development had given them. And none of it was enough. The competence was real, and the insufficiency was also real, and living inside both simultaneously for years produced something in the people who did it that had no clean name in the UNSC's psychological support framework, a kind of clarity without resolution, the specific awareness of someone who understands the problem completely and cannot solve it, and who must continue, regardless, to do the parts of the problem that are within reach. Onai's analysts had identified, across the middle years, a pattern in the Covenant's behavior that did not fit the simple model of a force prosecuting an extermination campaign by the most direct available means. The Covenant was not always taking the most direct path to the next target. Its fleet movements included detours, approaches to systems that did not have significant human populations or strategic UNSC installations that had been surveyed by human exploration but not heavily developed, that shared one characteristic that the analysts eventually isolated as the common factor: the presence of Forerunner ruins. The Covenant was searching. It was conducting its extermination campaign with simultaneous attention to something else, something that its fleet movements suggested it considered important enough to pursue alongside the primary objective, and the something was located in the residue left by the vanished civilization whose relics had started the whole catastrophe in the first place. Oni did not yet know what the Covenant was looking for. It knew the pattern existed, and it began to develop the analytical frameworks that would allow it to predict, with increasing accuracy, which systems the Covenant's routing suggested it would reach next. Not because those systems were high-value targets in military terms, but because they were the next locations on a map that the Covenant appeared to be following, a map that Oni was reconstructing one data point at a time from the movements of a fleet that did not know it was being watched closely enough for the pattern to be visible. What the Covenant was looking for, Oni was beginning to understand, was something large, something that the Forerunners had left behind, that was more significant than anything yet recovered. Something that the Covenant's theological framework designated as, perhaps, the culminating point of the great journey it had been prosecuting for millennia. The analysis was incomplete, and the conclusions were provisional, but the direction they pointed was toward a category of object that the Forerunner records, such as the UNSC had managed to access and partially interpret, described with a specific and recurring term: installations, ring-shaped, of extraordinary scale. The Middle War continued, the grinding continued, the losses accumulated, and the line retreated, and the people inside the retreating line continued to do what they could with what they had, which was what the middle of any long war asks of the people living inside it, and what those people provide, because the alternative is to stop providing it, and stopping is not, in the end, what people do. There is a distinction that institutions at war tend to develop, over time and under pressure, between the things they do and the things they acknowledge doing, and the distance between those two categories tends to grow in direct proportion to the duration of the conflict and the severity of the circumstances it produces. The UNSC was not unique in this respect. The pattern is observable across the history of human warfare, in every era and every context in which an organized human institution has found itself in a conflict it was not certain it could survive. What the Human Covenant War produced, in the specific case of the Office of Naval Intelligence, was a version of this pattern at a scale and with a degree of institutional sophistication that had not previously been achieved in human military history, because the circumstances that produced it, a war of extinction, prosecuted by an adversary of effectively unlimited patience against a species that was running out of time, were themselves unprecedented. Onai did not become something different from what it had been because its people were different kinds of people. It became something different because the war made different things necessary, and Onai was the institution whose mandate, whose operational culture, and whose existing capabilities positioned it to do the things that necessity indicated, regardless of whether those things could be acknowledged in any forum that operated by ordinary rules. The black sites were the most straightforwardly describable aspect of ONI's expanded wartime operations, which is not to say that they were uncomplicated. It is to say that their existence and general function could be understood in terms that a person unfamiliar with the specific classified details could still recognize as falling within a comprehensible category. Detention facilities, research installations, intelligence processing centers. These were things that military intelligence organizations maintained in wartime, and the fact that ONI's versions of them were not on any official map and were staffed by personnel whose assignments did not appear in any accessible record was an amplification of a standard practice rather than a departure from one. What happened in those facilities? The interrogation of captured Covenant personnel, the study of recovered Covenant technology, the development of countermeasures derived from intelligence gathered by methods that the laws governing armed conflict would not have straightforwardly endorsed, was the business of institutions operating in the space that the laws create when they are applied in environments sufficiently extreme that the gap between their letter and the reality they are supposed to regulate becomes wide enough to work in. The sterile hum of an ONI installation is a different sound from the hum of a military facility whose existence is acknowledged. It carries within it the specific quality of a place that has been designed to be unvisited, that has no casual traffic, no administrative personnel moving through hallways on ordinary business, only the people who are supposed to be there doing the things they are supposed to be doing, in a silence that is itself a kind of operational security. The intelligence product that ONI developed from these operations was real and valuable. The partial characterization of Covenant energy shielding technology that allowed UNSC naval engineers to refine MAC targeting doctrine, the specific insight that shield harmonics could be exploited by adjusting the timing interval between successive MAC rounds to maximize the cumulative stress on the regeneration system, came from analysis conducted at facilities that did not officially exist, using methods that were not officially employed. The development of threat assessment frameworks for the various Covenant species, the behavioral profiles and tactical tendency analyses that UNSC ground commanders used to anticipate and counter Covenant unit actions, drew on data gathered in ways that the data's subjects had not consented to and would not have recognized as legitimate. The intelligence was good. The methods were what they were. The war continued. The Spartan-III program was something else. It was not Halsey's program. This is the first and most essential distinction between the Spartan-II and Spartan-III programs, because Halsey's involvement, her specific combination of scientific rigor, genuine belief in the individuals she was creating, and the particular moral reasoning that she applied to her own decisions, was the characteristic that most clearly distinguished the Spartan-II program from what ONI did with the framework she had developed. Halsey had, however wrongly and however much at cost to the people she had subjected to her program, believed in the Spartans as people. She had tracked their development with an attention to the specific individuals involved that went beyond what the program's operational objectives required. She had maintained records of their psychological states, their relationships with each other, their progress through the training in terms that registered them as people rather than assets. The ethical violations at the Spartan-II program's foundation were profound, and Halsey's belief in her subjects did not redeem them. But the belief was real, and its presence produced a program that treated the people it was creating as people, however inadequately and however much within the constraints of a framework that had fundamentally compromised their agency. The soft sound of a classified file being sealed, the physical mechanism of a security container closing, the electronic confirmation of an access log entry being generated, the small procedural rituals of an institution that takes seriously the boundary between what is known inside and what is permitted outside, carries within it the implication of contents that would be received differently in different contexts, that derive their character in part from who is allowed to know them. ONI's Spartan-III program did not treat its subjects as people in the sense that Halsey's program had. It treated them as a resource, a consumable resource, more precisely, produced for the purpose of being expended in operations that the mathematics of the larger war indicated were necessary, but that the mathematics also indicated were unlikely to be survived by the people conducting them. The distinction is not a subtle one. It was understood by the people who designed the program and was, in fact, built into the program's foundational logic. The Spartan-III program was less expensive than its predecessor because it asked less of each subject, augmented them less completely, produced individuals who were less capable than the Spartan-III, but who were produced in larger numbers at lower individual cost, and who were designated for operations where the expected outcome for the operators was casualties approaching or equaling 100%. The candidates for the Spartan-III program were orphans. This was not an incidental characteristic. It was a selection criterion, built into the program's design by people who understood that recruiting child soldiers from families intact enough to notice their absence and motivated enough to pursue inquiry created operational security problems that the program could not afford, and who solved those problems by identifying a population whose family structures had already been destroyed by the war itself. The outer colony losses had produced, by the program's inception, a substantial population of children whose parents had not survived the glassing of their worlds, who had been processed through whatever refugee and humanitarian systems the UNSC maintained for such purposes, and who existed in institutional limbo, alive, housed, fed, with no family context to return to, and no clear future that the UNSC's overburdened administrative systems had the capacity to provide. They were, in the program's assessment framework, available. They were also, the program's designers noted, motivated, possessed of a grief and an anger that, properly directed, could be shaped into the specific psychological profile that operations designed around acceptable total loss required. The ambient quiet of a military briefing room after the last officer has departed and the presentation materials have been secured and the room has returned to the neutral condition it maintains between uses carries a specific emptiness, not the emptiness of a space that has never been occupied, but the emptiness of a space that has been recently vacated, that still holds, in some registrable but not quite definable way, the residue of what was said and decided within it. Alpha Company was the first cohort, 300 children, selected from the pool the program's recruiters had identified, brought to the training facility on Onyx, a world that ONI had designated for the program because its characteristics made it suitable for the kind of training that would need to be conducted without external observation. The training they received was derivative of the Spartan-II program's approach, but compressed. The timeline was shorter, the conditioning more intensive within that shorter period, and the augmentation procedures they underwent were a modified version of Halsey's protocols that had been adjusted to reduce cost and production time at the expense of some of the biological modifications that the Spartan-II program had included. The result was a soldier who was substantially superior to an unaugmented UNSC Marine in physical capability, reaction time, and endurance, but who did not reach the performance parameters that the Spartan-Pies had achieved. The gap was deliberate, and the people who designed it understood exactly what it implied, that the Spartan-IIIs would not be sent on the kinds of operations that required the Spartan-II performance level, because those operations were too few and too valuable to staff with soldiers who could not reliably achieve the outcomes required. The Spartan-IIIs would be sent on different kinds of operations. Operation Torpedo was Alpha Company's primary engagement. The target was a Covenant fuel refinery facility of sufficient strategic significance that its destruction was assessed as worth the operational cost, where the operational cost was understood, at the planning level, to mean Alpha Company in its entirety, or close enough to its entirety that the survivors, if any, would not constitute a meaningful fraction of the force committed. The operation achieved its objective. The facility was destroyed. Of the 300 members of Alpha Company deployed on Torpedo, Two survived. The operations assessment, produced by the ONI officers responsible for its planning and execution, classified it as a success. The assessment used the word success without qualification, because by the metrics the program applied to its operations, target destroyed, strategic objective achieved, cost within projected parameters, it was accurate. The program's parameters did not include, as a metric, the lives of the people who had conducted the operation, because the program had been designed around the understanding that those lives were the cost of the parameters it was optimizing for, and you cannot count as a failure the expenditure of a resource whose expenditure was the plan. Beta Company followed Alpha, and Gamma Company followed Beta, each cohort of 300 children recruited, trained, augmented, and deployed in the same framework. The operations they were sent on varied in their specific targets and tactical approaches, but shared the common characteristic of their expected outcome, that the people who conducted them were not expected to return, or were expected to return in numbers that the program's planners assessed as operationally irrelevant. The operations achieved their objectives with a consistency that the program's architects pointed to as validation of the approach. The Spartan-IIs were producing strategic results at a cost that the program's accounting could justify, and the accounting did not require that the cost be felt by anyone outside the closed circle of people who knew the program existed. Kurt Ambrose, a Spartan-II who had been assigned to the Spartan-III program as its lead trainer, one of the rare connections between the two programs at the operational level, understood what he was training his candidates for in a way that the program's administrative structure did not require him to communicate to the candidates themselves. He trained them with the care and attention that his own training had developed in him, because the care and attention were what he knew and what he was, and the program's designers had chosen him partly for those qualities. A trainer who could produce in 300 children the specific psychological profile that operations designed around total loss required, was a trainer who had to be genuinely invested in those children. The investment was real. The destination of the investment was what it was. The historians who would eventually reconstruct the Spartan-III program from the records that survived, some of which survived because they were preserved by people who understood that what they documented needed to be preserved, and some of which survived by the ordinary accident of institutional record-keeping, in which things are retained that were not specifically designated for retention, approached the ethical questions the program raised from a variety of positions and reached a variety of conclusions. Some found in the Spartan-III program a straightforward moral indictment of an institution that had, under the pressure of existential threat, abandoned the ethical constraints that distinguish a civilization from the thing it is fighting to defend. Some found in it the inevitable product of a logic that the Cole Protocol had already established, that if the information in a navigational database was worth more than the crew required to destroy it, then the strategic value of a fuel refinery was worth more than the 300 people required to destroy that, and the accounting was continuous and consistent, even if the specific numbers involved were different. Some found in it simply the evidence of what wars do to the institutions that fight them over long enough periods. The way that the sustained application of existential pressure deforms the structures of ethical reasoning, the way sustained physical pressure deforms material. Not breaking the structure necessarily, but altering it at the molecular level, in ways that leave it looking similar to what it was, while being fundamentally changed. None of these conclusions are wrong, exactly. They are each adequate to a portion of what the Spartan-III program was, and none of them is adequate to the whole of it, because the whole of it includes the 300 members of Alpha Company who went to the Covenant fuel refinery and achieved the objective and did not come home, and the whole of it includes the children who were selected for Beta and Gamma Company and who understood, in the way that people understand things when the understanding is available in the texture of their situation, even if no one has said it plainly, that the program they were part of was not planning for their futures with the same thoroughness that it was planning for the operations they would conduct. The whole of it is the specific thing that happened to specific people, and the specific people were children, and the children had been selected because they had no one to look for them. This is what Oni built in the middle years of the war, in the shadow of the acknowledged conflict, with the resources and the operational space that the acknowledged conflict's demands left available. It built intelligence architecture and black sites and the analytical frameworks that allowed it to read the Covenant's movements well enough to identify patterns that no other institution had the access or the analytical capacity to see. And it built the Spartan-III program, which was effective by the metrics it was measured by, and which did what it was designed to do, and which did it at the cost of the people inside it, who had been brought to the program through their grief and shaped by it into instruments, and who went where the instruments were sent, and who achieved what was required, and who are accounted for in the historical record primarily as an output, what they produced, rather than what they were. The war required all of it. Whether the war's requirements constituted justification, the record allows each reader to determine for themselves. It is one of the persistent failures of wartime thinking that the adversary tends to flatten in the imagination of the people fighting it. The pressures of conflict, the immediate demands of survival, the psychological necessity of sustaining the will to fight, the institutional requirements of a military organization that needs its personnel focused on defeating the enemy rather than understanding it, produce a simplification of the other side that is functionally useful in the short term and analytically dangerous across longer periods. The Covenant, in the UNSC's official communications and in the informal understanding of most of the human beings who were fighting and dying in the war's middle years, was a monolith, vast, alien, implacably hostile, prosecuting its campaign of extermination with a unanimity of purpose that made its internal complexity invisible. This understanding was not accurate, and its inaccuracy mattered, because the forces that would eventually fracture the Covenant from within had been present in its structure since the founding Covenant, and an adversary that understands those forces has options that an adversary who does not understand them cannot access. The Covenant, at the height of its war-making power, was not unanimous. It was a coalition, held together by theology and by the institutional structures that theology had generated, bound by the shared promise of the Great Journey and by the authority of the hierarchs who administered that promise, but composed of species whose individual interests and cultural values were not identical and whose relationships with each other within the hierarchy were not uniformly harmonious. Understanding the war requires understanding the Covenant's internal architecture, not as a background detail, but as a living element of the conflict, because the choices made within that architecture, specific decisions by specific individuals operating within the constraints and the opportunities that the Covenant's internal politics provided, shaped the war's trajectory in ways that no purely external analysis could account for. The resonant chant of a Covenant religious ceremony fills space differently from the music of human religious traditions. It is designed for the acoustics of Covenant architecture, for chambers whose proportions are calibrated to the physical characteristics of the species conducting the ceremony, and the result is a sound that carries a specific kind of authority, the authority of a tradition that has been repeating the same words in the same formations for longer than most human civilizations have existed. The three hierarchs, the prophets of truth, mercy, and regret, occupied the Covenant's supreme institutional position not merely by virtue of their religious authority, but by virtue of the specific political skill that the process of reaching and maintaining that position required. The Covenant's leadership selection was not hereditary and was not democratic, which meant that it was something in between, an internal process of competition and consensus among the San Shayuam's senior religious scholars, weighted by doctrinal authority, political alliance, and the capacity to navigate the complex factional landscape of an ancient empire's upper reaches. The three hierarchs of the war period had survived and succeeded in that process, which was itself evidence of a specific kind of competence, and the records of their individual tenures suggest three distinct personalities operating within the shared framework of their collective authority. Truth, Ord Casto, has already been introduced as the architect of the decision at harvest, the mind behind the suppression of the reclaimer evidence, and the declaration of humanity's heretical status. This characterization is accurate but incomplete, because it describes truth in terms of a single decision when what he was, in the full record of his tenure, was a long-game strategist of considerable sophistication, a political mind operating at the scale of an empire, with a planning horizon that extended across decades and a willingness to absorb short-term costs in service of objectives that would not become visible until the patience that built them had been running for years. The decision at harvest was not an improvisation. It was the first move in a sequence that Truth had been developing for longer than the harvest contact had given him occasion to deploy. A sequence whose ultimate objective was not merely the suppression of inconvenient theology, but the restructuring of the Covenant's internal power hierarchy, in a direction that would leave the Sanshayum's position at the apex permanently secured against the most significant threat to it. That threat was the Sangheli. The low rumble of a Covenant warship's energy core operates at a frequency that the Sangheli nervous system registers as a kind of background affirmation, the sound of a vessel fully powered and ready, a sound that a species whose entire cultural identity was organized around martial readiness would have learned, over centuries of spacefaring, to associate with the state of being prepared for what the universe might require of them. The Sangheli's position in the Covenant hierarchy was the position of the indispensable partner, the species without whose military capability the Empire could not function, without whose honor culture the faith could not be credibly enforced, without whose genuine belief in the Great Journey, the theological architecture that justified everything would have lacked the authentic martial core that gave it teeth. The Sanshayum needed the Sangheli, and the Sangheli knew it, and the knowledge of their own indispensability had, over the millennia of the Covenant's existence, generated in the Sangheli a relationship to their position in the hierarchy that was not simple deference. It was partnership, proud, conditional partnership, maintained by the understanding on both sides that the arrangement served both parties, and that an arrangement which ceased to serve both parties would be an arrangement that the Sangheli were capable of reconsidering. Truth understood this dynamic with the precision of someone who had spent his career studying it. He also understood something about the Sangheli's cultural architecture that the Sangheli themselves, who were, as a species, not inclined toward the kind of introspective political analysis that their partners in the Sanghelium were, did not fully appreciate. That the honor culture which made the Sangheli extraordinary soldiers also made them politically vulnerable in specific and exploitable ways. The Sangheli's honor system rewarded individual martial excellence and punished failure with a thoroughness that created institutional blind spots, areas in which the species' collective attention was so focused on the demands of the honor framework that the political maneuvering happening in the spaces the framework did not cover went largely unobserved. Truth intended to use those blind spots. He had been preparing to use them for years before the Human Covenant War gave him the operational context he needed. The Jiralhanai, the brutes, had been a Covenant client species for a relatively short period by the standards of the Empire's history, and their integration into the hierarchy had never been smooth. They were physically formidable, possessed of strength and endurance that exceeded the Sangheli's own considerable parameters, and they were genuinely aggressive in ways that the Sangheli's disciplined martial culture channeled and controlled, but that the Jiralhanal's own cultural traditions expressed more directly and with less institutional mediation. They had been assigned, in the hierarchy, a status below the Sangheli. Warriors, yes, but junior warriors, subordinate to the elites in the chain of command and in the theological ordering of the Empire's castes. And they were not content with this assignment in the way that the Ungoi were content with theirs. The Ungoi's subordinate status was enforced by physical and technological factors that left them with limited alternatives. The Jiralhanai's subordinate status was enforced primarily by the institutional weight of a hierarchy that they were strong enough to contest and were, given sufficient provocation or opportunity, quite willing to contest. Truth saw in the Jiralhanai a potential instrument, not a valued partner, but a tool, a species that could, if properly elevated and positioned, perform the functions the Sanghili currently performed without the Sanghili's politically inconvenient capacity for partnership. A warrior class that owed its position entirely to the prophet who had elevated it, and that therefore had structural reasons to maintain that prophet's authority rather than to negotiate terms with it. The elevation of the Jiralhanai was not a decision Truth made quickly or announced directly. It was a long process of gradual repositioning, of specific Jiralhanai officers being assigned to roles of increasing responsibility, of the institutional prestige attached to those roles being accumulated by a species that had previously been denied it. All of it conducted in ways that the Sangheli's honor-focused attention did not immediately register as the systematic campaign it was. The sound of plasma fire exchanged between forces that occupy the same institutional structure, that wear the same insignia, that have been trained in the same doctrines, that have worshipped at the same altars, has a quality that is different from the plasma fire of conventional adversarial engagement, though the physics of the weapon are identical in both contexts. The difference is not in the sound, but in the meaning that the sound carries, the specific horror of violence occurring within a structure that was designed to prevent it. The Covenant's internal tensions were not invisible to everyone within the institution. There were Sangheli officers and scholars who observed Truth's maneuvering with concern, who noted the Jiralhanai's increasing presence in positions of institutional authority, who understood that the trajectory of the changes being made was not accidental, and whose understanding of where that trajectory led produced reactions that ranged from private unease to more organized resistance. The Covenant's internal politics in the war's middle years were not simply the monolithic prosecution of a unified theological agenda. They were the politics of a large and complex institution in which specific interests competed and specific individuals pursued specific objectives, and the human-focused war, being fought in the outer reaches of Covenant space, was, for the people at the Empire's center, in some ways, a background condition against which the more immediately relevant institutional competition was being conducted. Regret, younger than his colleagues among the hierarchs, more genuinely devout in ways that made him both more sincere and more manipulable than Truth, occupied his position with a fervor that the political maneuverings of the Covenant's hierarchy sometimes outpaced. He believed in the Great Journey, with the directness of someone who had not yet had occasion to interrogate that belief against the evidence that would eventually make it untenable. His decisions, including the decision to take a fleet to Earth in circumstances that the intelligence available to him did not fully support, reflected the specific kind of conviction that moves quickly because it does not pause to weigh the full cost of moving. He was not a stupid person. He was a person whose belief structure had not been tested by the kind of information that would have tested it, and who therefore moved through the war with a certainty that his colleagues could not quite match, and that events would eventually address in their own terms. Mercy was old. He had occupied his position for longer than either of his colleagues, and had, in the course of that long tenure, developed a relationship with the Covenant's institutional machinery that was neither Truth's strategic manipulation nor Regret's devout enthusiasm, but something more weary, the perspective of someone who had administered an ancient empire long enough to understand that ancient empires have their own momentum, that the decisions made by individuals within them matter less than the decisions appear to matter in the moment of their making, and that the most reliable constant in any sufficiently old institution is the institution's tendency to continue. He would be among the last of the hierarchs to understand that continuation was not, this time, the most reliable bet. The individual Sangheli soldier, and this is the register at which the Covenant's theology most clearly lived, not in the hierarch's political calculations, but in the warriors who carried those calculations into the field and died for them, was, in the war's middle years, a genuine believer. This requires emphasis because the retrospective knowledge of the Covenant's internal corruption, the lie at the center, the prophet of truth's decision at harvest, the fabricated heresy, creates a temptation to read the Covenant's ordinary members as participants in a fraud they were perpetrating, rather than victims of a fraud being perpetrated on them. The Sangheli who fought the Human Covenant War, who died in it in numbers that the war's records do not fully account for, who went into engagements against human forces with the specific courage of warriors who understood risk and chose to face it anyway, those Sangheli believed. They believed in the Great Journey. They believed that the Forerunner relics were the sacred legacy of beings whose transcendence was achievable for those who followed their path faithfully. They believed that humanity, in its relationship to those relics, represented a genuine theological problem that the Empire was right to address by the means it was employing. The belief was not their fault. The belief was the inheritance of a religious tradition that had been maintained across millennia with the care and sophistication that any institution with sufficient longevity develops in the management of its foundational narrative. The ordinary Sangheli soldier had no more reason to suspect that the theological architecture of the Covenant was built on a suppressed discovery than an ordinary human being in any era has reason to suspect the foundational narratives of the civilization that raised them. They had been given no access to the information that would have changed what they believed, because the people who possessed that information had made a specific decision to ensure that they would not have access to it, and that decision had been enforced for generations. The low throb of a warship's drives accelerating in preparation for a transition to slipspace carries through the entire structure of the vessel, a sound that experienced crew members have learned to read as a specific kind of punctuation, the end of one phase of an operation and the beginning of another, separated by the transit that puts whatever was left behind at a distance measured in light years. This matters for the understanding of the war, because it means that the Great Schism, the fracture of the Covenant that would come in the war's final years, was not the product of a population that had always privately disbelieved and was finally given permission to act on that disbelief. It was the product of a genuine rupture, people who had truly believed being given against the explicit intentions of the institution that had shaped their belief, the information that the belief was wrong. The Sangheli who learned, in the war's final phase, what the halo rings actually were and what the Great Journey had actually been leading toward, did not receive that information as confirmation of a suspicion they had been harboring. They received it as a catastrophe, the destruction of the thing that had given their sacrifices meaning, the revelation that the empire they had built and maintained and bled for had been organized around a lie that their supposed partners had chosen to tell rather than face the consequence of the truth. Truth had been managing the pressure building in the Covenant's internal structure for years, accumulating the pieces of his long move against the Sangheli with the patience that his personality and his planning horizon allowed. The war against humanity had provided the operational context that his plan required, a sustained military campaign in which the Sangheli's role as the Covenant's primary combat arm could be both celebrated and exploited, in which the Jiralhana could be positioned for the elevation that would follow the Sangheli's removal, in which the institutional disruption of a major internal transition could be managed within the larger disruption of an ongoing external conflict. He was not yet ready to move. The pieces were not yet entirely in place, but the direction of travel was clear, at least to truth, and the destination was a covenant restructured to eliminate the partnership that had always been the Sangheli's source of leverage, a covenant in which the prophet's authority rested not on the willing service of a proud and independent warrior species, but on the devoted service of one that owed everything it was to the prophets who had elevated it. This was not because they were unintelligent, it was because their honor culture had not produced, across the millennia of the Covenant's existence, adequate institutional immunity to the specific kind of political attack that truth was preparing, because the attack relied on the very qualities, directness, martial focus, contempt for the kind of careful political maneuvering that the Sanshayum practiced as a matter of cultural reflex, that the Sangheili's honor system most valorized. The blind spot was structural. It had been there from the founding covenant. Truth had simply been patient enough to wait for the moment when exploiting it would produce the outcome he required. The war against humanity continued. The Sangheili fought it with the skill and the dedication and the genuine belief that the honor culture and the theology together produced. The prophets administered it with the political calculation that their position required, and their individual personalities shaped in different directions. The Jiralhane waited and grew in institutional authority and waited some more. And somewhere in the internal architecture of an empire that had endured for thousands of years, the fractures that had been present since the founding were being found by the water that would eventually split them open. The outer colonies had been, for most of the people living in the inner systems, a kind of abstraction. Not in the dismissive sense. The losses were understood to be real. The people living in the affected systems were understood to be people. The grief of families who had relatives on worlds that went dark was genuine, and was not treated as less than genuine by those who witnessed it. But there is a particular cognitive distance that interstellar geography imposes on suffering that occurs at its far end. A distance that is not indifference, but that functions similarly to indifference in its practical effects on the behavior of the people it separates from the thing they are being distant from. The outer colonies burned, and the inner colonies knew they were burning, and the inner colonies continued their lives with the specific quality of people who are aware of a catastrophe without being inside it, attending to the demands of their own existence, making the ordinary decisions that ordinary life requires, maintaining the routines and relationships and forward-looking plans that sustain a person through a period of extended external threat, because the alternative to maintaining those things is a paralysis that the situation does not benefit from and that the people experiencing it cannot afford. That cognitive distance collapsed when the war reached the inner systems. It collapsed in the specific and irreversible way that abstractions collapse when they become concrete, when the thing that was understood intellectually becomes the thing that is present in the immediate sensory environment, visible in the sky, audible in the sirens, felt in the vibration of the ground, when ordnance that was previously a category of military hardware becomes the specific impact of a specific weapon at a specific location at a specific time, close enough to be felt by the people it does not directly hit. The inner colonies had known, in the abstract, what the Covenant did to human worlds. They discovered, in the late stages of the war's progression inward, what it was like to be the human world the Covenant was doing it to. Distant sirens across a city skyline occupy a particular register in the acoustic landscape of a populated place. They are designed to be heard everywhere simultaneously, to penetrate the ordinary noise of a functioning community, and when they sound for a reason that is real, rather than a test, the city they are sounding across changes in a specific way, the ordinary noise pulling back slightly, the direction of people's attention shifting from whatever it was, toward the sky, toward the nearest authority, toward each other. The inner colonies were not uniform in their experience of the war's arrival, because the Covenant's advance was not a single front moving at a consistent rate across all of human space simultaneously. It was a series of fleet actions, each driven by the Covenant's operational priorities in any given period, those priorities shaped by theological objectives, the search for forerunner installations, as much as by straightforward military calculation. Some inner colony worlds received warning before the Covenant arrived above them. The UNSC's improving intelligence picture, built partly from ONI's pattern analysis of the Covenant's routing behavior, and partly from the hard-won tactical awareness that years of engagement had produced, allowed advance notice in some cases that had not been available in the war's early period. Some worlds received no meaningful warning. The difference between the two categories was not always a function of their strategic importance. It was sometimes a function of the specific movements of a specific Covenant fleet that no intelligence analysis had predicted with sufficient accuracy and sufficient lead time to allow the defensive and evacuation preparations that the notice would have enabled. The evacuation mathematics were the most brutal single element of the inner colony experience, more brutal in some respects than the engagements themselves, because the engagements were at least organized around a logic, the logic of combat, of positions and objectives, and the professional discipline of people trained to function in extremity, while the evacuation mathematics had no such organizing logic. They were simply the arithmetic of capacity against demand, the number of people who needed to leave a world against the number of people the ships available to evacuate them could carry, and the result of that arithmetic, in every case where the Covenant's advance had not allowed sufficient time for the evacuation infrastructure to cycle through its full capacity, was the same. Some people left, some people did not. The sound of mass evacuation ships lifting from a civilian port is not a sound that any acoustic description fully captures. It is partly the sound of the engines, and partly the sound of the crowd that has gathered to board them, and the two sounds together carry a weight that exceeds either of their components, the weight of an entire community in motion, people moving with the specific urgency of people who understand that the time available is finite, and that the consequences of being on the wrong side of its end are not recoverable. The decisions about who was on which ships were made at multiple levels simultaneously, by the commanders of the evacuation vessels themselves, who had manifests and capacities, and the immediate practical problem of loading a ship efficiently under conditions that were not conducive to efficiency, by the colonial administrators who were trying to impose some order on the evacuation process while simultaneously managing the civilian panic that the process generated and dealing with the communication breakdowns and the infrastructure failures that crisis conditions tend to produce, and by the people themselves who were making individual decisions about where to go and what to carry and who to stay close to and when to break from the queue that was moving too slowly toward a ship that might leave before they reached it. At all of these levels, the decisions were made with incomplete information, under time pressure, in conditions that were physically and psychologically extreme, and the outcomes of those decisions, who boarded which ships made it out before the Covenant's orbital presence made departure impossible, which ships departed in time and were still intercepted before they reached slipspace, were not cleanly separable from luck in the way that decisions made in calmer conditions can sometimes be evaluated as the clear products of the reasoning that produced them. The rain on a window in a colony building that will not exist by the following morning falls with the same indifference that it falls anywhere. The same physics, the same sound against glass, the same quality of persistence that rain has regardless of what is happening on the other side of the window. This is the specific cruelty of the natural world in proximity to human catastrophe. It continues to behave according to its own principles, which do not include any provision for the weight of what the people inside the buildings are carrying. The civilians who experienced the inner colony evacuations carried those experiences in ways that the UNSC's psychological support infrastructure was not designed to address at the scale the war eventually produced. The infrastructure had been developed for military personnel, for the specific kinds of trauma that combat produces in trained soldiers, in the context of an institution that had frameworks for acknowledging and addressing those experiences, even if the frameworks were imperfect. For civilians, for the people who had been living ordinary lives in ordinary communities, and who had, in the course of a period measured in hours or days, been moved from the context of those ordinary lives to the context of a refugee ship heading toward an uncertain destination, there was less. There were camps on the worlds that received the evacuated populations, administered by organizations that were doing what they could with the resources available to them, which were not adequate to the scale of the need. There were community structures that the evacuated populations rebuilt among themselves, with the specific human capacity for social reorganization that emerges when the structures that previously organized a community have been removed. There were the individual coping mechanisms that people develop in the absence of institutional support, some of which were sustaining and some of which were not. The UNSC's information management program, the sustained effort to control what the civilian population understood about the war's true dimensions, was, by the time the inner colonies began to fall, operating in conditions that had become increasingly hostile to its function. The program had been viable in the war's early years, partly because the losses were occurring at distances that the inner colony populations were genuinely cognitively distant from, and partly because the institutional infrastructure of information control, the management of news outlets, the classification of military communications, the careful calibration of official statements, had been intact and functioning. Both of those conditions eroded as the war progressed. The cognitive distance collapsed when the losses moved closer. The institutional infrastructure came under pressure from the sheer volume of information being generated by a crisis of this scale, from the communities of displaced colonists who carried their first-hand knowledge of what had happened to them into the inner colony worlds where they were resettled, and from the informal communication networks that had never been fully under RAN control and that became more significant as the official channels became less credible. The word that did not appear in official UNSC communications still appeared in the conversations that people had with each other, in the private messages between family members, comparing what they were being told by official sources against what their own experience or the experience of people they trusted was telling them. It appeared in the assessments that the inner colony populations were making of their own situations as the war moved toward them. Quiet, practical assessments, the kind that people make when they have concluded that the institution responsible for their safety is not providing an accurate picture of the situation, and that accuracy, not reassurance, is what the situation requires. Some of those assessments led to preparations. Some led to departures. People who moved from inner colony worlds to the most heavily defended locations they could identify, or who pursued the specific logic of putting as many light years as possible between themselves and the direction from which the Covenant appeared to be advancing. Harvest had been the first. This is the thread that runs through the entire account of the inner colony losses, the thread that connects the agricultural world in the Epsilon Indri system to the populated urban centers and the manufacturing hubs, and the worlds that had seemed, in the confident period of human expansion, too established and too important to be reached by the thing that had started at the edges. Harvest had been 300,000 people, and quiet fields, and the ordinary texture of an outer colony doing its ordinary work. The worlds that followed it were larger, more connected, more present in the imagination of the inner colony populations, because they were closer, and because the people who lived in the inner systems had family on them, had visited them, could point to them on a star chart without having to look up the coordinates. They had names that the inner colonies knew, and the names went dark one by one, and the darkness accumulated into a weight that the information management program could not contain because it was not a weight of information. It was a weight of absence, of the specific silence that follows the cessation of communication from a place that was previously communicating, and silence cannot be managed the way information can. The UNSC knew it could not hold the inner colonies indefinitely. This knowledge had been present in its strategic planning for years, encoded in the documents that assessed the war's trajectory and the models that projected the pace of loss against the resources available to slow it. The inner colonies had always been, in the strategic framework, a phase of the retreat rather than its end, a phase in which the managed withdrawal of the outer colony period would give way to the concentrated defense of the worlds that could not be yielded without making everything else that had been preserved indefensible in turn. The inner colony losses were being absorbed into a strategic picture whose ultimate logic pointed to a single place. The place that all of human military geography, all of the UNSC's institutional history, All of the accumulated weight of human civilization's long expansion outward from its origin pointed back to Earth, and before Earth, the world that stood between the outer edge of that final perimeter and the home system itself, the world that was simultaneously the UNSC's greatest military installation and the place where the thing that might yet change the war's arithmetic had been built and trained and sent into the field. Reach. There are worlds that matter because of what they produce, and worlds that matter because of where they sit in the geography of a civilization's expansion, and worlds that matter because the weight of what has happened on them has accumulated over time into something that exceeds the sum of any practical accounting. Reach was all three of these things simultaneously, and the combination gave it a place in the imagination of the UNSO and the broader human civilization it served that no other world outside the solar system had achieved. It was the most important human world that was not Earth. This was not a designation that any official document had formally assigned it. It was a recognition that had developed organically from the accumulated facts of the planet's history and its role. The kind of recognition that institutions develop for the things that matter most to them when the mattering has been demonstrated often enough and across enough different dimensions that it no longer requires argument. The planet itself was a world that rewarded description rather than summary. Its surface was varied in the way that geologically active worlds tend to be, mountain ranges of considerable scale running along the tectonic boundaries of its major plates, their peaks white with snow and ice for much of the year, their lower slopes giving way to highland plateaus that the UNSC had found, over the decades of Reach's development as a military center, to be well suited for the outdoor training environments that military doctrine required. The lowlands were more temperate, hosting the urban and industrial centers that the planet's role as a primary manufacturing hub necessitated. The shipyards, the weapons production facilities, the logistics infrastructure of an installation that was expected to sustain military operations across a substantial fraction of human space. The cities were functional in the specific way of places built primarily for a purpose rather than for habitation, not without beauty, but with a beauty that was incidental to the work rather than its objective, the kind of aesthetic that develops when competent people build things for a long time in the same place and the building gradually acquires coherence. The cold highland air of Reach's mountain ranges carries at altitude a specific quality, thin enough to make unassisted breathing at exertion levels a conscious effort, cold enough in the early mornings to turn exhaled breath to vapor, possessed of the particular clarity that high-altitude air has when it has not been warmed and mixed by the lower atmosphere's thermal activity, so that distances appear sharper and the sky above appears a degree or two darker than it does at sea level. Reach had been settled early in humanity's expansion into the stars, early enough that its history predated the UNSC's current institutional form, early enough that the first generations of colonists who had made their lives there had become, in the centuries since, ancestors rather than forebears, figures remote enough from the present to have passed from memory into history. What had drawn those early settlers was partly the planet's habitability, its atmosphere, its gravity, its temperature range, all within parameters that human beings could occupy without significant technological mediation, and partly its position, closer to the Sol system than most of the habitable worlds that the expansion had reached, making it accessible in ways that the outer colonies could never be, and giving it a centrality in the developing map of human space that its subsequent institutional development had made permanent. The UNSC had recognized Reach's value early and had invested in it with the sustained attention that recognized value attracts. The shipyards were among the first major installations because Reach's orbital infrastructure and its proximity to the inner systems made it an ideal location for the construction and maintenance of the fleet that the expanding human civilization required. The military academies followed, the training establishments that produced the officers who would staff the ships built in those yards, the ground forces who would serve on the worlds those ships connected. Over the decades and then the centuries of this investment, Reach had acquired the character of a world that existed primarily in service of a purpose larger than itself, and the people who lived on it had organized their lives around that purpose in ways that made the distinction between military and civilian culture less sharp than it was elsewhere in human space. A significant fraction of Reach's civilian population had family in the UNSC. A significant fraction of the UNSC's personnel had family on Reach. The world and the institution had grown together over long enough that separating them, conceptually or practically, required a deliberate effort that the people most familiar with both did not tend to make. The Spartan program had been here. This fact, known to very few people outside the program's classification envelope, gave Reach a significance in the war's history that its official role did not capture. The children who had become the Spartan-Ys had been trained on this world's highlands, had run these mountain courses in this thin air, had been augmented in facilities built into these slopes, and had emerged from those facilities in the specific condition that the program had designed them to achieve. Reach was, in a sense that no official document recorded, the Spartans' home, the place where they had been made, the world whose cold air and steep terrain had been the context of the years that had transformed them. The Spartans who had survived to the war's late period and who had not been assigned to operations that took them elsewhere, carried that history with them in the specific way that people carry the histories of the places that shaped them, not as sentiment necessarily, but as reference. Reach as the baseline against which subsequent environments were measured, the first standard of difficulty against which all subsequent difficulty was calibrated. The sound of UNSC warships in low orbit has a quality that depends on the atmospheric conditions of the world beneath them. On Reach, where the highland air was clear and the nights were cold, the sound of engines at orbital altitude carried a distance that surprised people unfamiliar with the acoustic properties of the local atmosphere. A low, distant rumble that arrived well after the light of the ship's drives had made them visible in the sky above the highland facilities. Sound and sight separated by the time it took for the former to cross the distance, the latter had already crossed at the speed of light. Reach's defensive architecture had been developed over the years of the war, with the understanding that the planet would, eventually, be targeted. This understanding was not pessimism. It was the straightforward calculation of military planners who looked at the Covenant's strategic behavior and recognized that a target of Reach's significance would not remain untouched indefinitely. The defenses that had been built in response to this recognition were the most extensive that the UNSC had constructed around any single non-Earth installation. Orbital defense platforms, equipped with the largest MAC systems that the technology could produce, positioned in overlapping coverage patterns designed to ensure that any approach vector to the planet was covered by fire from multiple platforms simultaneously. A home fleet of substantial size, maintained in the system specifically for Reach's defense, separate from the naval forces deployed across the wider theater. Ground-based MAC installations dug into the highland terrain in positions chosen for both tactical effectiveness and geological protection. Fighter and dropship complements staged at multiple facilities across the planet's surface to respond to orbital or atmospheric threats. The assumption underlying this defensive architecture was that warning would precede attack, that ONI's intelligence networks and the UNSC's sensor pickets would provide sufficient notice of a Covenant fleet's approach to allow the defensive forces to be fully positioned and coordinated before the engagement began. The assumption was not unreasonable. The intelligence picture had improved considerably over the war's course, and the sensor networks around the Reach system had been invested in heavily enough to provide coverage that the outer colonies had never had. The assumption would prove, in the event, to be wrong, not because the intelligence networks had failed entirely, but because the specific intelligence failure that preceded the attack on Reach was of a character that the existing systems were not designed to prevent. The hum of a military installation at full operational readiness is a different sound from the hum of the same installation in its routine condition. every system running at capacity rather than at the maintenance levels that routine operations permit, the personnel at their stations rather than in rotation, the ambient noise of readiness elevated to a pitch that experienced service members recognize as the specific register of a facility that expects to be tested and is doing what preparation allows. The Covenant found reach through a navigation crystal, the specific mechanism of the intelligence failure, the capture of a fragment of a Forerunner navigation crystal, and the Covenant's ability to extract from it location data that led them to the reach system, is one of those historical details that carries an irony almost too complete to be accidental, though it was. The object whose capture betrayed reach was a Forerunner artifact, part of the same category of sacred relic that had generated the entire theological architecture that made the war necessary in the first place. The Forerunner legacy had driven the Covenant to seek humanity's extinction, and a fragment of that same legacy had now provided the coordinates of the world where humanity's best defense against that extinction had been built. The navigation crystal was a reminder, if one was needed, that the war's shape had never been entirely within human control. The UNSC's warning was not zero. The sensor pickets detected the Covenant fleet's emergence from slipspace, detected it, reported it, transmitted the data through the channels that the defense network maintained, and the response began. Ships went to battle stations. Defense platforms energized their MAC systems. The home fleet moved to its engagement positions. The ground installations were manned. The sequence of actions that the UNSC had planned and exercised and refined across the years of the war's approach toward this moment was executed with the professional discipline that the UNSC's personnel had developed and that the situation's severity brought to its sharpest expression. The Covenant fleet was larger than the UNSC's models had anticipated. This, too, was not unprecedented. The Covenant had consistently demonstrated a capacity to bring forces to an engagement that exceeded what human intelligence had estimated, partly because the Covenant's operational security was better than the UNSC's ability to penetrate it, and partly because the Covenant's reserve capacity was itself a matter of incomplete human understanding. What arrived above reach was not simply a large fleet. It was a fleet of a scale that the defense architecture had been designed to contest, but not. The commanders who assessed it in the initial minutes of contact understood, with the outcome certainty that the architecture's designers had aimed for. The defense could be mounted. Whether the defense could be successful was a different calculation, one that the opening minutes of the engagement began to inform in ways that the UNSC officers on those platforms and those ships received with the specific professional composure of people who have prepared for the worst possibility and are now being confronted with the confirmation that the preparation was warranted. The orbital defense platforms opened fire. The MAC systems discharged in the coordinated sequences that the Doctrine specified. The home fleet engaged. The Covenant fleet returned fire. And above the cold highlands and the shipyards and the military academies and the facilities where the Spartan-II program had spent its long preparatory years, the battle for reach began. It would not go well. The battle lasted longer than it should have, which is the only form of grace the record offers the people who fought it. The Covenant fleet was large enough, and its operational coordination sophisticated enough, that the outcome of the engagement, assessed in the cold arithmetic of force comparison and tactical geometry, was probably determined in the opening hours, before the first MAC round had fully cycled and before the first Covenant plasma torpedo had found its target and converted what it struck into briefly superheated matter. The defensive forces that the UNSC had assembled above and on reach were not inadequate. They were, by any standard the UNSC had developed for assessing its own military capacity, formidable, the largest concentration of defensive firepower around any non-Earth installation in human history, crewed by people who had been training for this engagement, in one form or another, for the entirety of a war that had been approaching this moment since the first comm relay went silent above Harvest. They were formidable, and they were insufficient, and the distance between formidable and sufficient is where the people who fought the Battle of Reach spent the hours of its duration. The orbital defense platforms were the first major engagements. The platforms were the backbone of Reach's defensive architecture, large, heavily armed, stationary, in the sense that their orbital positions were fixed relative to the planet below, giving them a stability of firing solution that mobile warships could not match, but also a vulnerability to being targeted and held under sustained fire that mobile warships could evade. The Covenant understood this. The opening phase of its fleet action was organized around the suppression of the platforms, not the destruction of all of them immediately, which the Covenant's engagement geometry did not initially support, but the degradation of their effectiveness, the drawing of their fire toward engagements designed to absorb it, while other elements of the Covenant fleet maneuvered toward positions from which the platforms could be addressed more decisively. The UNSC's home fleet attempted to contest this maneuvering, to force the Covenant into engagements that would disrupt the coordination of the platform suppression effort, and in those attempts, the fleet achieved the kind of partial successes that the Middle War had produced so many times before, tactical disruptions that cost the Covenant time and ships, and that changed the shape of the engagement in the margins without changing its direction. The plasma bombardment heard from underground carries through the bedrock differently from the way it carries through open air. It arrives as vibration more than sound, a deep and irregular trembling that the human body registers as wrongness before the mind has time to classify it, the planet itself seeming to object to what is being done to its surface from above. The Spartans were on the ground and in space simultaneously, because the battle had the character of a multi-domain engagement that required the specific capabilities the Spartan wides possessed in both contexts. Some were assigned to the orbital effort, boarding actions, the seizure and destruction of Covenant vessels at ranges where their individual capabilities could be brought to bear, operations that the conventional naval forces could not conduct, and that the Covenant had learned, at some cost, to anticipate and attempt to counter without having developed the means to counter effectively. Others were on the surface, defending facilities, protecting evacuation routes, conducting the kind of close combat against Covenant ground forces that the battle's progression made necessary as Covenant troops were deployed to the planet's surface in the later phases of the engagement, when the orbital situation had deteriorated enough that the Covenant judged the ground component of the operation viable. The Spartans who were in those engagements fought with the capability that the years of training and the augmentations and the Mjolnir armor had built into them, and they changed the outcomes of the specific engagements they were in, bought time at positions that would otherwise have fallen faster, held corridors that allowed evacuation convoys to complete their loading and lift, engaged Covenant forces at odds that the tactical situation made unavoidable, and prevailed at those odds in ways that the UNSC's ordinary ground forces could not have. None of this changed the battle's direction. What it changed was the margin, the amount of time available for the things that the battle's outcome required time to complete. The small increments of additional minutes and hours that were purchased in the specific currency of extraordinary human beings, doing the most that human beings in their condition could do. Some of those human beings did not survive it. The Spartan-II program had, by the time of the Battle of Reach, already lost members to the war's preceding engagements. The attrition of years of high-risk operations had reduced the number of active Spartans from the fewer than 50 who had emerged from Augmentation to a smaller number whose exact count, the classified records, do not make straightforwardly accessible. Reach reduced that number further. The Spartans who died at Reach died in the specific ways that people die in battle, in engagements where the tactical situation exceeded what even their capabilities could manage, in the completion of objectives that required remaining in positions that the Covenant's subsequent actions made unsurvivable, in the ordinary and terrible arithmetic of a battle where the forces in contact were too large and the duration too extended for any individual, however extraordinary, to be guaranteed to come through it. They had been children on this world, This is the fact that the record of the Spartans' deaths at Reach insists on being held alongside the tactical details and the operational assessments and the classified after-action documentation that describes their loss in the language of military reporting. They had run these Highland courses as 6-year-olds learning what their bodies could be asked to do. They had been augmented in facilities built into these slopes. They had trained here for years before the war required them to go elsewhere, and many of them had returned to Reach in the intervening years, to the world that was as close to home as the program had left them with. The people who died here were people, fully, completely, in all the complexity that the word contains. And they were also the product of a program that had taken them from their homes without asking, remade them without their consent, and deployed them in a war that had no personal obligation to return the investment. Both of these things are true simultaneously, and holding them simultaneously is the only honest way to account for what happened to them at Reach. The quiet that follows a battle has a specific texture that distinguishes it from ordinary quiet. It is not the absence of sound in the ordinary sense, but the cessation of a specific kind of sound, the withdrawal of the noise that combat produces, leaving in its place a silence that carries within it the memory of what has just stopped, so that the quiet itself seems to contain what it has replaced. The civilian evacuation was never going to be complete. The UNSC's planners had known this, had built it into the models they used to assess the evacuation's likely outcomes, had allocated the available resources with the knowledge that the resources were not sufficient to move Reach's entire civilian population in the time the battle would permit. What they had aimed for was a partial success, the removal of as many people as the ships and the time and the operational conditions allowed. And partial success was what was achieved, with the specific brutality that partial success in an evacuation context possesses, which is that the success is real and the partiality is also real, and the two cannot be reconciled into a single assessment that does justice to both. Ships lifted from Reach's surface throughout the battle's duration. Civilian transports and emergency evacuation vessels and military ships repurposed for the movement of non-combatants, departing from facilities across the planet's surface in the windows that the battle's progression allowed, carrying the people who had reached them in time, and the people who had been assigned priority in the evacuation's triage, and the people who had simply been in the right place when a ship with remaining capacity was ready to depart. Those ships that made it into open space faced the further problem of the Covenant fleet, which was not allowing uncontested departure from the system. Some of the ships that lifted from Reach's surface did not complete the transit to slip space, were intercepted in the orbital space above the planet or in the system's outer reaches, and their departure from Reach's surface was not the escape it appeared to be at the moment of lift. The ships that made it, those that reached slip space and translated into the transit that would carry them to other human worlds, to the receiving facilities and the refugee processing systems and the uncertain futures that awaited the people who had been on Reach when the battle began, carried with them the particular weight of having survived something that others had not survived, a weight that does not resolve with time, but that people carry forward and accommodate and are shaped by in ways that the subsequent record of their lives documents indirectly in the things they chose and the things they could not bring themselves to do, and the way they spoke, or did not speak, about what they had been through. The glassing of Reach began when the Covenant's fleet had achieved sufficient orbital dominance to conduct it without the level of interruption that the earlier phases of the battle had involved. It proceeded with the methodical thoroughness that the Covenant applied to this aspect of its campaign, not rapid, because the scale of the task and the energy requirements of sustained orbital bombardment imposed a pace on the operation, but consistent, the energy delivery continuing, without pause, across the sectors of the planet's surface that the Covenant's orbital map designated for processing. The shipyards went first, because they were the military infrastructure that the Covenant's doctrine prioritized for elimination, and then the military installations, and then the rest, the cities, the highland facilities, the agricultural land and the river valleys, and the mountain ranges, with their cold air and their steep courses, where children who had been taken from their homes had learned what their bodies could be made to do. The surface of Reach, as the glassing progressed, became something that the word surface does not quite describe: a transformed medium, rock and soil, and the material remains of constructed things converted by sustained energy delivery into a geology that had not existed before the battle, and that would persist for longer than any of the people who had known the world before it could anticipate surviving. The cold highlands where the training courses had run were not cold anymore. They were not, in any meaningful sense, the highlands that the people who had trained on them would recognize. They were what the Covenant made of the worlds it condemned, which was a record of condemnation written in geology, permanent in the way that only physical transformation at planetary scale can be permanent, requiring no maintenance and no tending, simply existing as what the world had become. The Pillar of Autumn survived. This fact, that a single UNSC vessel, a Halcyon-class cruiser of no particular distinction in the larger fleet, carrying a specific cargo and a specific crew and a specific passenger in a cryochamber in its lower decks, made it out of the Reach system when so much else did not, is the kind of fact that histories designate as pivotal, and the designation is accurate, though it was not apparent in the moment of the Autumn's departure that what was pivoting was anything other than the survival of one ship among the losses of many. The ship had been assigned a specific mission before the battle, a mission whose parameters had been set by intelligence and planning that preceded the engagement, and the mission required the ship to carry what it carried and go where the mission directed, which was away from Reach and into slip space, and toward a destination that the ship's navigation systems had been given in the form of coordinates derived from a Forerunner artifact, the fragment of a navigation crystal that had, in an irony that the people aboard the Autumn did not yet fully appreciate, been recovered from the same Covenant operation that had found Reach in the first place. The vibration of a ship entering slip space felt through the deck plating in the moments before the transit completes, and the ordinary sensory environment of real space gives way to the specific and disorienting sensory environment of slip space transit, carries a finality that experienced spacers have learned to receive as a boundary, the moment of departure made physical, the point after which the place being left is no longer reachable by the simple act of changing the ship's vector. John 117 was aboard the Pillar of Autumn. He was in cryo, the low-temperature preservation that long transits required, and that the battle's circumstances had made the relevant condition for the ship's Spartan complement. The Battle of Reach was over, in the sense that the outcome was determined, and the world below was burning, and the UNSC's forces in the system had been reduced to the ships that had made it out and the people aboard them. The Pillar of Autumn was moving. Its destination was a set of coordinates that no human being had plotted from human knowledge, coordinates extracted from a Forerunner artifact, pointing towards something the artifact's makers had considered significant enough to record. Above the burning world that was no longer cold, the ship translated into slip space, and the fire of Reach's ending became unreachable, left on the other side of the transit boundary, present only in the memory of every person aboard the Autumn who had seen it, and in the permanent geological record that the Covenant's fleet was still completing on the world's surface. The question planted at the beginning of this account, how does a species survive a war it cannot win, had not yet been answered. But the ship moving through slip space toward its unknown destination was carrying something that would prove relevant to the answer, even if the people aboard it did not yet know what they were carrying or what it would require of them. The coordinates resolved. The Pillar of Autumn dropped out of slip space. Above the ship, enormous in the sensor returns, curving away from itself in a ring so large that the eye could not follow the curvature to any horizon, hung something that had not been built by human hands, or Covenant hands, or any living species' hands. It hung in space with the patience of something that had been waiting there for 100,000 years, and it did not look like a weapon, and it did not look like a temple, and it was both of those things simultaneously, and neither of those things, and something else entirely, something that the people aboard the Pillar of Autumn did not yet have the information to understand, and that the war they were fleeing was about to require them to understand very quickly. The ring was enormous, in the way that geological formations are enormous, not dramatic, but simply, quietly beyond the scale that human architecture had prepared the eye to measure. It did not announce itself. It did not need to. The sensor returns that filled the Pillar of Autumn's displays in the first minutes after the slipspace translation were sufficient to establish the basic parameters: the ring's diameter, its width, its orbital position relative to the gas giant it circled, and those parameters were numbers that the instruments produced with the flat precision of instruments doing their job, without any capacity to register what those numbers meant in terms of the human relationship to scale and to the limits of what human beings had previously understood to be achievable by the application of intelligence and material to the problem of construction. The ring was 10,000 kilometers in diameter. The inner surface, the surface that curved away from the observer toward a horizon that resolved not into the edge of a world, but into the continuing arc of the ring itself, meeting itself somewhere on the far side, was habitable. It had atmosphere. It had weather. It had a surface that the sensors characterized as varied in the way that planetary surfaces are varied: terrain, elevation, bodies of water, vegetation in the spectra that indicated something actively photosynthesizing in an environment where the light source was artificial, produced by a system of mirrors and panels distributed along the ring's inner surface to simulate a day-night cycle for the ecosystem living inside. Someone had built this. The fact was inescapable, and its implications were not immediately processable by the people confronting it, because the gap between what human civilization had achieved in its centuries of spacefaring and what the construction of this object required was not a gap that closed through the application of any straightforward extrapolation of known engineering principles. It was a different category of achievement, not merely larger or more complex than what humanity had built, but qualitatively different, the product of a civilization operating at a level of technological and material mastery that made the distinction between what was possible and what was not work differently than it did within the constraints that human engineering had always assumed. The vast silence of the ring's interior, encountered by the first ground teams that made their way to the inner surface, is not actually silence in the technical sense. The ring has atmosphere, and atmosphere carries sound, and the sounds present are the sounds of an ecosystem in operation, wind and water, and the biological noise of life going about its processes. What the silence describes is not the absence of sound, but the absence of familiar reference, the specific quality of encountering an environment that is technically similar to environments the human sensorium has evolved to navigate, and that is simultaneously, deeply, fundamentally unlike any of them, so that the body's habituated responses are activated without the expected context that would make them meaningful. The Covenant's response to the ring was immediate and unambiguous in a way that the UNSC's was not, because the Covenant had a framework for understanding what the ring was, or believed it had a framework, which in the short term produced the same behavioral result. This was a forerunner installation. This was a sacred relic of the gods, of a scale and significance that exceeded anything the Covenant had previously recovered or catalogued. The Covenant's reverence for forerunner technology had always been calibrated to the magnitude of the artifact in question, and the magnitude of this artifact, a ring 10,000 kilometers across, preserved intact after 100,000 years of operation, still functional, still powered, still capable of responding to the right inputs, exceeded any previously established calibration. The ships in the Covenant fleet that had followed the Pillar of Autumn to the ring's location positioned themselves with the specific disposition of vessels in the presence of something sacred. Not an assault formation, not the tactical geometry of an attacking fleet, but the arrangement of a congregation gathered before an altar of previously unimagined scale. This religious response, and the tactical pause it produced in the Covenant's engagement with the UNSC forces that had arrived at the ring simultaneously gave the Pillar of Autumn's crew and the forces that deployed from it a window that the tactical situation would not otherwise have provided. The Covenant soldiers landed on the ring's inner surface with the specific behavioral characteristics of people engaged in a sacred undertaking rather than a military operation. Thorough, yes, and armed, because the UNSC forces were present, and the presence of heretics on a sacred installation was itself a theological problem requiring address, but oriented primarily toward the ring itself, toward understanding and accessing its systems, toward the achievement of whatever the ring represented in the context of the Great Journey, rather than toward the elimination of the human forces with the single-minded efficiency that the Covenant's military doctrine could produce when it was not complicated by theological priority. The UNSC forces that moved through the ring's interior in those first hours and days were doing something that no doctrine had prepared them for: combat operations in an environment that was simultaneously a battlefield and the largest artifact of non-human construction that any human being had ever entered. The ring's interior had the character of a world, not a small world, not a world at miniature scale, but a world whose dimensions were adequate to contain weather systems and geological features and ecosystems of genuine complexity, all of it organized along the inner surface of a structure that curved overhead in a way that the human visual system registered as sky and that the rational mind, examining the sensor data, recognized as the far side of a ring. The combination produced a specific kind of disorientation that the people who experienced it reported consistently and that no prior training had addressed, because no prior training had anticipated a combat environment with these characteristics. The sound of something moving in a structure that has been sealed for 100,000 years carries a quality that cannot be attributed to rational analysis at the moment of its reception. The rational analysis comes after, when the mind has had time to construct an explanation for what the body has already responded to, which is the sound of presence in a space that should be empty, and that the passage of 100 millennia should have rendered definitively void of anything capable of movement. The flood was not found immediately. The ring's interior was extensive enough, and the UNSC and Covenant forces' initial deployments distributed enough that the specific installation where the parasite had been contained since the ring's last operational period was not among the first locations reached. When it was reached, when the containment structures that the ring's builders had constructed for the specific purpose of imprisoning what had been imprisoned within them were opened, either by the actions of the people who found them or by the automated systems that their proximity triggered, the release was not gradual. It was not the slow emergence of something that had been weakened by its long confinement. The flood had been contained, not diminished. 100,000 years of sealed isolation had not reduced what had been sealed. It had simply waited, in the way that the flood waited, which was without impatience and without any relationship to time, that the species the flood parasitized would recognize as a relationship to time. The parasite's nature resists description in the terms that military reporting ordinarily employs, because it does not fit the categories that those terms were developed to describe. It was not an enemy force, in the sense of an organized military adversary pursuing objectives comprehensible in terms of territory or resources or political outcomes. It was something older and more fundamental, a biological imperative at the scale of a galaxy, a thing that had existed before the Covenant and before humanity and before the forerunners who had built the ring, that had already, once, consumed enough of the galaxy's sentient life that the beings who built the ring had determined that the only available response was a weapon of a certain kind. The flood consumed. It consumed sentient life, because sentient life was what it required to propagate and to develop the distributed intelligence that its most advanced forms expressed. It had no objectives beyond this consumption, in any sense that the word objectives implies choice or planning at the individual level. At the level of the grave mind, the central neural mass that the flood's consumed biomass eventually produced. A collective intelligence assembled from the neural tissue of everything the parasite had infected. There was something that could be called planning, and something that could be called objectives. But they were the planning and objectives of a thing that regarded the distinction between itself and every other form of sentient life as the only distinction that mattered, and regarded that distinction as temporary. The UNSC forces that encountered the flood in the ring's interior were not prepared for it. No force present at the ring was prepared for it, because no force present had any framework for understanding what it was encountering. The UNSC because the flood was entirely outside human experience, and the Covenant because the Covenant's theological framework had described the ring as a path to transcendence rather than as the containment vessel for a threat that had made the construction of such containment vessels necessary. The Covenant forces that the flood reached first were consumed. The UNSC forces that the flood reached fell to the same process. The distinction between the two sides of the human covenant conflict became, in the areas where the flood was active, an irrelevance. The parasite did not recognize the distinction, because the distinction was not one that its biology had any mechanism for registering. The hum of forerunner machinery activating after 100,000 years of dormancy is not the hum of human machinery, not the familiar register of metal and electronics, and fluid systems operating within parameters that human engineering has established. It is something with more resonance to it, a sound that occupies frequencies that the human body registers at the level of the chest rather than the ear, the sound of systems operating on principles that the human engineers who heard it could characterize in terms of their effects, but not fully explain in terms of their mechanisms. 343 Guilty Spark was the ring's monitor, an artificial intelligence of forerunner design, assigned to the installation's maintenance and operation across the interval since its builders had departed, carrying in its memory the records of the ring's purpose and the protocols for its activation. It had been alone for 100,000 years with those records and those protocols, and the arrival of beings at the installation who appeared, by the biological signatures that triggered its recognition systems, to qualify as the category of beings authorized to interact with the installation's systems, produced in it a response that those arrival did not immediately understand: helpfulness. It wanted to help. It wanted to assist in the activation of the installation's primary function, because the primary function was what it had been built to maintain, and the opportunity to finally execute the maintenance it had been conducting in anticipation of was, in whatever way that applied to an artificial intelligence of its design, something close to relief. The primary function of Installation 04 was not transcendence. It was not the culmination of a holy journey or the gateway to godhood that the Covenant's theology had built its entire framework around. It was a weapon. More specifically, it was one installation in a network of weapons, a network of rings distributed across the galaxy, each one capable of firing independently or in concert, each one designed to release a pulse of energy at a range of 25,000 light-years that would eliminate all sentient life within that range. The mechanism was starvation. The flood required sentient life to sustain itself and to propagate, and a weapon that eliminated all sentient life eliminated the flood's food supply and therefore eliminated the flood. The Forerunners had built the rings because they had faced the flood before, had faced it and had been losing, and had determined that this was the only available solution to a problem that no other approach had been capable of solving. They had fired the rings. The flood had been suppressed. The Forerunners themselves, who were, of course, sentient life, and who were therefore within the range of their own weapon, had not survived the firing. The great journey was activation of the rings. The transcendence that awaited the faithful at its completion was the annihilation of everything the faithful had ever been. This is what the Covenant had been marching toward for thousands of years. This is what every Sangheili soldier who had died in the faith had been dying for. This is what the prophets had been administering and enforcing and killing to protect. A pilgrimage to a suicide that encompassed the galaxy, conducted in sincere belief by billions of beings who had been given no access to the information that would have told them what they were sincerely believing in. The prophets who had suppressed the reclaimer evidence at harvest had done so to protect a theology that was, at its most foundational level, already built on a suppression of a different and more catastrophic order, the suppression of what the rings were, maintained across millennia by the people who controlled access to the Forerunner records, who had read those records and had understood what they described, and had chosen, for reasons that the historical record does not make entirely legible, whether from genuine incomprehension or motivated misreading, or the specific institutional momentum of a belief system that cannot be revised without destroying the institution that holds it, to describe them differently. The ring above which the pillar of autumn had dropped out of slipspace could not be allowed to fire. The flood could not be allowed to spread beyond the ring. The solution that the monitor helpfully provided, the activation of the ring, which would eliminate the flood by eliminating the sentient life the flood required, was not a solution that the human beings present were willing to implement. They destroyed the ring instead. The detonation of the Pillar of Autumn's reactors, initiated by the ship's AI in the ring's interior, produced an explosion that cascaded through the installation's power systems and destroyed Installation 04 in a detonation whose scale was visible from considerable distance as a brief new brightness in the space above the gas giant that the ring had orbited. The flood had not been entirely contained within the ring. Some of it had escaped before the detonation, aboard a Covenant vessel that had been compromised during the engagement. The installation was gone. The parasite was not gone. And within the Covenant, in the ships that had witnessed the destruction of a sacred installation at the hands of human beings, in the theological architecture that was now required to accommodate the fact that the Great Journey's most significant discovered artifact had been destroyed rather than activated, something had shifted, not broken, not yet, but moved in a direction that it had not previously been moving. The whispers that had begun above harvest, where the first questions about what human beings represented in the Forerunner legacy had been suppressed rather than answered, were louder now. They did not yet have enough information to become the thing they would eventually become. But the information was accumulating, in the specific way that information accumulates in institutions that are trying to suppress it, imperfectly, with leaks, in the places where suppression is less complete, and in the minds of the people who are positioned to see more than they are supposed to see. The ring was gone. The war continued. And somewhere in the Covenant's vast fleet, officers and scholars who had been present above the gas giant were carrying questions that their faith had not provided answers to, into a future that was going to require answers to be provided by something other than faith. The revelation above the gas giant did not pause the war. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about the period that followed the destruction of Installation 04, that the knowledge acquired there, the understanding of what the rings were and what the great journey led toward, did not immediately resolve itself into changed behavior on either side, because knowledge and behavior are connected by institutions and cultures and the specific human and alien capacity to hold information in one part of the mind, while other parts continue to operate on the assumptions that preceded it. The UNSC forces that had survived the ring's destruction returned to a war that had not waited for them. The Covenant forces that had been present at the ring dispersed back into the larger fleet operations that the Covenant's campaign required. The flood, or what had escaped the ring before its destruction, was a problem catalogued and not yet solved. And somewhere in the Covenant's vast political architecture, the information from the ring was being processed by the people responsible for processing it, which meant it was being processed by the prophets, which meant it was being managed rather than communicated, assessed for its implications for the theological framework and the political structures built on that framework, and addressed in the specific way that the prophets had always addressed information that threatened those structures. The war, therefore, continued. It continued with the same objectives on the Covenant's side that it had always had. the prosecution of the extermination campaign, the search for additional forerunner installations, the maintenance of the political and military coordination that kept the Empire's vast fleet in operation, and with the same desperate defensive logic on the UNSC's side, the same managed retreat, the same effort to buy time and preserve capacity and find the asymmetric advantages that the conventional force comparison did not provide. The people fighting it on both sides were now fighting a war whose full dimensions neither side had shared with the forces conducting it. The UNSC's personnel did not know what the Covenant was ultimately seeking. The Covenant's ordinary soldiers did not know what their sacred rings actually were. The war proceeded on the surface of a deeper truth that had not yet reached the people most affected by it. The lonely sound of rain falling on the empty streets of New Mombasa arrives before anything else, before the distant percussion of orbital bombardment, before the wail of the city's emergency systems, before the acoustic signature of a scarab walker making its way through streets that were designed for vehicles of a different scale entirely. The rain does not know the difference between an ordinary night and the night that a Covenant fleet appeared above the East African coast. It falls with the same patient indifference it has always brought to the surfaces it encounters, filling the gutters of a city that has not yet fully understood what is happening above the clouds. The Prophet of Regret's fleet arrived at Earth with the specific quality of an action that had not been fully planned. This is not a retrospective judgment. It is the assessment that the Covenant's own internal records, reconstructed from the debris of subsequent events, support. Regret had come to Earth not because the Covenant's campaign had reached the point of a coordinated assault on the human homeworld, but because the intelligence available to him had suggested the presence of a forerunner installation of significance in the Sol system, and the pursuit of that installation had been, in Regret's calculus, sufficiently important to move on without the fleet concentration that a deliberate assault on humanity's most heavily defended world would have required. He arrived above Earth with forces adequate for a search operation, not for the battle that greeted him. Earth's defenses were not equivalent to Reach's, because the investments that had made Reach the UNSC's primary military installation had been distributed across the Reach system and had not been duplicated in the Sol system to the same degree. The assumption that Reach would absorb the war's advance before it reached the home system had shaped the defense architecture in ways that the fall of Reach had rendered dangerously optimistic. But Earth had what it had: orbital platforms, a home fleet that had been held in reserve through the preceding years of the war's outward phases, ground-based installations, and the specific quality of a defense that was being conducted in the last place that could be yielded without the war being over. The forces defending Earth fought with the knowledge that there was nowhere behind them, that the geographic logic of the retreat that had organized the war's entire preceding period had reached its final term, and that the thing being done here was not buying time for something further back, because there was nothing further back. The urban combat that developed in and around New Mombasa was the war arriving at its most immediate human scale, not the scale of orbital engagements, where the combatants were measured in ships and the distances in orbital mechanics, and not the scale of the broader strategic picture, where the units of analysis were fleets and population counts and the slow arithmetic of civilizational attrition. It was the scale of streets and buildings and the specific distances at which individual human beings and individual Covenant soldiers encountered each other in the physical spaces of a city that had been built for human habitation and was now the terrain of something else entirely. The distant, echoing rumble of a scarab walker carries through the streets of New Mombasa differently than it would in open terrain. The buildings channel it, reflect it from surfaces, create a spatial ambiguity about the direction of origin that the soldiers on the ground had to resolve through means other than simple acoustic triangination. The sound arrives before the machine does, muffled and enormous through rain-streaked glass, a presence announced by its own acoustics well before it becomes a visual fact. The rain continues. The rain does not stop for the scarab. any more than it stopped for the ships above the clouds. New Mombasa was a city of considerable character, not the generic urban battlefield of a setting chosen for its neutrality, but a specific place with a specific history and a specific texture that the war arrived into rather than creating. Its canals ran through the lower districts with the unhurried quality of waterways that have been part of a city's infrastructure long enough to become part of its identity. Its towers rose above the canals in the layered manner of a city that had been built and rebuilt and added to across generations, the architectural record of different periods visible in the building stock if one knew how to read it. Its elevated transit lines connected neighborhoods that had developed their own characters across the decades of the city's growth. It was, before the Covenant fleet appeared above the East African coast, a living city, full of the ordinary human noise of people going about the business of their lives in a place they had chosen or been born into, and had, over time and through the accumulation of ordinary experience, made their own. The city's civilian population had been in the process of evacuation when the engagement intensified. Some had gone early, responding to the alert systems that the UNSC had established, and that, in this case, had provided warning sufficient for the evacuation process to begin before the worst of the orbital situation made departure from the city's surface complicated. Some had not gone, for reasons that ranged from the practical to the stubborn to the specific human incapacity to believe, in the face of the ordinary texture of a familiar place, that the familiar place is in immediate danger of ceasing to exist. The city, as the urban combat developed, was therefore occupied by both the military forces conducting the engagement and by civilians who were present in it for reasons that the engagement did not accommodate. The low, melancholic drift of a saxophone from a city speaker system, playing music into streets that no longer have their ordinary population to receive it, achieves a specific quality in the context of what is happening around it. The music was designed for human beings in human circumstances, for the ordinary emotional register of a city going about its life, and it continues to play because the system playing it has not been told to stop, because the system is automated and the automation does not have a condition for the situation that has developed around it. The music and the rain and the distant percussion of the engagement above and below the cloud layer occupy the same acoustic space without any awareness, on the part of any of those elements, of the others. The odd creative audio drop shock troopers, the ground forces trained for the specific kind of combat that the new Mombasa engagement was producing, moved through the city with the particular awareness of soldiers in an urban environment, reading the terrain the way that soldiers trained for this kind of work learn to read it. The sight lines, the cover, the movement corridors, the acoustic patterns that told them where the Covenant forces were before direct observation confirmed it. They were not the Spartans. They were unaugmented human beings in standard combat equipment, possessed of the training and the professionalism that the UNSC's best ground forces produced, and of the specific psychological preparation that the OTS program cultivated, but working within the physical parameters that baseline human biology established. In New Mombasa, those parameters were what the engagement required them to be, because the urban terrain that channeled the combat also constrained the force-multiplying advantages that the Covenant's individual soldiers otherwise possessed. The sight lines were shorter, the distances at which engagements resolved were closer, and the specific qualities of an individual Sanghaili warrior that made open-terrain engagement so unfavorable for unaugmented human infantry were partially offset by the environment's tendency to make individual capability less determinative than position and tactical awareness. The mournful signal of New Mombasa's city AI broadcasts into a network of receivers that have progressively fewer recipients as the evacuation continues and the engagement develops. A voice designed to provide information and coordination to a functioning city population, continuing to do what it was built to do in circumstances that its design had not anticipated. reaching the soldiers moving through the city's streets, and the civilians who have not yet made it out, and the empty buildings whose systems are still receiving the signal, even though the people who were supposed to receive it have gone. The AI's voice is not distressed. It was not designed for distress. It provides information in the register of a system fulfilling its function, which is a specific kind of incongruity in the context of what is happening in the city it was built to serve. The orbital situation above Earth was not resolving in the Covenant's favor. Regret had arrived with forces that were, as noted, calibrated for a search operation rather than for the engagement that Earth's defenses had produced, and the UNSC's defense fought with the specific intensity of a force that understood it had no fallback, was inflicting costs that Regret's fleet could not absorb indefinitely. The ground operation in New Mombasa and in the other locations across the East African coast where Covenant forces had deployed was not achieving the objectives that would have made the overall operation sustainable. The installation that Regret had come to find was present. The sensors had confirmed its location, beneath the savannah north of the city, a forerunner structure of the kind that the Covenant's pattern of targeting had been oriented toward for years. But accessing it in the face of the defense being mounted was not achievable with the forces available. The orange glow of plasma fire in the clouds above New Mombasa paints the rain itself in color, each drop catching the light from above as it falls. The precipitation transformed briefly into something that is not quite rain in the ordinary sense, not quite fire, a medium that partakes of both and belongs entirely to neither, falling on the streets and the canals and the buildings and the soldiers and the remaining civilians with the same patient indifference that the rain had always brought to the surfaces it encountered. Regret made the decision to withdraw. The fleet pulled back from Earth's orbital space, not in the disorganized manner of a force that had been defeated, but in the deliberate manner of a force that had assessed its situation and determined that the current engagement was not the right engagement at the current time with the current forces available. The withdrawal was not a retreat in the strategic sense. The Covenant's intention with respect to Earth had not changed, and the installation beneath the African savanna had been located and would be returned to. What the withdrawal represented was a tactical reassessment, a redirection of effort toward an objective that could be achieved in the near term with available forces. And that objective was another ring, the second major forerunner installation that the Covenant's intelligence had identified, orbiting a gas giant at a considerable distance from the Sol system, designated in the Covenant's records as Delta Halo. The UNSC forces that had monitored the withdrawal understood that it was not an ending. The battle for Earth had not concluded. It had paused, for reasons that the intelligence picture did not yet fully explain, and the pause was not a guarantee of anything except the continuation of something that the pause had not resolved. Covenant forces remained in the system. The installation beneath the savannah was now known to both sides. And above the East African coast, where the rain continued to fall on streets that were beginning the long process of being reclaimed by the city's ordinary life, as the engagement's most intense phase passed, the city AI continued its broadcasts into a network that was slowly repopulating as evacuated civilians returned and as the UNSC's ground forces consolidated their positions. The thread that led from New Mombasa to the installation beneath the savannah, to the forerunner portal that installation contained, would take time to follow. The UNSC did not yet know what the installation was. It did not yet know where the portal led. It did not yet know that the trail it was standing at the beginning of would eventually take it to a place beyond the galaxy's edge, to the installation that was the network's source, to the final confrontation with both the Covenant's purpose and with the thing that the Covenant's purpose had been unknowingly seeking all along. It knew that something was there, under the savannah, old and significant in ways that the sensors could confirm without explaining. It began with the specific methodical care of an institution that has learned not to approach forerunner technology with assumptions, to investigate. Above the city, the clouds that had carried the evening's rain were beginning to clear. The last of the plasma glow had faded from the underside of the cloud layer. New Mombasa's lights, those that remained operational, reflected upward into a sky that was becoming ordinary again in small increments. The specific process by which a place that has been through something recovers the surface appearance of a place that has not. The ordinary light returning to fill the spaces where the extraordinary light had been. The war was not over. It was moving, as it had always moved, towards something that the people fighting it could not yet see clearly. But the thread was there, in the ground beneath the savannah, waiting to be followed. Delta Halo was the same and not the same. It occupied the same category as its predecessor, a forerunner ring installation of identical dimensions and identical fundamental purpose, one entry in the network of weapons that the builders had distributed across the galaxy, with the specific logic of a system designed to be redundant, to survive the loss of individual components, while retaining the capacity to execute the network's function from whatever installations remained. Its inner surface had the same habitable character, the same atmosphere and weather and ecosystem sustained by the same artificial lighting system. Its forerunner architecture had the same quality of age, made visible in structural materials that human engineering could not replicate, and had not, in the decades of human contact with forerunner ruins, fully characterized. It was, in the taxonomy of forerunner installations, the same kind of thing that Installation 04 had been. What was different was what the people who arrived at it carried. The UNSC forces that came to Delta Halo, following the thread of Regret's withdrawal from Earth, tracking the Covenant fleet that had departed the Sol system toward coordinates that the UNSC's intelligence had partially reconstructed, arrived with knowledge that the forces at Installation 04 had not possessed when they arrived at that ring. They knew what a Halo installation was for. They knew what its activation meant. They knew that the Covenant's intention with respect to the ring was to activate it, and they knew what activation meant for every sentient being within 25,000 light-years of the installation at the moment of firing. This knowledge changed what they were fighting for, or rather, it clarified what they had always been fighting for, stripped away the framing of the human Covenant conflict as a war between civilizations, and revealed it as something with larger stakes than any civilization. The question of whether the galaxy's sentient life would survive the completion of the Covenant's theological project. The resonant chamber echo of a Covenant ship's interior during a general alarm is a sound that experienced Covenant crew members would have heard many times across the decades of the human Covenant war. The specific acoustic signature of a vessel whose internal systems have shifted from operational to combat posture, the alerts cycling through corridors designed to carry them to every compartment simultaneously, the sound of an institution responding to a threat with the practiced efficiency of an organization that has been doing this for a very long time. What made the alarms that sounded in Covenant vessels above Delta Halo different from every previous alarm was not their acoustic character. It was who was firing at whom. The Arbiter was not, by the time of the events at Delta Halo, a figure of conventional standing within the Covenant's hierarchy. He was Thel Vadam, a Sangheili Supreme Commander, whose career had been one of genuine distinction within the Covenant's military, whose record of service and of personal martial excellence had placed him among the most respected officers in the Sangheili's long tradition of producing warriors of high quality. He had commanded the Covenant's fleet action at Installation 04. He had been present when the ring was destroyed. And in the Covenant's institutional accounting of the events at the first Halo installation, the destruction of a sacred forerunner ring, destroyed because of choices made by a Sangheili commander, in the Covenant's reckoning, choices that had permitted the human forces to carry out an act of desecration that should have been prevented, was a failure of a kind that the Covenant's honor culture and its judicial architecture addressed in a specific and formalized way. The title of Arbiter had been used across the Covenant's history in different periods and for different purposes, but its most recent institutional incarnation had given it a specific meaning, a designation conferred on individuals of military distinction who had committed failures of sufficient magnitude to require a response, a conferral that assigned the designated individual to operations of such extreme risk that survival was not an expected outcome, so that the individual could redeem the failure in the only currency the Covenant's honor culture recognized as adequate: the expenditure of the life that had incurred the debt. The arbiter was simultaneously a title of genuine honor, because only those with records of genuine achievement were considered to have enough honor to lose, and a mechanism for disposing of people whose continued existence as high-ranking individuals created political inconveniences that institutional accountability required to be addressed. Thelvadam received the designation with the specific composure of someone who understood both dimensions of what was being done to him and who was, in the Sangheili tradition, not inclined to accept the reduction of that complexity to either of its poles. The low throb of a warship's drives accelerating, felt through the deck plating as the ship commits to a vector that it will sustain until the objective is reached or the ship is no longer capable of sustaining it, carries the specific physical quality of a decision being made at mechanical scale, the ship's entire mass committing to a direction in a way that the people aboard it feel in their bodies before the navigation displays have finished updating. The Arbiter's missions on Delta Halo were the suicide operations that the designation implied, sent into environments where the Covenant's orthodox military forces were not achieving their objectives, assigned to resolve situations through the application of individual excellence in circumstances where individual excellence was the only variable that remained uncontrolled. He resolved them. He survived them, in the way that people who are sent on operations designed around their deaths sometimes survive, through capability that exceeds what the design anticipated, through the specific quality of a warrior who has been freed, by the removal of everything that the honor culture uses to organize a Sangheli's relationship to institutional authority, to operate with a directness of purpose that the institutional framework had previously mediated. What the Arbiter encountered in the course of those missions was not what the Covenant's briefings had prepared him to encounter. He found humans who were fighting the Covenant's forces with the specific intensity of people who understood more about what the ring was for than the Covenant's ordinary soldiers did. He found the flood, present on Delta Halo, as it had been present on its predecessor, confirming that the parasite was not a local phenomenon, contained to a single installation, but something that the ring network's entire logic had been built around addressing. And he found, in the operational spaces between his assigned objectives and their completion, the accumulating evidence that the theological architecture that had organized his entire life, the great journey, the sacred rings, the forerunner legacy as the path to transcendence, was not what he had been told it was. The Covenant's senior command structure above Delta Halo was not uniformly aware of this accumulating evidence, but it was aware of something else, something that Truth had been preparing for, positioning for, building toward, across the years of patient maneuvering that had characterized his tenure at the Covenant's apex. The Great Schism did not begin with a single decision or a single event. It began with a sequence of actions that Truth had arranged to occur in a specific order, in circumstances where the Sangheli's capacity to respond was maximized in its military expression and minimized in its political one, so that the response the Sangheli could mount was the response of soldiers rather than the response of political actors, powerful in the ways that the Sangheli were powerful, and inadequate in the ways that soldiers are always inadequate against the careful preparation of a political mind that has had years to work. The Sangheli Honor Guard was replaced. This was the first visible move. The Sangheli warriors who had served as the hierarch's personal protection, a role that was both militarily significant and symbolically central to the Sangheli's status in the Covenant's hierarchy, were removed from their position and replaced with Jiral Hanai. The stated justification was operational, a reallocation of forces in response to the demands of the Delta Halo engagement, a temporary measure, nothing more. The Sangheili who understood what was actually happening recognized it as what it was: the removal of the Sangheili's most direct physical access to the Covenant's political apex, executed at a moment when the Sangheili's military forces were deployed and engaged and not positioned to respond to political developments at the installation where the hierarchs were present. The sound of plasma fire exchanged between species that were allies 3 hours ago carries a specific quality of wrongness that has nothing to do with the physics of the weapons producing it. The sound is the same plasma fire that has been exchanged across the human Covenant War's entire duration, the same acoustic signature, the same energetic discharge. What is different is the meaning carried in the space between the discharge and the impact, the meaning of fire directed from within a structure outward rather than from without a structure inward, the specific horror of the collapse of a boundary that has organized a civilization's entire internal life. The Sangheili counselors, the senior political representatives of the Sangheili within the Covenant's governing structure, present on the installation in the ceremonial capacity that the Covenant's political rituals required, were killed. Not in battle, not in the course of military operations, but in the specific manner of people removed from a political structure by a political actor who has concluded that their removal is necessary and has arranged the circumstances to make it possible. The Jiralhanai who carried out the removal did so under authority delegated from Truth, who was, by this point, acting on a timeline that the events at Delta Halo had accelerated beyond what his original planning had anticipated. The ring's potential firing, the flood's presence, the Arbiter's operational effectiveness in environments that were producing information that Truth could not fully control, and who had determined that the moment for the move he had been preparing was now. The Sangheili learned what had happened with the speed that significant institutional betrayals always travel within the institutions they occur in, faster than the perpetrators expect and slower than the victims need. The warriors deployed across Delta Halo and in the fleet above it received the information through the informal channels that military organizations always develop alongside the formal ones, and the information, when it arrived, produced in the Sangheili forces a response that was consistent with what a warrior culture's response to a fundamental betrayal looks like: immediate, direct, and entirely disinclined to the kind of measured institutional deliberation that the political situation might otherwise have warranted. The Great Schism was declared. The Covenant's internal war began above Delta Halo with the specific quality of a conflict that has been accumulating beneath the surface of a structure for a long time, and that, once the surface breaks, does not pause to allow the people inside the structure to adjust their positions before proceeding. Sangheili forces turned on Jiralhanai forces. Jiralhanai forces turned on Sangheili. The engagement geometries that had organized the human Covenant war for 27 years were replaced, in the spaces where the schism had reached, by engagement geometries that had no name in either side's tactical doctrine, because neither side had anticipated fighting this particular adversary. The Arbiter was in the midst of this when it reached him. He had been, across the missions on Delta Halo, moving through experiences that had been disassembling the theological framework that had organized his identity and his service and his willingness to die for the designation he had been given. The disassembly was not complete. These things do not complete in the course of a single operational deployment, in the hours between one mission and the next. But it had reached the point where the information about the counselors and the honor guard and the Jiralhanai's elevation arrived not into a mind organized around the Covenant's continued authority, but into a mind that had already begun to find the foundations of that authority inadequate. The Arbiter had been a supreme commander. He had commanded fleets in service of the Great Journey. He had accepted the Arbiter's designation because the honor culture that had shaped him demanded acceptance of institutional judgment, even when that judgment was wrong. He was now a warrior, without an institution that had any legitimate claim on his service, in an environment that was producing the information required to understand why. The UNSC forces at Delta Halo were encountering the schism's effects on the battlefield before they understood what the schism was, finding Covenant forces engaged with other Covenant forces in ways that the tactical picture had not anticipated, discovering that the engagement geometry that had organized their defensive operations was being disrupted by a conflict occurring within the opposing force rather than between the opposing force and themselves. The disruption was, in immediate tactical terms, useful. A Covenant military machine that is partially occupied with fighting itself is a less effective Covenant military machine, and the UNSC forces on Delta Halo had not had the luxury of encountering a less effective Covenant military machine at any previous point in the war. But the understanding of what was happening came slowly, because the information available to the UNSC forces on the ground was the information of people in the middle of a battle, rather than the information of analysts with the time and the distance to reconstruct what they were seeing. The Sangheili and humanity were not allies. This must be stated clearly, because the subsequent relationship between the two species tends to create a retrospective clarity about this moment that the moment itself did not possess. The Sangheili, who were fighting the Jiralhane above and on Delta Halo, were not fighting them because they had concluded that humanity's cause was just, or that the human Covenant war had been wrong, or that the beings they had spent 27 years attempting to exterminate deserved to survive. They were fighting the Jiralhane because the Jiralhane had killed their counselors and removed their honor guard and executed, on truth's authority, the institutional betrayal that Sangheili culture could not absorb without response. The motivation was internal, and the logic was the logic of honor, not of solidarity, with a species that the Sangheili had been trying to destroy. But something had shifted. The Sangheili who were learning, in the operational spaces of Delta Halo, what the rings actually were, the warriors and the scholars who were assembling the picture from the pieces that the installation's events were providing, were learning it at the same time that they were learning the extent of the institutional betrayal that had been prepared for them. The two pieces of information were arriving together, and together they produced something that neither would have produced alone: the specific recognition that the species the Covenant had been trying to exterminate had been fighting all along against the same thing that the Sangheili now understood themselves to have been manipulated into serving. The humans had destroyed Installation 04 because they had understood what it was for. The Sangheili, in the process of understanding the same thing, were discovering that their 27-year war had been organized around a lie, and that the people on the other side of that war had not been heretics. They had been, in the most straightforward possible terms, correct. This recognition did not resolve immediately into alliance. It could not. The history between the two species was too recent and too bloody, the cultural frameworks too different, the immediate tactical situation too complex to permit the kind of deliberate realignment that formal alliance requires. What it produced, in the space where alliance was not yet possible, was a cessation of the particular certainty that had made the human Covenant war what it was on the Covenant's side. The Sangheili, who understood what they now understood, could not continue to fight the humans with the conviction of warriors serving a truth, because the truth they had been serving was not a truth. They were no longer simply enemies. What they were instead was not yet clear, and the clarity that would eventually emerge would be paid for, as every clarity in this war had been paid for, at a cost that no one had fully anticipated at the moment the payment was required. The portal had been there longer than humanity had been a spacefaring species. Longer, in fact, than humanity had been a species capable of recognizing portals as a category of thing. Longer than the oldest human technology. Longer than the oldest human language. Longer than the oldest human memory of itself. It had been placed beneath the savanna of East Africa by beings who had understood, when they placed it, that the world above it would eventually produce the kinds of beings who could use it and who had built it to remain functional across the interval between its placement and that eventual use, which was an interval they had apparently calculated with a confidence in their own engineering that the portal's continued operation 100,000 years later had justified. The savannah had grown above it. Civilizations had risen and fallen in the region without knowing it was there. The entire recorded history of the species that would eventually find it had occurred in the landscape above an artifact that predated the species itself. The UNSC found it in the aftermath of Regret's withdrawal from Earth. Found it because Regret had come to Earth specifically because his intelligence had indicated its presence, and the records of Regret's targeting data, recovered and analyzed in the period following the engagement, pointed to the location with sufficient precision for the investigation to begin. The investigation was careful and deliberate, conducted with the awareness that Forerunner technology at this scale carried implications that the events at Installation 04 had made it impossible to approach without that awareness. What the investigation found, in the geological surveys and the sensor penetration of the substrate beneath the savanna floor, was the outline of a structure of extraordinary scale, not the portal itself, which was the mechanism rather than the housing, but the installation that contained and powered and controlled the portal, a Forerunner construction that had been built to last and had done so with the specific permanence of engineering that does not make allowances for the passage of time because it has been designed not to require them. The vast silence of the space beyond the galaxy's edge is a different kind of silence from the silence of interstellar space within the galaxy. In the galaxy, the silence is populated by the distant light of stars, too far away to provide illumination, but present enough to provide reference, the visual grammar of a universe that contains things. Beyond the galaxy's edge, in the intergalactic void where the Ark had been placed, the absence of reference is more complete. The stars of the home galaxy are visible as a structure, a shape, an object seen from outside, rather than a field inhabited from within. And the perspective this provides is one that human beings were not, for most of their history, able to occupy, and that the first humans to occupy it received with the specific quality of an experience, for which no prior experience has provided adequate preparation. Truth had known the Ark existed. This is the element of the Prophet of Truth's long strategy that is most difficult to reconstruct with certainty from the available records, but the weight of the evidence supports it. That Truth's plan, the plan he had been building across the years of his tenure at the Covenant's apex, had always had the Ark as its destination, not merely the suppression of inconvenient theology, not merely the elevation of the Jiral Hanai and the removal of the Sangheli, but the activation of the entire Halo network from the installation beyond the galaxy's edge, the completion of the Great Journey in its literal and catastrophic sense. Whether Truth believed in the Great Journey in the theological sense that his colleagues and his subjects believed in it is a question that the record does not answer with certainty, and the answer may be one of those historical questions that remains genuinely inaccessible. The internal states of a being who was, throughout his long career, exceptionally skilled at presenting whatever internal state was most useful to present. What is clear is that his plan converged on the Ark, and that the convergence was not accidental, and that the years of preparation, the Jiral Hanai's elevation, the Sangheli's political removal, the management of the theological questions raised by the events at the two ring installations, had all been conducted in service of arriving at this destination with the political authority and the military capacity to execute the activation. The hum of the Ark's continent-scaled machinery is not a sound that the human auditory system is designed to receive in the way it receives ordinary sound. It is too large, too distributed, the product of systems operating at a scale that produces vibration more than sound, a trembling in the physical environment that the body registers as presence before the mind has constructed an adequate description of what the presence is. The Ark's surface was not a surface in the geological sense. It was an engineered landscape of extraordinary extent, the product of construction at a scale that made the ring installations, themselves almost incomprehensibly large by human standards, look like components in a larger system, which was precisely what they were. The portal opened. Truth had brought his forces through it. The Jiralhanai heavy fleet that his years of preparation had positioned as the Covenant's new military arm. The San-Shayum leadership that remained aligned with his authority. The institutional weight of an empire in its final institutional form, shorn of the Sangheili partnership that had been its defining characteristic and operating now on the logic of a plan being executed in its final phase. The Covenant forces that moved through the portal to the Ark were the forces of an institution that had already, in the most meaningful sense, ceased to be the Covenant that had started the war. The founding covenant between San-Shayum and Sangheili had been violated in the most direct possible way, and what moved through the portal was the remnant that Truth's plan had left, committed to the completion of an objective that the entity that had begun the war would not have recognized as its own. Following them through the portal was a coalition that would have been, at any earlier point in the 27-year war, impossible to describe in the terms required to describe it accurately. UNSC forces, Sangheili forces, moving through the same portal, toward the same objective, in the same operational timeframe, not under unified command, because the history between them was too recent and too specific to permit the kind of unified command structure that genuine military alliance requires, but with the sufficient degree of tactical coordination that shared objectives in a shared operational environment eventually produce in forces that are not actively trying to kill each other. The Sangheili ships that had broken from the Covenant during the Great Schism had been fighting Jiralhane forces across multiple theaters since the schism's beginning, and the logic of those engagements had produced, incrementally and without the formal ceremonies of alliance, a working relationship with the UNSC forces that were fighting the same adversaries for reasons that were different in their specifics and identical in their practical direction. The Battle of the Ark had the character of a final engagement in the way that some battles do, not because anyone had designated it as such, but because the forces converging on it and the objective at its center made the designation inevitable in retrospect. Truth was at the Ark. The network's activation controls were at the Ark. The completion or the prevention of the Great Journey would be determined at the Ark, and both sides understood this, and the understanding gave the engagement a quality of irreversibility that the war's preceding battles, fought over positions and colonies and installations that were significant but not singular, had not possessed. The battlefield that the Ark's surface provided was unlike any previous engagement terrain, a constructed landscape of extraordinary scale, portions of it bearing the intact and functional forerunner architecture that the Covenant had always treated as sacred, and that the forces now fighting across it were treating as cover and obstacle and objective, the reverence of 1,000 years of theology converted, by the practical demands of combat, into the purely tactical assessment of what the terrain offered and what it denied. The Jiralhane forces defending Truth's position fought with the specific intensity of a species that had been elevated to a position of institutional primacy, and that understood, in the way that species elevated to such positions always understand, that the defeat of the force they were defending against was not an outcome from which their elevation would recover. The UNSC and Sangheili forces, advancing through the Ark's landscape, fought with the awareness that the objective they were moving toward was not a military position in the conventional sense, but the mechanism that would determine whether the Halo network fired. The sound of a battlefield, where the sides no longer have simple names, where the forces engaged include species that have been at war with each other for 27 years, fighting alongside each other against a common adversary, where the tactical coordination is happening through improvised channels between commanders who do not share a language or a doctrine or a history of working together, where the engagement is happening on terrain that neither side fully understands, in service of an objective that is larger than either side's own survival, carries a quality of complexity that the ordinary vocabulary of military engagement does not capture. It is not chaos. There is too much discipline on both sides for the word chaos to be accurate. It is something more like organized improvisation at scale, the product of professional military forces adapting in real time to a situation that their training has partially, but not fully prepared them for. Truth was found. The specifics of his final confrontation, the location on the Ark's surface, the forces present, the sequence of events that ended with his death, are documented in the records of the people who were there, with the fragmentary quality of combat documentation, accounts assembled from multiple perspectives that agree on the outcome without agreeing on every detail of the path to it. The arbiter was present. The humans were present. What had been the prophet of truth, the architect of the decision at harvest, the suppressor of the reclaimer evidence, the engineer of the Sangheili's betrayal, the man who had spent his career managing an empire toward the activation of weapons that would have killed everything in the galaxy, including the empire he was managing, died on the Ark, in the shadow of the installation he had spent his career trying to reach, without completing the activation that had been the destination of the plan he had constructed across decades. The Ark was not quiet after Truth's death. The flood had arrived, the parasite that had escaped Installation 04, that had been present on Delta Halo, that had consumed High Charity, the Covenant's mobile holy city, in the period between the Schism's beginning and the Ark engagement, had followed the forces that carried the food supply it required. High Charity, consumed and converted and repurposed by the flood's collective biology into something that the Gravemind used as transport and as a demonstration of what the parasite's full expression looked like at institutional scale, had made the transit to the Ark and was now present at the installation where the war's final decisions were being made. The Gravemind was not interested in the distinction between UNSC and Covenant and Sangheili, because the Gravemind was not capable of being interested in distinctions that the flood's biology did not register. It was interested in the Ark because the Ark was where the sentient life was concentrated, and sentient life was what the flood required, and the completion or prevention of the Great Journey was relevant to the flood's interests, only insofar as the network's firing would eliminate the food supply that the flood depended on for its continuation. The coalition that had come to stop Truth was now also fighting the flood. The forces present at the Ark's surface and in the space above it were engaged on multiple axes simultaneously, against the Jiralhana remnants that had not surrendered or withdrawn following Truth's death, against the flood forces that High Charity was deploying with the efficiency of a parasite that had been doing this for longer than any species present had existed, and against the logistical and tactical constraints of an engagement at a location that no military force present had planned to fight at, and that the Ark's own systems were not organized to facilitate for any of them. The Ark's machinery continued to hum beneath the engagement, the continent-scaled systems operating on their own logic, maintaining the installation's function independent of what was happening on its surface. The Forerunner engineering, proceeding with the patient indifference of systems designed to operate without supervision for intervals that exceeded the duration of any conflict that could be conducted on or near them. What the machinery was doing, in the periods when the engagement allowed anyone to assess it, was constructing. The Ark had detected the destruction of Installation 04 and had responded to that detection in the way its programming directed, by beginning the construction of a replacement, a new ring of identical specification to the one that had been destroyed, to be added to the network and restore its full operational capacity. The new ring was not yet complete. It was, at the time of the Ark engagement, close to completion. A new Halo installation, assembled from the Ark's fabrication systems, that existed at this moment in the specific transitional state of something that has been built but not yet activated, present in the network but not yet fully integrated into it. This fact, the existence of a new ring, constructed by the Ark's automated systems, present but not fully integrated, was the variable that would determine the final shape of the war's resolution. The forces present at the Ark understood that the flood could not be allowed to leave the installation and spread further into the galaxy. They understood that the conventional military means available to them were not adequate to contain the flood at the scale it had achieved. They understood, from the events at Installation 04, that firing a halo ring destroyed the flood within its effective range, and that firing a ring from within the Ark's perimeter, rather than from its installed orbital position, would confine the ring's destructive pulse to the Ark itself and its immediate vicinity, rather than triggering the galaxy-wide firing that the network's full activation would produce. It was possible, in principle, to fire one ring and kill the flood at the Ark without killing everything else within 25,000 light-years. The cost of that possibility was still being calculated when the forces at the Ark began to move toward executing it. Truth was dead. The Ark was damaged by the engagement. The flood was present and advancing. The new ring hung in the space above the installation, not yet complete, waiting for the activation that would either be the salvation of the galaxy's sentient life or the final catastrophe that the entire war had been building toward, depending on how precisely the activation could be controlled and how much of what was planned could be executed before the situations converging on the forces attempting the execution made execution impossible. The battle was not yet over. The war was approaching its resolution, and somewhere in the Ark's fabrication systems, the new ring continued its final assembly, patient and automated and entirely indifferent to the question of who would eventually push the activation sequence and what they intended by it. The Forerunners had faced this before. This is the fact that everything else about the rings and the Ark and the flood and the Great Journey resolves into when it is followed to its source, not a weapon built in anticipation of a threat that had never materialized, not a precautionary system constructed by beings whose technological sophistication had outrun their judgment about what precautions were necessary, but the response of a civilization that had already encountered the flood, had already fought it, had already understood what fighting it produced in terms of casualties and territory, and the slow, terrible arithmetic of a conflict against a parasite that did not lose ground the way that adversaries with comprehensible motivations lose ground. The Forerunners had been, by every measure that the surviving records allowed reconstruction of, a civilization of extraordinary achievement, not merely technologically, but in the full range of qualities that civilizations develop when they have had sufficient time and sufficient stability to develop them. They had reached across the galaxy. They had catalogued its life and its worlds. They had built things that 100,000 years of subsequent absence had not degraded, which is a form of engineering that requires not merely capability, but a specific kind of intention, the intention of beings who understood that they were building for an interval they could not personally supervise, and who built accordingly. The flood had come to them as it had come to everything else, not as a military adversary in the conventional sense, not as a civilization competing for the same resources or the same territory, but as a biological process operating at the scale of a crisis, spreading through the galaxy's sentient populations with the efficiency of a thing that had evolved specifically for spreading and that had no relationship to the concept of limits, because limits are a feature of systems that have something to lose, and the flood had nothing to lose. The Forerunners had fought it with the tools that their civilization had produced: military forces, containment systems, the application of intelligence and technological mastery to the problem of stopping a thing that did not respond to the approaches that intelligence and technological mastery had previously solved problems with. They had fought it for a long time. They had lost ground for a long time. And at some point in the long process of fighting and losing, the most capable minds of the most capable civilization the galaxy had produced at that time had arrived at a conclusion that the civilization's institutional momentum had required them to pursue to its end, that there was no approach, within the constraints of operating on the same scale as the flood, that would produce a stable containment. The flood would always find the breach, always consume the margin, always return from whatever engagement it had lost with the resources of what it had consumed, supplementing the resources it had arrived with. The only available solution was to eliminate the food supply. The ancient silence of Forerunner architecture at its deepest levels, the chambers that were not built for occupation but for function, the spaces that the Forerunners designed to contain the systems that sustained the surface environments above them, places where the engineering is visible in its own terms rather than mediated by the aesthetic choices that inhabited spaces reflect, carries a quality of age that is different from the age of ruins. Ruins are old in the sense of having been damaged by time. This architecture is old in the sense of having been maintained by time, of having continued to operate across the interval that has passed since its builders departed, so that the age is present not as decay, but as duration, the specific quality of something that has been running for a very long time without stopping. The decision to fire the rings had not been made easily. The records that survived, fragmentary, partial, in the specific condition of records that have passed through 100,000 years of automated maintenance systems, rather than the living hands of the civilization that created them, indicated a period of internal conflict within the Forerunner civilization about the firing. A period in which the people who understood what the firing would mean for themselves and for everything else they had built and catalogued and protected had argued about whether it was the right thing, and had ultimately concluded that the question of rightness was less relevant than the question of necessity, which was a conclusion that the people who reached it had not reached without cost. They had fired the rings. The flood had been suppressed, starved, in the literal sense, the parasite losing access to the sentient biomass that it required and collapsing back to the containment that the surviving ring installations maintained in the absence of accessible food supply. The Forerunners had not survived. They had known they would not survive. It had been part of the calculation, the specific and final cost of a solution that had no version in which the beings implementing it were outside its effective range. They had done it anyway. Whether this was sacrifice or defeat, or simply the last available option pursued to its end, is a question that the surviving records raise without answering, possibly because the beings who made the decision were not in a position, at the moment of making it, to clearly distinguish between those categories. The Gravemind was what the flood's collective intelligence became when it had access to sufficient neural mass to develop it, an entity assembled from the consumed tissue of everything the parasite had infected across the current infestation cycle, a distributed intelligence that used the memories and the knowledge and the cognitive architecture of its consumed components as the substrate of its own processing. It was, in the most direct sense, the accumulated minds of everything the flood had eaten, reconfigured into a single intelligence whose perspective on the war and the rings and the history that had produced them was unlike any other perspective available, informed by the memories of Forerunners and Covenant and humans and every other species the current cycle had touched, possessed of a relationship to time that the lifespan constraints of individual organisms did not impose, aware of the flood's own nature and history in ways that no external observer could be. The Gravemind was not insane. This is important to establish because the temptation to describe it in terms that suggest irrationality is strong, and the temptation is wrong. The Gravemind's intelligence was coherent, and its reasoning was consistent. It was simply reasoning from premises and toward objectives that no other intelligence in the galaxy shared, which is not the same thing as madness, however much it might appear so from outside. The sound of a halo ring firing, experienced from the distance of the ark's surface during the firing of the replacement installation, is not the sound of a weapon in any register that the word weapon ordinarily implies. It is not an explosion in the conventional sense, not the rapid release of contained energy in a manner that produces the acoustic signatures of conventional ordnance. It is something more geological, a resonance, an output of energy at frequencies that the ark's own structure transmits and amplifies, a sound that arrives in the body before the ear has processed it and that carries within it, for the people present on the ark's surface, the specific quality of something too large for the immediate sensory environment to contain, so that the environment itself seems to flex slightly around the sound's passage. The replacement ring, Installation 04B, the halo that the ark's fabrication systems had assembled in response to the destruction of its predecessor, was not fully integrated into the network. This was the variable. A ring fired from its installed orbital position, fully integrated into the network's firing protocols, would trigger the network-wide activation sequence that the full firing produced. A ring fired while still within the ark's construction perimeter, before the integration with the wider network was complete, would fire as an isolated installation, its pulse contained to the ark and its immediate vicinity, its destructive effect limited to the flood forces present at the installation, its impact on the galaxy's broader sentient populations null. The distinction was the entire difference between a solution and a catastrophe, and the distinction depended on the ring being fired before the integration process completed and before the flood's advancing forces made the firing mechanism inaccessible. John 1:17 fired it. The specific sequence of events that placed him at the installation's activation systems and that produced the decision to initiate the firing is documented in the records, with the fragmentary quality of events that occurred under combat conditions with limited documentation capacity, and the documentation that exists is consistent on the outcome without being comprehensive on the path. The ring fired. The pulse it released was contained to the ark and the space immediately surrounding it. The flood forces at the installation, the high charity remnant, the grave mine's local expression, the parasite's presence at the only location in accessible space where it had achieved the density and the organization that its most advanced forms required, were eliminated. The grave mind, whose intelligence was distributed across the flood biomass that the pulse destroyed, ceased to be the grave mind. What remained? In the flood's population at other locations in the galaxy, the isolated spores, the dormant containment forms in the surviving ring installations, was the flood, in its diminished state, suppressed again, as it had been suppressed after the Forerunner's firing, waiting in the specific patient manner of a biological process that does not experience waiting as duration. The portal back to Earth was open for a finite interval. The ark's damage, the accumulated structural and systems damage of the engagement, compounded by the ring's firing at close range, was extensive enough that the portal's continued operation was not guaranteed beyond the immediate window that the firing's aftermath provided. The UNSC and Sangheili forces that had conducted the engagement understood this and moved toward the portal with the urgency that a closing window imposes. Most made it through. The portal closed. The hum of a slipspace portal closing carries a finality that is physical as well as acoustic. The space that the portal occupied, the specific distortion of the local metric that the portal's operation had produced, resolving back to the ordinary geometry of flat space as the portal's power systems fail, and the connection between 2 points, separated by a distance measured in light-years of intergalactic void, ceases to be a connection and becomes again simply the distance. The space where the portal had been is indistinguishable, afterward, from the space around it. The portal is gone. What was on the other side of it when it closed remains on the other side, at a distance that the absence of the portal makes, for practical purposes, absolute. John 1:17 was on the other side when it closed. The forward unto dawn, the UNSC vessel that had been his transport through the final engagement, had been cut in half by the portal's closure, the aft section carrying him and a small crew through into the space beyond the galaxy's edge, and remaining there when the connection severed. He was listed, in the UNSC's subsequent accounting of the Ark engagement's casualties and outcomes, as missing in action. The designation was accurate in the technical sense. He was not confirmed dead, and it was also a recognition of something that the people making the designation understood, that the distance between his location and any location accessible to the UNSC's current capabilities was, for any planning horizon that the immediate post-war period could accommodate, effectively infinite. The great journey was over. The thing the Covenant had been marching toward for thousands of years, the activation of the rings, the transcendence that the prophets had promised, the culmination of a faith that had organized an empire and driven a war and killed in numbers that the subsequent accounting would spend years trying to establish with precision, had been replaced by the activation of one ring at close range on the other side of a portal that no longer existed. The flood had been suppressed. The network remained intact and unactivated. The remaining installations still in their orbits, still functional, still capable of firing if the conditions that would require firing were ever to recur. The war was over. This is the moment toward which everything in this account has been moving. The moment to which the question planted at its beginning was always pointing. How does a species survive a war it cannot win? The question had been asked in the Hook's opening words, in the first framing of the conflict's asymmetry. A young civilization against an ancient empire, a species that did not know the war had begun, against a faith that had already decided the war was over. The question had been present through every section of the account, in the specific form of the gap between what humanity had and what the war required, the gap that the Spartans had partially closed, and the Cole Protocol had partially managed, and Oni's shadow operations had partially addressed, and the inner colony populations had partially absorbed. The question had never been answered by any single development, any single capability, any single decision or sacrifice, or institutional transformation. The answer, visible now from the far side of the war's ending, is not the answer that the question's framing had suggested it would be. The question had implied that survival required a solution, a capability, or a strategy, or a weapon that would close the gap between humanity and the thing trying to kill it, that would convert the war from one that could not be won into one that could. The answer was not a solution in that sense. The answer was endurance, the specific, costly, morally complicated endurance of a species that paid every price the war demanded of it without being able to guarantee that the payment would produce the outcome, that built the Spartan program on a foundation of ethical violation because the alternative appeared worse, that sent 300 children to a fuel refinery because the fuel refinery mattered and the Cole Protocol was already its own precedent, that managed the information its civilian population received because the civilian population's continued function required a manageable picture of the situation, that fought for 27 years without a clear path to victory because the alternative to fighting without a clear path to victory was not fighting, and not fighting meant the thing the Covenant had come to accomplish. The 90% mark of this account, the callback that was scheduled here. The Hook had asked how a species survives. The answer, arriving now after the Ark engagement and the portal's closing and the accounting of what has been paid, is this: not cleanly, not without cost, not by finding the solution that converts the war into a winnable one, by enduring, by being changed, at every institutional and individual level, by the thing that is trying to destroy it, by waking, at the end of the longest night the species has faced, to a morning that the extinction had intended to prevent. The morning had arrived. It was not what mornings look like when they are imagined in advance. It was what mornings look like when they are survived. The lie had two layers, and understanding the war requires holding both of them simultaneously, because they operated at different depths of the Covenant's institutional architecture and served different functions within it, and collapsing them into a single deception loses the specific character of each. The first layer was the decision at harvest, the suppression of the reclaimer evidence, the reclassification of humanity from a theological problem requiring careful navigation to a heresy requiring extermination, the specific choice made by a specific individual at a specific moment in 2525 to initiate a war that the Covenant's own foundational theology did not require, and that a different choice, by a different person, could have prevented. This layer was a lie of commission, deliberate and recent, with identifiable authors and identifiable motivations, the preservation of the prophet's interpretive authority, the protection of a political structure that the truth would have undermined, the calculation of a mind that had assessed the institutional cost of the truth against the human cost of suppressing it, and had chosen the institutional cost as the one worth paying. It was the kind of lie that histories can reconstruct with some confidence, because it had the character of a decision rather than an inheritance, and decisions leave traces. The second layer was older and more fundamental, and in some ways more difficult to characterize as a lie in the straightforward sense, because it had not been made by a single person in a single moment, but had accumulated across centuries of institutional practice into something that functioned as foundational truth for the people who had inherited it. The Forerunner records that described the ring's purpose were not ambiguous documents that could be innocently misread. They were specific records that described, with the precision that the Forerunners brought to their documentation of their own decisions, what the rings were designed to do, and what the firing of the rings had cost the civilization that fired them. The San-Shium scholars who first accessed those records in sufficient depth to understand their content had understood their content. The institutional response to that understanding, the decision to describe the rings as the path to transcendence rather than as the mechanism of galaxy-wide extinction, the theological framework constructed around that description, the centuries of doctrinal development that built an empire's entire legitimacy on the foundation of the reframing, had not been made in ignorance. It had been made in the specific awareness that the truth was incompatible with the institutional structure the San-Shium needed to build, and that the institutional structure was more valuable to the people building it than the truth was. The silence of a chamber after a long argument has ended carries within it the memory of the argument in a way that ordinary silence does not. The acoustics of the space seem different, the air having been differently occupied moments before. The absence of the voices that filled it, present as a kind of residue, so that the silence is not simply the absence of sound, but the cessation of a specific and recent sound that the silence has replaced. The human forerunner connection had been, in the Covenant's theological accounting, the most dangerous possible fact, more dangerous than any military development, more threatening than any technological advancement, because it struck at the foundation rather than the structure. The Forerunners had designated humanity as reclaimers. The designation was specific, and it was biological, and it was present in the Forerunner records in terms that the San-Shium scholars who encountered it could not misread, though they could and did choose to respond to it in ways that served the institutional requirements of the moment rather than the requirements of honesty. Reclaimers were not simply beings with a biological relationship to Forerunner technology. They were beings identified by the Forerunners themselves as the designated inheritors of the Forerunner legacy, the species chosen to carry forward what the Forerunners had built and known and done in the interval before the Forerunners returned to whatever relationship to the universe the firing of the rings had produced. This was what humanity was, in the Forerunners' own accounting. Not heretics, not an affront to the sacred order, not a contradiction requiring erasure. The inheritors, the people, the gods. If the Forerunners occupied the category the Covenant's theology assigned them, had specifically designated to receive what the gods had left. The Covenant's entire theological legitimacy rested on the claim that the San-Shium's interpretive authority over the Forerunner legacy derived from the Forerunners' own intentions, and the Forerunners' own intentions, expressed in their own records, designated a different species as the legacy's recipient. The institutional consequence of this fact, if it had been known and acted upon, would not have been merely the modification of the Covenant's theological framework. It would have been the removal of the San-Shium's foundational claim to the position they occupied, the interpretive authority that was the source of their power, the basis of their position at the hierarchy's apex, the reason that every other species in the Covenant owed them the deference that made the empire possible. The Sanshuum who first understood this had not published their understanding. They had managed it, classified it, restricted access to the records that revealed it, developed the theological framework that reframed humanity as heretical, precisely because the alternative framing was existentially incompatible with the institution they needed to sustain. They had then, over the subsequent centuries, not thought of what they were doing as lying. They had thought of it as governance, the management of information in the service of an institution that was, in their assessment, valuable enough to be worth the management. The Covenant had brought peace among species that had previously warred. It had organized a civilization of genuine scope and genuine achievement. It had provided its billions of members with a purpose and a community and a relationship to something larger than individual survival. These were real things, and the Sanshuum who managed the information that threatened them were not wrong that losing them would be costly. They were wrong, however, in the specific way that institutions that prioritize their own continuity over the truth of the foundations they are built on are always wrong. They had traded a truth that was costly now for a lie that would be catastrophic later, and the later had arrived. The sound of a fleet standing down, the deceleration of engines that have been operating at combat power, the cycling down of weapons systems from active to standby, the shift in the ambient noise of warships from the register of vessels in conflict to the register of vessels at rest, is a sound that carries within it the weight of what it follows, the specific quality of a cessation that is not simply the absence of the preceding activity, but the product of it, the silence made meaningful by what it has replaced. The Sangheli's reckoning with the lie did not occur in a single moment or produce a single response, because the Sangheli were not a single entity capable of a single response, but a species, millions of individuals, distributed across hundreds of worlds and dozens of fleet deployments, each in their own relationship to the information that the Schism and the Ark engagement had made available, each processing it through the specific framework of their own experience and their own history, and the particular way that a given individual's service and faith and identity had been organized around the theological architecture that the information was now dismantling. For some Sangheli, the reckoning was swift. The information arrived and was assessed with the directness that the honor culture encouraged, and the conclusion was drawn, and the conclusion was acted upon, in the specific manner of a people who had been trained to respond to clarity with decisiveness, and who found, in the clarity of the lie's revelation, something they could respond to, even when that response was grief. For others, the reckoning was slower, resisted, qualified, held at a distance by the specific difficulty of dismantling a framework that had organized not merely one's beliefs, but one's identity, one's relationships, one's understanding of every sacrifice made and every action taken in the faith's service across a career that might span decades. The Sangheli who had died in the human covenant war had died for the great journey. This is the weight that the reckoning carried at its center, not merely the abstract institutional fact of a theology constructed on a suppression, but the specific and personal fact of individuals who had given their lives in service of something that was not what they had been told it was. The warriors who had died in the engagement above Harvest, in the long retreat through the outer colonies, in the grinding middle war, in the naval battles and the ground engagements and the boarding actions of 27 years, they had died believing. The belief had been genuine. The genuineness of the belief did not change what the belief had been organized around, but it changed the character of the loss, because what was being mourned was not only the lives, but the meaning that the lives had been lived in service of, the meaning that the revelation had retroactively removed from the sacrifice without being able to remove the sacrifice itself. The Covenant's dissolution as a unified institution was not a single event with a clear date and a clear mechanism. It was a process, beginning with the schism, continuing through the Ark engagement, extending into the post-war period as the various species that had composed the Covenant's hierarchy made their individual decisions about what the institution's collapse meant for their own futures. The San-Shium, whose position at the hierarchy's apex had been the product of the theological authority that the lie had sustained, found themselves without the institutional structure that had protected them, scattered, reduced, possessed of the knowledge and the capabilities that their centuries of interpretive authority had developed, but stripped of the power that had made that knowledge and those capabilities politically relevant. Some went into hiding. Some attempted to reconstitute some version of the authority they had lost, in smaller formations and more limited contexts, with limited success. The institutional weight of an empire that had endured for thousands of years does not evaporate immediately, and the San-Shium who remained carried the legacy of that empire in ways that were sometimes resources and sometimes burdens, depending on the specific context in which the legacy was encountered. The Jiralhane found themselves in a condition that was, in certain respects, more immediately dire than the San-Shiums. They had been the instrument of truth's plan, the species elevated to displace the Sangheli, and with truth dead and the Covenant's structure collapsed, they faced the specific situation of a species that had made powerful enemies during its period of institutional elevation and that now lacked the institutional protection that had made the enmity survivable. The Sangheli had not forgotten the counselors. The Sangheli had not forgotten the honor guard. The specific form that Sangheli grievance took in the post-schism period was not the forgetting of what had been done, but the adjustment of the context in which the response to what had been done was calibrated. A species whose warrior culture had always distinguished between the moment of maximum passion and the moment of maximum effectiveness finding, in the war's end, the conditions that made one kind of reckoning possible and another kind merely costly. The quiet that fills a space that was recently full of purpose, the specific silence of institutions whose organizing mission has been removed, of people whose identities were structured around a project that has concluded or collapsed, carries a quality that is different from ordinary quiet, in the way that all absences defined by what they lack differ from absences that have always been empty. The Ungoi, the Kigyar, the other species of the Covenant's lower castes, found the institution's collapse in the way that the members of any large organization find the organization's collapse when they are at its margins rather than its center, with less warning, less preparation, and less capacity to shape the outcome than the people who had been closer to the decisions that produced it. The Ungoi had been the Covenant's most numerous species and its most expendable soldiers, and the expendability had not been an abstraction. It had been the operational logic that had sent Ungoi infantry into engagements where the expected loss rate was high and the strategic value of their survival was low, across 27 years of a war that had not been their war in any meaningful sense of ownership, conducted in service of a journey that the prophets had always been more specific about the destination of than the Ungoi had been given reason to examine closely. What the Ungoi did after the Covenant's collapse is a question that the immediate post-war historical record addresses imperfectly, because the immediate post-war historical record was produced primarily by the institutions that had the capacity to produce records, and those institutions did not include the Ungois. For humanity, the lie's full revelation produced a different kind of reckoning, not the Sangheli's grief at the discovery that their faith had been built on a suppression, but something closer to a retrospective vertigo at the understanding of what the war had actually been about. The Human Covenant War had been presented, for the 27 years of its duration, as what it appeared to be, an extermination campaign by a vastly superior alien empire against a human civilization that had not sought the conflict and could not fully account for why it was being prosecuted. The lie at its center, the decision at harvest, the reclaimer evidence suppressed, The war initiated not by the Covenant's theology, but by the prophet's political calculation, reframed the war's origin without changing its consequences. The colonies that had been glassed were still glassed. The people who had died were still dead. The Spartans who had not come home were still absent from the mourning that the war's ending had produced. The lie's revelation made the catastrophe neither larger nor smaller in its immediate terms. What it made it was different in kind, not the inevitable product of an alien civilization's religious convictions, which would have been the kind of catastrophe that history occasionally produces when civilizations with incompatible worldviews encounter each other at the wrong moment, but the product of a specific choice by a specific person for specific reasons that had nothing to do with the divine and everything to do with the oldest and most human adjacent of institutional motivations, the preservation of power by the people who held it. The Covenant was gone. The 27-year war was over. The galaxy it had been fought in was not the galaxy it had been fought for. It was altered, at every scale from the geological to the institutional, by the things that the war had required of the civilizations caught inside it. And some of those alterations were the kind that civilizations recover from across sufficient time and with sufficient resources. And some of them were the kind that become permanent features of the landscape, present in the records and the memories and the specific silences where things that used to exist no longer do. The Sangheli had lost their empire and their faith and their dead, and they carried all three forward into whatever came next. Humanity had survived the thing that had come to end it, at a cost that the subsequent accounting would spend years rendering into numbers that could be contemplated without being fully absorbed. The forerunner legacy that had started everything, the rings, the relics, the ancient record of a civilization that had made the decision that had shaped the galaxy's last 100,000 years, remained in the universe, operational and patient, as it had always been and would continue to be, waiting for whatever the next 100,000 years required of it. The lie was known now, the truth that had been suppressed at harvest, the deeper truth that had been managed across millennia before harvest, were available to any institution or individual who cared to access them. What would be done with that availability? Whether the truth would organize the post-war world differently than the lie had organized the wartime one? Whether the knowledge of how the catastrophe had been produced would produce the specific kind of institutional and cultural changes that prevent its recurrence, was not a question that the war's ending answered. It was a question that the war's ending left for the people who had survived it, which is where such questions always end up. The accounting began before the war was fully over, because accounting is what institutions do when they have been through something large enough to require it. And the UNSC's administrative machinery, damaged, diminished, operating at a fraction of its pre-war capacity, but still functioning in the specific way that institutions built for durability, function even when the conditions they were built for have exceeded their design parameters, began assembling the numbers as soon as the operational tempo allowed. The numbers were the kind that resist being held in the mind as numbers. They are too large for the cognitive frameworks that human beings use to process quantity to accommodate, without converting them into something else, into the abstraction of scale, into the flatness of statistical summary, into the specific defense mechanism that allows a person to read a figure representing millions of dead and to understand it intellectually without experiencing it proportionally, because experiencing it proportionally would be a form of damage that the mind protects itself from by keeping the number at a certain remove from the full weight of what it represents. The colonies that had been glassed numbered in the dozens across the war's full duration. Not every outer colony, not every inner colony that had been reached by the Covenant's advance, but enough that the map of human space in 2553 looked different from the map of human space in 2525 in ways that were visible at the scale of a star chart rather than requiring close examination. Worlds that had been inhabited were no longer inhabited. Worlds that had been producing food or manufacturing ships or training soldiers or simply existing as communities of human beings going about the ordinary work of human lives, were surfaces of fused rock and cooling glass, geologically transformed in ways that the word loss does not fully capture, because loss implies the removal of something that had previously existed, and the glass implied the replacement of that something with something else, a transformed medium that would persist for longer than any of the people who remembered what it had replaced. The population figures associated with those worlds, the numbers of people who had been on them when the Covenant arrived, adjusted for the evacuation successes, and the military engagements that had occurred in the interim, were compiled with the care that the UNSC's demographic analysts brought to the task, and represented, when compiled, a casualty count that the historical record places in the tens of millions at conservative estimates, and higher at others, the variance reflecting not dishonesty in the accounting, but the genuine difficulty of establishing precise figures for populations that had been dispersed, evacuated, killed, and in some cases simply lost in the chaos of a 27-year conflict that had never, at any point, permitted the kind of comprehensive census that precise accounting requires. The sound of a planet beginning to rebuild, the specific acoustic texture of reconstruction rather than construction, of a community returning to a place that has been through something, and beginning the work of making it again into a place where human beings can live ordinary lives, carries a quality of deliberateness that new construction does not have. The sound of people working with the specific awareness that what they are building is a replacement for something that was lost, and that the replacement will never be quite the same as what it replaces, and that they are building it anyway. The UNSC that emerged from the war was not the UNSC that had entered it. This is true of every institution that passes through a crisis of sufficient magnitude. The institution that comes out the other side has been altered at the level of its culture and its assumptions, and the specific lessons that its people have internalized from the experience of operating under conditions that the institution was not designed for, and that revealed, in the process of being survived, which elements of the institution's pre-war character had been adequate and which had not. The UNSC's naval capacity was reduced. Ships lost in 27 years of engagements against an adversary whose naval technology had been substantially superior had not been fully replaced by the wartime production effort, which had itself been disrupted by the loss of manufacturing worlds and the diversion of resources to the immediate demands of ongoing military operations. The ground forces had been similarly reduced. The officer corps carried the specific institutional memory of a war that had been managed rather than won for most of its duration, and the management had produced a generation of military leadership whose instincts had been shaped by the experience of fighting at a disadvantage for so long that the instincts retained, even in the post-war period, the specific qualities of institutions that have learned to operate without assumption of success. UNI survived the war in better institutional shape than many of the UNSC's other components, partly because its operational approach, distributed, classified, built for resilience rather than for the kind of concentrated presence that made conventional military forces vulnerable to the losses of specific engagements, had provided a degree of structural insulation from the worst of the war's direct attrition. It emerged with its capabilities largely intact, its institutional culture reinforced by the experience of having done the things it had done, and having assessed those things as having contributed to the outcome, and with the specific post-war question of how much of the wartime operational framework was appropriate to maintain in a period that was no longer, in the formal sense, wartime. The question was not a simple one, and the history of institutions that have developed extensive wartime capabilities suggests that the question of their post-war scope is rarely resolved quickly or cleanly. Rain on new prefabricated structures, the temporary buildings that reconstruction efforts deploy in the early phases of rebuilding before the permanent infrastructure has been established, has a different quality from rain on older, more established construction. Lighter, more immediate, the material beneath it thinner and less insulating, so that the rain on the roof is present as a sound inside, in a way that the rain on a permanent building's roof is not, the weather more immediate, the boundary between inside and outside less absolute. The Spartan-IIIs who survived the war carried it in the way that people who have been through what they had been through carry things, not as a condition that could be separated from them and examined independently, but as something integrated into the fabric of what they were, present in the way they moved, and the way they thought, and the way they assessed situations, and the way they existed in environments that did not have the specific demands that the war's environments had had. There were fewer of them than there had been at the program's peak. The war had taken Spartans in the specific way it took the people who were sent to its most difficult places, not in the routine attrition of ordinary military service, but in the concentrated form of casualties sustained in engagements where the outcome required someone capable of doing what only they could do, and where doing it sometimes meant not coming back. The ones who remained were marked in ways that the augmentations and the armor did not fully account for, the specific marking of people who had been made into something extraordinary as children, and who had spent their adult lives being that extraordinary thing in service of a war that was now over, in a world that did not yet know what to do with them, now that the thing they had been made for was no longer the immediate requirement. John 1:17 was listed as missing in action. The designation sat in the UNSC's records with the specific quality of an entry that its authors understood to be a placeholder, accurate in the technical sense, maintaining the appropriate institutional uncertainty in the absence of confirmed information, but carrying within it the knowledge that the distance between his last known location and any location accessible to the UNSC's current capabilities was not a distance that the missing in action designation's implied ambiguity adequately described. He was not missing in the sense of being lost in a place that search efforts might find. He was on the other side of a closed portal, at a location beyond the galaxy's edge, in a debris field that contained the forward section of a ship and the person inside it, and nothing else that the UNSC's post-war assets could reach. The record maintained the appropriate uncertainty. The people who maintained it understood what it was maintaining uncertainty about. The silence of a memorial hall in the early morning, before the visitors have arrived, before the ordinary daytime sounds of a populated building have begun, in the specific quiet of a space designed for the contemplation of loss, has a quality that is architectural as well as acoustic. The space having been designed to make certain kinds of silence feel different from others, to give the absence of sound in this context the specific weight that the names on the walls and the records in the cases and the objects behind the glass have been placed here to carry. Dr. Catherine Halsey's post-war situation was complicated in ways that the simple narrative of the Spartan program's moral accounting did not fully accommodate. She was alive. She had survived the war's final years in circumstances that the classification architecture of the program she had built made difficult to reconstruct with comprehensive accuracy from the public record. The ethical verdict that history was beginning to render on the program she had designed was not a simple one, because the program had done what it had been designed to do. The Spartan-IIs had contributed to the war's outcome in ways that the military record documented with the specific thoroughness of an institution assessing a capability that had performed as required, and the ethical cost of what it had taken to produce that capability was not, in the post-war assessment, you could not credit the outcome without crediting the method, and you could not credit the method without confronting what the method had been. Halsey understood this. The people who were beginning to construct the formal inquiries into the program's origins and conduct understood it. What no one had yet determined in the immediate post-war period was what the understanding was supposed to produce in institutional terms, what the appropriate response to a profound ethical violation that had also been a genuine contribution to survival was, and whether the two could be accounted for by a single verdict or required separate accounting in separate registers. The Spartan-III program's ethical situation was, if anything, more difficult to navigate in the post-war accountability framework. because the Spartan-III program had been designed around a logic that was harder to defend in peacetime terms than Halsey's logic had been. Not because the logic was less internally consistent, but because the specific element of the Spartan-III program that most distinguished it from its predecessor was the explicit designation of its subjects as expendable. And expendability is a principle that looks different in the absence of the existential pressure that generated it. Alpha Company and Beta Company were gone. Gamma Company's survivors were fewer than the program's planners had anticipated losing, which was an outcome the program's accountability framework was not designed to accommodate, because the framework had been built around the expectation of total loss rather than around the experience of people who had survived operations that had been planned around their deaths and who were now living in the aftermath of that planning with the specific knowledge of what the planning had assumed about them. The Sangheili entered the post-war period in a condition that was, in its own way, as complex as humanity's, a species that had lost the institutional framework that had organized its civilization for millennia, that was in the process of reconstructing an identity that did not rest on the Covenant's authority or the Great Journey's promise, that carried the specific grief of warriors who had been among the best that their culture had produced and who were now being asked to direct the qualities that had made them effective in the war's service toward the entirely different project of living in the war's aftermath. The warrior culture that the Sangheili had developed across millennia did not provide obvious resources for this transition, because warrior cultures are organized around the existence of adversaries, and the war had, in removing the Covenant's unifying structure, also removed the clarity about who the adversaries were that had organized the Sangheili's martial identity. The internal conflicts of the post-war Sangheili, between factions that drew different conclusions from the schism and the arc, between those who sought accommodation with humanity and those who found accommodation incompatible with the honor culture's requirements, between those who accepted the reckoning that the truth required and those who found the reckoning too costly to absorb without resistance, were the conflicts of a people working through a transformation that had been imposed on them faster than transformations of that magnitude are ordinarily processed. The first gestures toward something that was not war and was not yet peace occupied the space between the arc engagement's end and the formal processes that would eventually structure the post-war relationship between humanity and the Sangheili. Those gestures were not clean. They were not the product of a mutual recognition that the war had been wrong and that the people who had been on its opposing sides were ready to rebuild on different terms. They were the practical expressions of a situation in which two species that had been trying to kill each other for 27 years found themselves, in the war's aftermath, without the structures that had organized the killing and with the specific practical requirements of existence in a galaxy that needed managing by someone. The Sangheili had capabilities that the post-war situation required. The UNSC had capabilities that the post-war situation required. The overlap between the practical requirements and the available capacities produced, slowly and without ceremony, a working relationship that was quieter than war and less structured than alliance, and that carried within it, as every working relationship carries, the history of the people conducting it. It was not peace. It was the space before peace, the specific condition of people who have survived something together without having been on the same side of it, who are in the process of determining whether surviving it together constitutes a sufficient foundation for the next thing, and who are doing so in the specific awareness that the alternative to determining this is the return of something that neither side has the capacity for in the immediate term, but that the history between them makes permanently possible if the determination is not made and maintained. The galaxy, in the immediate post-war period, was not the galaxy it had been when the war began. The rings were still in their orbits, the surviving installations of the network that the Forerunners had built and fired, maintained by the monitors assigned to them across the interval since the firing, still functional, still capable of the activation that the war had been organized. On the Covenant side, around achieving, and that the war had been organized, on humanity's side, around preventing. The Forerunner relics were still scattered across human worlds, and the worlds of the Covenant's former client species, as they had always been. The physical legacy of a civilization that had made the decision it had made, and had left behind the evidence of having made it, in the form of artifacts too durable to have been degraded by the time that had passed since their placement, and too significant to be easily categorized or safely ignored. The mourning that the war's ending had produced was not a simple mourning. It was the kind of mourning that follows the longest of nights, complicated, uncertain, full of the specific ambiguity of a situation in which the thing that had organized the preceding period is gone, and the thing that will organize the subsequent period has not yet clearly emerged. But it was a mourning. The species that had been targeted for extinction was present in it, diminished and altered, and carrying its losses forward into a future that the extinction had intended to prevent. And the presence was real, and the mourning was real, and the light that reached the rebuilt prefabricated structures, and the reconstructing cities, and the first careful gestures towards something that was not war, was the same light that had always fallen on those surfaces, patient and indifferent, and present as it had always been, regardless of what the night before had contained. History does not end. This is the first thing to understand about the period that followed the Human Covenant War, and it is the thing most easily forgotten in the relief of having a period to call post-war. The specific cognitive comfort of a designation that implies the preceding thing is over and that the world has moved into a different condition, one in which the organizing structure of the preceding period no longer applies, and the people who lived through it are permitted to live through something else. The war had ended in the sense that the Covenant had fractured beyond the capacity for unified military action, that the Halo network had not been fired, that the flood had been suppressed at the Ark, that the specific engine of the preceding 27 years had ceased to operate in the form it had taken across those years. The ending was real. What came after it was also real. And what came after it was not simply the absence of the preceding thing, but the presence of a new and different condition, equally complicated, differently demanding, organized around challenges that the war's conclusion had produced rather than resolved. The wars that followed the Human Covenant War's end were smaller, most of them, and different in character. The specific conflicts that emerge in the aftermath of large institutional collapses, when the structures that had organized behavior across a wide range of actors cease to organize that behavior, and the actors begin to find their own arrangements, which are not always the arrangements that the people observing them would prefer. The Sangheli's internal conflicts, the Jiralhane's dispersal, and the specific forms that dispersal took in different regions of what had been Covenant space. The human political tensions that the war's end released, because the war had required a suppression of internal disagreements, that the suppression's removal now permitted to resurface. These were the ordinary, difficult, unresolvable conditions of the post-war world, and they are the conditions that the wars that came later were fought in, and they belong to a different spoke in the record of this history rather than to this one, which has its own limits and its own scope and its own obligation to remain within them. The slow drift of a ship through empty space, not in slip space, not in transit, simply present in the void between points of reference, moving at the velocity that its last engine burn has given it, and decelerating only by the negligible drag of the interstellar medium, has a quality of patience to it that no other form of motion possesses. The ship does not know it is drifting. It does not know anything. It moves because it was given movement, and the movement continues because nothing has intervened to stop it, and the dark around it is simply the dark, not hostile, not watching, not waiting for anything in particular, just present, in the way that the universe is present in the spaces between its lights, which is the majority of the universe, the part that does not announce itself with the specific eloquence of stars and planets, and the busy phenomena of proximity to energy and mass. The Human Covenant War occupies a specific place in the long arc of the history it was part of, and that place is not primarily defined by its outcome, by whether humanity survived, which it did, or by whether the Covenant's theological project was completed, which it was not. The place it occupies is defined instead by what it revealed, in the course of being what it was, about the civilizations it contained, and about the galaxy they were part of. It revealed that the galaxy was older than any living civilization had fully appreciated, that the history preceding the current era was not the history of the species present in it, but the history of species that had come before them and left, in the Forerunner legacy, a record of decisions whose consequences had outlasted the civilization that made them by 100,000 years and were still organizing the present. It revealed that the distinction between a war of necessity and a war of choice is not always visible from within the war, that the human covenant war had been both simultaneously, necessary in the sense that humanity had no option but to fight it once it had begun, and a choice in the sense that it need not have begun, that the specific decision made by a specific person in the specific circumstances of the harvest contact had been a decision rather than an inevitability, and that the recognition of this fact was a different kind of knowledge from the knowledge that the war had been won. The soft hum of a reactor at idle power, the specific acoustic signature of a system maintaining its minimum operational output, not driving anything, not charging anything, simply sustaining the baseline functions that the vessel requires to remain a vessel, rather than a drifting mass of inert material, is one of the sounds most associated, by the people who have spent time on ships, with the specific quality of rest. Not sleep exactly, because the reactor does not sleep, but the functional equivalent of sleep for a system that does not have the biological relationship to activity and recovery that living things have, the lowest sustainable state, the quietest the machinery gets without ceasing to be machinery, the hum that persists when everything else has been turned down or turned off. The Spartans who remained were still in the field in the post-war period, because the world that the war had produced still required the specific things that the Spartan program had built them to provide, and because the people who had been through what they had been through did not, for the most part, have available to them the ordinary relationship to the cessation of the thing they had been doing that most people have available at the end of an extended period of demanding work. The war's end was not the end of the obligation, partly because the post-war world had not resolved into a condition that made the obligation's continuation unreasonable, and partly because the Spartans themselves were, in the specific way of people who have been shaped by a single purpose across the entirety of their conscious lives, not simply the people who had done the thing, but people for whom the thing had been the organizing structure of their identity, and the removal of that structure was itself a kind of challenge that the Spartan program had not designed its subjects to navigate. They went where they were sent. They did what was required. They carried what they carried, which was considerable, and they carried it in the specific manner of people who have learned that carrying is what is available, and who have made the adjustment to that fact that sustained carrying requires. The vast and ancient silence of the galaxy between its lights is not a silence in the acoustic sense. There is no medium in the interstellar void to carry sound, no air, no material in sufficient density to transmit the vibrations that the word silence implies the absence of. What the word describes is something more like the condition of a space in which the extraordinary phenomena that make space interesting, the stars, the nebulae, the systems with their planets and their moons, and their improbable concentrations of matter and energy in a universe that tends toward diffusion, are absent, and what remains is the baseline condition of the universe, which is cold and dark and very, very old, and which has been present for longer than the extraordinary phenomena have been present, and which will be present after the extraordinary phenomena have run their course, in whatever distant era the physics of the universe's expansion makes the extraordinary phenomena no longer sustainable. The meaning of the human covenant war, in this context, in the context of the long and patient existence of the universe that the war occurred within, is not the kind of meaning that resolves into a lesson, or a moral, or a principle that subsequent civilizations can extract and apply to their own circumstances. Wars do not work that way, and this war was not an exception. What it was, in the most honest accounting available, was an event, large, costly, shaped by specific decisions made by specific people at specific moments, producing specific outcomes that were not inevitable and were not foreordained and were not the product of any force larger than the accumulated choices of the individuals and the institutions that made them. The prophets had made choices. The UNSC had made choices. Halsey had made choices. The Sangheili warriors, who had believed, and the Onai officers who had calculated, and the outer colony families who had built their lives on worlds that went dark, and the Spartan children who had been taken from their beds. All of them had made choices, or had had choices made for them, or had existed in the specific space between those two conditions that most human experience actually occupies, where agency and circumstance are so thoroughly mixed that separating them into clean categories of choice and necessity requires a simplification that the reality does not permit. The war is over. These four words, placed here, after everything that has preceded them, carry a weight that is different from the weight they would carry at the beginning of an account or in the middle of one. They are not a relief exactly. Relief implies that the weight has been lifted, and the weight has not been lifted. It has been set down, which is different because the weight is still present, still visible, still part of the landscape of what has been described. But it is set down. The carrying has concluded. The 27 years have passed, and the accounts have been made, and the costs have been named, and the galaxy that was the war's context has continued to be the galaxy, older than the war, and larger than the war, and present in the specific patient way of things that were there before the war began, and are still there after it has ended. There is a ship drifting somewhere between the galaxy's edge and the intergalactic dark. Its forward section is intact. Its systems are at minimum function, drawing on reserve power that was designed to last long enough for rescue to arrive, in the specific engineering optimism of designers who built contingency capacity into their vessels for the situations that should not happen, but sometimes do. The person inside it is in cryo, suspended in the specific, not quite sleep of preservation, the biological processes slowed to the minimum that the technology requires to maintain them, the consciousness not present in the ordinary sense, but not absent in the way that death is absent, somewhere in the interval between the two that cryo occupies, and that the biological science of the period has not fully characterized. The ship drifts. The cryo unit maintains its function. The dark outside the viewports is the dark of the space beyond the galaxy, which is a different dark from the dark of interstellar space, emptier, more total, the light of the home galaxy present as a structure rather than a field, a shape seen from outside, beautiful in the specific way of things too large to be encompassed by ordinary perception. The hum of the cryo unit is quiet. It is the quietest sound in the account, quieter than the Covenant prayer hall, quieter than the Mac cannon charging, quieter than the rain on New Mombasa's streets, quieter than the memorial hall in the early morning. It is the sound of a system doing the one thing it was built to do, in the absence of everything else that the war required, in the patience of a technology waiting for the conditions that will allow the next thing to begin. The story of what the human covenant war was, and what it cost, and what it revealed, does not end in the debris field beyond the galaxy's edge. It ends where it began, in the question that was asked in the first moments of this account, the question that has been the organizing structure of everything that followed it. How does a species survive a war it cannot win? Not without cost. This is the answer that the account has been building toward, and it is not a comfortable answer, and it does not have the shape that answers are supposed to have, the shape of a solution, of a principle that can be extracted and applied, of a lesson that converts the catastrophe into wisdom available for future use. The cost was real, and the payment was made, and the morning that followed the payment was the morning that had been paid for, not a vindication and not a triumph, but simply the continuation of a species into a future that the extinction had intended to deny it. By enduring, by paying what the war demanded, at every level and in every form that the war found to demand it, the individual and the institutional, the ethical and the tactical, the losses that were chosen and the losses that were not, by being changed, at every level, by the thing that was trying to change the species into nothing, by waking, after the longest night, into a morning that was not what mornings look like when they are imagined in advance, not triumphant, not clean, not unencumbered by the weight of what the night had contained, but a morning nonetheless, with the specific, irreplaceable quality of a morning that was survived when survival was not guaranteed. The galaxy turns. The stars that were there before the war continue to be there. The dark between them continues to be the dark, patient, vast, older than any of the things that have occurred within it, present with the specific indifference of a universe that does not organize itself around the events that happen inside it, but that provides, in its sheer extent and its sheer age, a context in which those events can be held without being reduced by the holding. The war was large. The universe is larger. The war mattered. The mattering is not diminished by the universe's scale. It is, if anything, clarified by it, the specific and irreplaceable significance of what happened here, among these particular stars, to these particular species, in these particular years, made more precise by the vastness of the context that surrounds it, and that contains it, and that will continue long after the people who lived it are no longer present to remember that it was real. The hum of the cryo unit continues. The ship drifts. The dark is deep and still, and full of the long patience of a universe that has been waiting, in the way that the universe waits, for whatever comes next. Sleep now. The story has been told. The silence that follows it is the silence of a history at rest, not ended, not resolved into the clean completeness that endings in the simple sense provide, but paused, the way that all histories pause between the events that compose them, in the specific quiet of a space between one thing and the next. The long night has been accounted for. The morning is present. The dark outside the viewport is not hostile. It is simply the dark, and the dark, for now, is enough.